Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the Calgary Flames 4-3 after a shootout. It makes the Penguins now 3-4 on the year with one overtime loss. They have 7 points. They're fourth in the Metropolitan Division, and the two leaders right now in the division, that's the New York Rangers and the New Jersey Devils. They both have 11 points, and the Rangers, through 6 games, have yet to lose in regulation. They have one overtime loss. Penguins' next game is going to be on Friday against the Edmonton Oilers, and it's going to be another road game. The Penguins have 2 more road games this week, and then next week they come back home and start a 3-game home stretch. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan of the Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, that's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. And it's a Wednesday. We're halfway through the week. How about that? Time just keeps chugging along. And sports in the fall, they're very much present. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. And you out there can give me a ring, 412-928-9370 on the Fan Hotline, and we can talk about sports. A little bit to talk about today, nothing too overly dramatic. Mike Tomlin at his press conference yesterday. And aside from a couple things, I mean, nothing crazy that he said. There's not really a lot to scrutinize either. When the Steelers are 5-2 and the coach talks and the team's 5-2. I think that's a good question to ask, too. I mean, if you want to react, Crowley and Dorn were bringing this up a lot yesterday on the Fan Morning Show. Is there too much hype right now around the team? Is there going to be that slide off that sometimes they have? I mean, over the last few years, they've started slowly, and they've picked it up late to contend. This is the first time they're ahead in a little while. But also, I think in one of the last 4 years, they had a good record, and then they started losing games they should have won. I mean, is that bound to happen again? Are we too excited? Give me a call, 412-928-9370. Let me know. There are some Cooper Kupp rumors as well. The wide receiver from the Los Angeles Rams reportedly on the trade block. A lot of players from the Rams starting to be on the trade block. It's hard to believe they won the Super Bowl a few years ago. Now just seeing their team struggle a lot. So, but better to be champions and then dismantle than have to dismantle after your window has closed without a championship. I guess that's fair. The Penguins lost yesterday as well. So that's rough. They lost in a shootout to the Calgary Flames. They've got two more road games as a matter of fact. Sorry, they play the Canucks on Saturday. They play the Orioles before that on Friday. And then next week they've got all home games. So, I mean, they're hanging around. They've played 8. And they've won 3, lost 4. 4th right now in the Metropolitan Division. So the leaders have 11 points right now. The Rangers undefeated. The New Jersey Devils 5-3 with 1 overtime loss. New York Rangers and New Jersey Devils both have 11 points. The Penguins are at 7. So, I mean, it's early in the season. They can't afford to fall too much, I think, in ground unless they plan on making a gigantic comeback again in January. I don't really know how to feel about this team. I mean, there's exciting moments last week, with Malkin scoring and reaching, the goal milestone. Everything felt really exciting, and now we're back into regular times, and okay, they lost in a shootout. That's par for the course. That's been par for the course. Losing overtime games has been an issue for them recently. I mean, it's been a slow, I think, decay for this Penguins team as well. It's been like they used to make it to a lot of overtime games, and then they would win, and then they would make it to a lot of overtime games, and they would lose. Now they're losing more games, but they're also like losing in overtime and losing in shootouts, and they're barely missing the playoffs. And it's like, oh man, well, what's happening differently? That's just one stat. That's one factor that plays into it. They're not winning those games in overtime. They're not getting that extra point that could help boost them in the standings and at least get them into the win column and get them that extra point. So I don't know how to feel. Like I said last week, I mean, I'm going to appreciate the moments that we get with Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin and Chris Letang as much as I can, even if this team doesn't contend for the playoffs, because they're 3 players that deserve to be watched and to be admired just for what they've done in their careers, and the fact that they've been with the Penguins for the entirety of their careers is, I mean, it really is impressive. It really is nothing short of a miracle to have that much talent on your team over time for them to want to stay and for them to be together and be as successful as they've been. Even though they didn't make the playoffs the last 2 seasons, they've been close, and they've had their moments. I mean, Malkin's gotten hurt. I mean, Chris Letang fought through, like, legit medical problems with his heart to play hockey for the Penguins. Recovered from that and came back and is still playing. A lot of people may have called it quits and just been like, yeah, my health is too important. I need to, not, make contact with other grown men and be on ice and skate and move fast. But, like, he's still playing. So I still hold that true. I mean, that's kind of how I'm taking this season. There's not going to be a whole lot of emotion. Like, the last couple of seasons I've been frustrated, and I've expressed my desire for the team to be dismantled and kind of restarted. Sidney Crosby getting a deal I think is fine. To have all of the aging stars, though, I think is a problem. And then Kyle Dubas came in and gave us what we wanted, though. Erik Karlsson, a guy who's a quick defensive player. A guy who may be able to help you score on power plays. Karlsson did not play like we thought he would play in last season, and this is a new season, so we'll keep seeing what happens, but they barely missed the playoffs last couple seasons, and, those 3 guys. Now, I mean, this is the reality, though. Now that they're all still here, now that we're in this reality where the team seems to be on a slow and steady decline, appreciate the players for what they are here. I mean, again, I've clamored over the last couple seasons that maybe they need to bolster the team with younger guys and do a restart and have a few seasons that allowed the team to net guys like Crosby and Malkin. And right now, that's not the reality. Right now, they're not playing that badly, and right now, it doesn't seem like they have intentions on tanking, so to speak. 3-4-1, 1 overtime loss. I mean, that's still pretty standard for early in the year. Penguins have also played the second most amount of games so far. We're still in that weird period where teams have played different amounts of games. The only team that's played more games than the Penguins so far this season is the New Jersey Devils. They've played 9. Penguins have played 8. So it's still early. I mean, it's still pretty early to tell. I usually like to get 15, 20 games in before you really start to judge where the trajectory of the team is going. So we've still got a few more games before there's serious consideration to check the standings there. But they're not the Flyers, who are 1-4-1, 1-4 with 1 overtime loss. That's good. The Flyers have sunk so far to start the year. So the Penguins right now, they're the best of the bottom teams. The Washington Capitals are third. They've got 8 points. They're 4-1. And then the Penguins over there 3-4 with 1 overtime loss. Every other team below the Penguins is either at 3 wins or fewer. 412-928-9370. Join me. What do you think about the Penguins? I mean, there's nothing too exciting to talk about, so I totally understand. I mean, if you don't have a strong opinion, neither do I. What you may have a strong opinion on, though, is the Steelers, because it seems that the Los Angeles Rams, several reports out there have said that Cooper Kupp is being made available for a potential trade, and the Steelers, they need a receiver. Maybe need doesn't carry as much weight as it did before. Steelers are getting by with the receiving core that they have, but an extra receiver that just has the potential to throw defenses off even more. Yeah, I mean, that's something that you want. Cooper Kupp has demonstrated that he's had talent. I mean, he was a big part of that Super Bowl winning team a couple years ago. Some injuries have plagued him recently, but, is he still good enough? I think so. I'd take him. If it were possible, I would give up. What would I give up? I actually haven't thought that far yet. second, third rounder. I don't think I'm giving up a first for Cooper Kupp. That's the big part of this too. That's something to consider. Like, how much of your assets do you need to give up at this point in the year to add certain guys? Like Cooper Kupp, I think, is talented. I didn't say first rounder, though. I'd say more if you're giving up a second or a third round pick. I don't know if the Steelers should give up more than one pick. I don't know if there are any other players that they would give up that are currently on the roster that the Rams may be interested in at all. And I've seen some reactions on social media. Some of you don't think that this is realistic at all to consider. But we're going to consider it anyway because Cooper Kupp is a wide receiver and the Steelers need wide receivers. So, I mean, what would you give up? 412-928-9370. Not too much. And that's just the thing. Like, with any receiver, with anybody that the Steelers are going to acquire or would be interested in acquiring, like, I'm not interested at this point right now in giving up future collateral for anyone, really, at this point. Like, there's nobody that I would want right now that may be available. But I'm like, yeah, they need to give up serious leverage that they have for their future to get a guy right now. Just based on who they have, too. I mean, if they scheme the way that they did, and if the players play the way that they did against the Jets, I mean, who else do you need on the team? Now, again, there are better teams than the Jets. And there are better teams than most of the teams that the Steelers have played so far this season. We haven't seen the toughest part, so I mean, I guess that's a counter to my argument here. But yeah, they haven't played too many serious opponents yet, I would say. Not to disrespect any other team, but you get what I'm getting at here. They haven't played any division opponents, and I mean, they're 5-2, so the opponents that they've played, that they've beaten, like most of them were not good enough to beat the Steelers as they exist right now. So, I mean, what would Cooper Kupp do for the team? You know, is he worth that like first round pick if the Rams are asking for one of those? I don't think so. Even to consider a second round pick for the guy again, or more than one asset to go into that trade. I don't know. I mean, it just depends how much of a demand he has with other teams too. But if I'm the Steelers, I mean, just thinking about any trade to make before the deadline coming up here, I don't know. I can't think of, based on how they've played so far, I can't think of too many reasons why they would need to give up significant assets to get another receiver. Let's show them they've been playing the bargain game well too for this season so far, this offseason, and then coming in. They've played the bargain game very well. They've been able to get players for cheap. But now that you're at the point in the season where like the trade deadline is a place where you get assets because you're desperate, I mean, how desperate are the Steelers going to be? Which again may come back to the whole question. I mean, how realistic is it that the Steelers could successfully negotiate and acquire Cooper Kupp for a bargain? I think there are other teams that may be willing to spend more, and that's what makes the Steelers successful in the regular season so much, is that the Steelers don't make moves out of desperation, but sometimes the best teams that go on to win the championship do make those moves out of desperation, and that's why they win. And we see that all the time in sports where one player can shift the balance of a championship series, of a Super Bowl, because that player was there. And if you don't get that player during the timeline of your season, maybe you lose. Who is the guy replacing that guy if that guy doesn't exist on your team? So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to consider. It doesn't seem like the Steelers would be willing to do that, though. Steelers wouldn't be willing to give up, a large part of their future, any of their draft picks To me, it doesn't make sense to give up, high picks, and I think there may be a team out there more desperate than the Steelers, but, who knows? I mean, who knows what the Steelers could do. And I still haven't gotten a full gauge on Omar Khan yet, during the season, what he's willing to do. I mean, we've seen him take pretty significant action, in the offseason now. But, what does a trade deadline look for him? Look like for him? We haven't seen too many of those yet, so it's hard to gauge. I mean, how much is Omar Khan going to act out of desperation as the general manager, seeing where the Steelers are now? And, I mean, is adding that receiver, is that worth giving up picks? Is adding a receiver going to make the Steelers good enough where they don't collapse in the second half of the year, where they can actually stand up with the other AFC contenders and, get into the playoffs and get into the playoffs comfortably and then win in the playoffs? It's just a lot of questions to ask. 412-928-9370 if you have an answer to that question. If you have an answer, what would you give up for a wide receiver? What would you give up for Cooper Kupp? Do you think Cooper Kupp's worth it? Do you think any receiver at this point is worth it for the Steelers to acquire? 412-928-9370. Are you good with where the team is? Do you think the team needs to add? I mean, there's plenty of places the Steelers could add. But talking specifically about the wide receiving core right now, I mean, is a wide receiver worth a first-round pick to you? Is a wide receiver worth a second-round pick to you? Is a wide receiver worth one of the veterans on the team, somebody on the active roster right now? Let me know. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I've got a break coming up here, and then I'll come back. I'll take your calls. We'll talk more about this right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway North, where the HOV lanes are open alongside that roadway, and you can use them with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning on the inbound side. Meanwhile, in Mount Lebanon, utility work restricts Mount Lebanon Boulevard on the westbound side between Cook Lane and Route 19 Washington Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you kidding me? The current federal government is actually going $1 trillion deeper in debt every 100 days. How are they supposed to keep up with this pace? The good news is there is something you can potentially do to keep them from running your money into the ground. And it's exactly why thousands are turning to Goldco, a top-rated gold company, to diversify their savings with time-tested safe haven assets, physical gold and silver. Goldco doesn't want your hard-earned money to go down the government's drain. This is so important that right now, not only is Goldco offering a free gold and silver kit, but on qualified purchases, they'll give you up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver. Call 855-838-GOLD. Diversify and help protect your savings with physical gold and silver, and you could get a return on your money. This offer will only last until all the bonus silver is gone, so act now. Call 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding. which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up. Another day that keep my cake up. 'Cause every time I wake up, I get a chance to wake up. Wake up, wake up.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Aricalis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. The show that starts the sports talk day in Pittsburgh. A show you can participate in, too. 412-928-9370. Please call the number if you want to participate in any conversation this morning. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well. If you prefer to not pick up the phone, or maybe you can't. Right now, you can always type out your comments to me, and I usually read those as I see them and as I see them fit best for the show. That is at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. You can also watch us on YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan. You'll see our black and gold striped logo. And we're live right now. We're live every day on YouTube. So watch there. And also make some comments there, too, in the live chat. That's always fun. I've seen some interesting conversations over the last few days. A lot of Steeler fans fighting because of how the Steelers won. Still a lot of quarterback controversy. I don't know. Some people I've heard are dying on the hill of Justin Fields and saying that even now, seeing hindsight, that they would have kept Justin Fields in there into the game. I guess we'll never know how Justin Fields would have performed in this game had he played, but also, I mean, you can't deny the performance Russell Wilson had. And it's been a while since we've seen 37 points scored by the Steelers in one game. So there's no need to fight among Steeler fans. I mean, I talked about this a lot yesterday. There's no need to fight each other. We're all in it to win it. And Crowley said it best on Monday. We're all Steeler fans. If we get, certain perspectives wrong, or maybe not even wrong. I don't even think Justin Fields would have been the wrong decision. So I don't know. That's why I don't realize why everybody's fighting. Justin Fields, be grateful that, we can respect, or that he's a respectable person enough to not throw a fit that he's not, now that he's not playing. I mean, think about how grateful we should be for that. But also, I mean, we all want the Steelers to win. Crowley illustrated it best. We all want the Steelers to win, so there's no need to fight over what has happened. Mike Tomlin made a correct decision. One that, maybe some of us didn't agree with at the time, but looking at hindsight, I think you would also be silly to not at least backpedal your opinion a little bit and say, oh, Russ could still do it. Russ is the right guy. Maybe we'll reach a point in the season where the Steelers face a tougher opponent and Russ doesn't look as good, or maybe over time doesn't play as consistently well as he did to start, his first game of this season. But time will tell. But right now, he proved that he can do the job. And so, personally, somebody who wanted Justin Fields to play, I'm still good that Russell Wilson's playing. There's no need to fight. We're all on the same side here. Not that we should trust Mike Tomlin all the time. Still has done questionable things in recent history that make you maybe doubt his decision-making, but Right now, they're pushing a lot of right buttons. 412-928-9370. Caller on the line wants to talk. Good morning. What's your name?
Old German Rod.
All right. What's up?
Hey, I'd maybe go after Metcalf because he has chemistry with Russell, and give up a number 2. And all of us Steeler fans need to relax. We got to remember with Russell Wilson and Fields, we have a better quarterback. Each one of them are better than what we used to have. We had Pickett, we had Rudolph, and we had what's the guy we got from Buffalo? I can't remember his name. But all were terrible. You got it. All were terrible. We have good things to talk about now. A 1 and a 2 good quarterback.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for the call. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm saying. So I'm glad that somebody else out there echoes and understands. I mean, Pickett's, no longer here because he was supposed to be Russell Wilson's backup. And, it seemed that him or somebody that represented him just said, hey, can he have a legitimate shot to get playing time? And the Steelers were like, no, I don't think you're going to play here. We'll make sure we give you the best chance to play. And the best chance to play was him playing for somebody else, not the Steelers. Justin Fields isn't saying, hey, give me more playing time, or hey, I deserve this. I mean, it's so underrated, I think, how respectable these two quarterbacks are right now on this team. And that's part of the reason why I talk about, too. I mean, if we're talking about trade acquisitions, like, if Russell Wilson can play as well as he did, like, how many other weapons do the Steelers need? Again, they haven't really played the toughest part of their schedule. I think we can all agree with that. So maybe it would be good to stock up on somebody to at least prepare for the future and those future games that are bound to get tough. There's a lot of gratitude to hold here, too, for those who have certain opinions about the quarterbacks. Like, this is a great situation to be in where the backup quarterback of the team is not whining because he's not playing. That makes me have so much more appeal for Justin Fields, and that makes me want him to continue to play for this team even after this season if he comes back, because, like, that's the attitude to have. I mean, the guy could be disgruntled from his time in Chicago, and they were all saying in Chicago that he was not acting the same way. Like, once Caleb Williamson got drafted over there, Fields isn't acting the same way. Oh, he's checked out, blah, 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 all this stuff, which was part of some speculation nationally for, him coming to the Steelers. Like, is he going to expect to play? Is he going to act like, is he going to act like with an attitude problem? And the fact that hasn't happened is great. So I think a lot of us should look at this right now as not, who was right, who was wrong, who would you have started anyway? Like Rex Ryan yesterday doubling down on his opinion to have Justin Fields start. Like, no, don't do that. Don't do that thing. Don't double down. Just be grateful for the situation that we're in with these quarterbacks. This is also a very peaceful show as well. We're easing our way into the sports talk day. So you know me, I'm keeping it real calm and collected and opening the discussion widely. So, a lot of these guys sometimes they like to be angry and aggressive and yell, and that's not me, and that's not how I think that you should approach this subject. I mean, be grateful for what this is right now. The fact that it's not a clown show. The Steelers are actually respectable, and they've got a lot of respectable players on the team that you can actually look up to and feel good about. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Dallas. Good morning. This is Lou. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
All right. Love the show, man. I just wanted to get your opinion on something.
All right.
What if Justin Fields is the answer that we've been looking for this wide receiver thing, and we do like a slash Cordell Stewart type thing and get him out in the field and his athletic ability and the stuff that he can do? So maybe we're looking around and we already have the answer.
Lou, I love that point. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I heard that thrown out there yesterday. And I would. No, I'm not a decision maker. I would totally do that. You would also have to trust Kyle Allen as your backup if you do that. So that's something to consider as well if Justin Fields were to get hurt at the receiver position. But absolutely, I would do that. Absolutely, I would consider that, and I would try to make it happen. That's actually a heck of a point. And think about, the Steelers storyline, if that were done and that were done successfully, like what headlines would be written about the Steelers? That'd be great. Now, can Justin Fields be a wide receiver? That's something he has to consider. Do the Steelers trust him to be a receiver? That's something they have to consider. They're not making decisions for headlines. They're making decisions to best support the football team. I would personally. I just don't know what that all takes because I've never been in that position as a coach or a player in the NFL. But just thinking about it on its face, absolutely, I would give that some thought. All right, one more caller, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
My name's Rusty from Pittsburgh.
All right, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I agree with your point about that the Steelers need another wide receiver. Do you think we should think about trading, since we didn't pick up Najee Harris's, what do you call it? The
fifth-year option?
Yeah, thank you, sir. The fifth-year option. Do you think we should trade Najee for a wide receiver?
Well, thank you for the call. Rusty, no. Absolutely not. That's something you got to consider, like what veteran assets you may send to incentivize another team to strike a deal with you. Najee, no. No. I think they didn't pick up his fifth-year option now just to kind of get the best out of him, to make him earn his money. Maybe they'll bring him back next year. Maybe they won't. Who knows? But, like, the way he's playing right now, absolutely I would not. No way am I trading Najee Harris right now. I think he's too valuable. I think he's playing so well. And that'll do it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 75, low of 51, partly cloudy this morning and throughout the afternoon. Tomorrow, high of 61, low of 44, clear skies expected. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Visit Brushes and Beans Cafe, a small cafe and pottery studio on William Penn Highway in Murraysville. Caffeinate and create. Go to brushesandbeanscafe.com to reserve your spot. Get 50% off a floodlight camera with a Guardian smart home security system. Go to guardianprotection.com/fan. Terms apply, new customers only. That's www.guardianprotection.com/fan. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Are you handy with tools? You might make a good maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. That's where I work, and I love it. Our residents so appreciate the work that I do. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson. Making them smile makes it all worthwhile.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Learn more at srcare.org.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season by eliminating all of that. Don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero-resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero-resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam taking a look at the Parkway East inbound. That's building in volume between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. This report brought to you by DEA Drug Take Back Day. We do have work in Mount Lebanon. Watch for a westbound lane restriction between Cook Lane and Washington Road. That's Route 19. Also, utility work restricts the northbound side of Route 88 in Bethel Park between Valley Drive and Connor Road. Also, crews are restricting a northbound lane of I-79 for that overnight work between the Parkway West and the Craft and Moon Run interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by DEA Take Back Day. Visit DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. And to you, gentlemen, I say good morning.
Good morning. Happy hump day.
We humping.
Weekends with Whaley. That's what we call Wednesdays now because it's all really downhill. Callis, how you doing? Were you just eating something?
Mm-hmm.
We're eating.
It's one of these protein bars from Awaken 180.
What kind? What flavor?
Crispy peanut butter.
Oh.
It's so good.
Mm.
You know what I just realized?
Tell me.
Actually, you made me aware of this because I think somebody saw this. Like, the For You tab on our computers, like right here, like I just always have that on the For You tab. And sometimes, like, it's not good because the camera angles. And I just, was scrolling and saw something. I had to scroll past it really fast. Because of the For You tab. It wasn't on purpose. And I guess that somebody saw one time that I was scrolling through and saw something. So I just got to keep it on the following one, right? Is that what you do?
I go back and forth. Now I'm on the For You tab right now.
Yeah, it can get you in trouble.
It can. Listen, folks, there are certain things that are going to make me stop and linger. There just are. I'm not going to apologize for it. Now, you do it too much, you're going to get algorithmed.
Right.
And it's all you're going to see. Big booty threads, things of that nature. Not trying to get sucked into all that. But there has to be, there's already going to be that on your tab, even if you don't get algorithm, because how do you get algorithmed in the first place?
Exactly.
Like they throw a little nudity in there.
They're plants.
It was not like this before Mr. Musk took over.
I know.
I like the For You tab. You're going to wind up seeing stuff. For a long time, it was just Brandon Ayuk. Like, my whole For You tab was Brandon Ayuk. And then after West Virginia games, it's all people bitching that I'm not even following, stuff like that. But then, like, sometimes.
Yeah.
Monday morning, it's like, hey, do you want to see nudity? I'm like, not really. Okay. All right, fine. You got me.
Right.
I just woke up. I'm in a vulnerable state, and you're giving me stuff I didn't know that I wanted, but I guess I can scroll through it.
Like there's three things here. Like the first one is young ladies flashing at a game. The next one is a guy. The one that I'm on right now is a guy petting a hyena and laying with a hyena in the jungle. And the hyena is like a dog, like his best friend. I'm like, how is that even possible? And then the next one is Nick Saban and talking inspirational. Like, what? My mind.
I feel like you threw an extra H in hyena. I think you made them hyenas.
Hyenas?
I think.
Hyena.
I think they're just.
Hyena.
I think.
Is it? Am I saying an H? Hyena?
No, well, you phased it out now. How about the latest? We'll spend 2 seconds on this. The latest West Virginia rumor is that Nick Saban wants to come back and be an assistant. Get the hell out of here.
No way.
People are so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
They're so dumb. Well, he doesn't want to be a head coach, but I'm hearing that he wants to be an assistant coach. Get the frig out of here.
No chance.
Morons.
I did see a lot yesterday, the Jimbo Fisher.
That makes sense.
Is that real?
Jimbo has said recently at some event that he would coach there.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so there is some truth to it.
There's some legs to that. I'm guessing Nick Saban won't be part of his staff.
Probably not.
Halloween coming up a week from tomorrow.
Yeah. Yep.
But we're dressing up, right?
Yep.
I think we already told people what we're doing?
Did we say it live?
I don't know.
I don't know if we did.
We can tell people. It'll be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yes.
We're going to have fun.
Yes.
Aren't I dressing up as Andy Reid or something?
You can.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Doran's going to be Tomlin. I'm going to be Arthur Smith.
Yes.
I got to shave down to a stash. I'm going to buy some Zyn 6s.
Yes.
Stack them on top of each other.
Yes. Maybe have some FedEx boxes.
Could do that. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Yeah.
Be good.
And then I need like a play sheet.
Yep.
And a headset, but we got that covered.
We have that covered, yes.
And you're just going to be your Tomlin eyes. Tomlin's so weird, man. He's just a weird dude. Like yesterday, who was he talking about? And instead of calling him a first-round draft pick, he just said, well, he's one of the guys who got a chance to hug Roger Goodell.
Oh, I did hear that, yeah. If you're one of them guys that get to hug Goodell, then you're legit.
He's a first-round pick. I just say that. It's better that he doesn't. I like it more this way.
But I do wonder if if there's a script that he reads before, and it's like, oh, I want to use this analogy, or does it just pop into his mind?
I don't know. He's a really smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really smart guy. So it wouldn't surprise me either way. But I could just imagine him looking in his bathroom mirror, going,
"Yep,
we don't give you all the ingredients of the hot dog." Like I just wonder he's staring in the mirror, like, yeah.
I think whenever
Real
he does,
proud of himself.
Yeah. I think honestly that there is a type of script whenever he starts his press conferences and talks about the injuries and talks about the team and then talks about the other team, that whenever he does go through that, maybe with the PR staff before the Tuesday press conference, that it's like in his mind he's like, okay, when I talk about this is, oh yeah, I like that one. All right, and it just pops in his mind then, and then he says it.
Yeah,
I don't think it's like an in the moment type deal.
No, well, he talked about the Dexter Lawrence and how he was on a couch with other big guys, and he's a lot bigger. Like, I think he pre-plans that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I like those anecdotes. Those are my favorite Tomlin anecdotes, is when he talks about guys in the draft prep. Like, he really likes that stuff, really gets into
loves
it. He just loves everything.
Mm-hmm.
He loves
He loves football.
everything. He does. He has the same, he's changed, but he's got the same exuberance and love for the game as he did the day he got hired as the Pittsburgh Steelers head coach.
And that's tough, honestly. In my opinion, that has to be tough because the game has changed so much.
Oh my God,
it's such a different game now, and to be a defensive-minded head coach too, and how like defense is just, I mean, almost basically taken away. You can't play defense the way that you used to whenever he started. Probably has to bother him a little bit.
Oh, I bet.
Bother me.
I bet
It bothers me, and I'm an offensive guy.
he doesn't seek comfort though, Doran.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Texter, Tomlin can be the horse's head and Crowley can be the horse's ass. Is that just a fairly clever way of you calling me an ass?
What did you do?
I just exist.
Wow.
And it's fair. Fine. I'll take it. I'll wear it.
Wow.
We were talking yesterday off air about things as an adult that you can't do, that kids can do, that we wish we could do. And the thing you brought up was watching cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, don't you ever just want to sit around and watch cartoons?
Yeah.
I do.
I do too. Like, I get the
feel that.
urge, but then I feel weird.
Feel like you're being judged.
And there's nobody in the room to judge me either.
At least video games has jumped that shark.
They have.
I feel like 20 years ago, if a 34-year-old, 35, 36-year-old dude's playing video games, his wife's leaving him.
Yes.
But now, it's just what, people do.
Mm-hmm.
Cartoons, though. Like, I had a hankering. There's a show I used to watch. I don't know if you were into it. Gundam Wing.
No.
It's this anime thing on Cartoon Network. Dudes be getting up in these giant Transformer-like deals, big robots, and to blast each other, and then they pull out these light swords and they'd fight. And I had a hankering the other day to watch it. And I was like, if I am watching anime,
right,
and my wife walks in the room, we're not getting frisky for a month.
No. Yeah, I guess you're right, the judgment of that. It's very odd. I'm with you, and I actually did it. And I went on, I think it was Netflix or something. They had the series of the Batman animated series from 1992.
Oh, dude.
And I put that on, and I was just laying in the bed, and I watched 4 episodes of it. Just a little bit of a nostalgia shot in the arm of wow, I remember being a kid and sitting in front of the TV with a little sandwich and an apple juice and watching this.
See,
wow, things were easy back then.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking for, right?
Yes.
I want to put my feet up. I don't need the weight of the world on my shoulders. I don't need to think about responsibility. I'm just going to watch 1992 Batman.
Right. And it's not even just cartoons. Sometimes I'll put on Richie Rich with Macaulay Culkin.
That movie freaked me out.
Why?
It's scary, man.
Richie Rich?
Yeah, bad guys. I don't remember it. Here's what pops into my head. Mount Rushmore.
Yes.
That's the only thing I remember about that movie.
Yes, they had their faces on it, yes. And that's where the money was supposed to be, in there, the vault.
The vault.
And there was nothing in there but, toys and weird stuff.
I want to watch Dragon Ball Z. I think my wife would judge me for it. What are some things that you wish you could do now that you're an adult that you did as a kid? 412-928-9370. Text them in. There's a couple. Because you brought this up yesterday and I've been thinking about it. I wish... I would even do this a little bit in high school, where I would just take a baseball glove and a tennis ball and throw it off my garage for an hour, just thinking about life. But you're just whipping a ball off the wall, it bounces back. You're just doing it over and over. I feel like if I did that in the backyard, it'd be weird.
Yes.
I feel like you can shoot hoops. If you have a basketball hoop and you're an adult, I feel like you could do that. That's passable. But if I'm back there throwing pop-ups up to myself.
Yeah, that's a little odd.
Yeah, I think my neighbor would be like, look at this freakazoid. But I would love to throw pop-ups to myself for an hour and just not think about stuff.
Right.
Can't do it.
I did that with my kids, try to introduce them to hockey a little bit. And I built them a net a couple years ago, and they play with it for a day. And I was like, oh, you don't want to play with it. So I was in my garage with my hockey gloves on, my hockey stick, and my orange ball, and just in there for an hour, just
sniping.
Top shelf,
hitting
stuff off the wall because I was allowed. It's my wall. It's my garage. I'm allowed to break stuff in my house.
But I feel like you have to do that inside. You can't do that in the driveway.
Nope.
If you're shooting a hockey ball into an empty goal in your driveway and you're in your mid-30s, your neighbors think you're weird.
Yes.
When I was younger, I used to pretend like I was playing for the Pirates or the Yankees.
Yeah.
And I would hit tennis balls over my house and over my neighbor's house because our houses are adjacent, so it looked like a ballpark if I stood on the corner. And yeah, I couldn't do that now.
Sometimes when I let the dog out in the backyard, I will take a wiffle ball and I'll just toss it up to myself and just rip it once or twice.
Why would you toss it up to yourself when I've been offering to pitch to you forever now?
Yeah, I'm going to take my dog out at 9:30 p.m., but first I'm going to place a call to you so you can drive over to my house.
And then have a
pitch
sleepover
to me.
after, yes.
I mean, so sleepovers, too.
See,
I actually stumbled into one there.
We did, yes. Because I was a big sleepover guy. I was the only child, so I always had friends sleeping over, or I was sleeping over my friends. I think we should make that a normal thing, like at least maybe once a year after Christmas, during that little dead period before New Year's, that grown men can get with their buddies and have a sleepover.
I had my adult sleepover 2 years ago for the NCAA tournament.
That's right.
People gave me hell. They're like, there's something weird going on there. I'm like, nah, I just want to drink beers, not go anywhere. And, like, I don't want to be at a bar.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to, let's play foosball.
Yep.
And let's goth up. And let's watch some ball. And just be dudes and have some buffalo chicken dip. Like, you don't get to do, you get kids. Like, you don't get to sleep over your friend's house anymore.
Those are fun.
See, people are already judging here on the sleepovers at 412-928-9370.
You don't miss hanging out with your buddies and staying up late and just BSing?
Talking about girls?
Yeah, playing video games or whatever you want to do.
Nerf gun wars.
Yes!
Oh, every time I'd had a birthday, I would have a summer party and a birthday, and we would have Nerf wars in my basement. It was pretty big. We would just put a bunch of stuff up, a bunch of furniture, arrange it, and it'd be a whole arena thing.
Well, here's the great thing. And Doran, you got 3 boys. Like, you can start doing stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can be a kid again.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter, by the way, turning 5 today. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Love you, Nora.
Nice.
5. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. It's ridiculous. But you can relive your childhood through your kids. Like, Christmas got more fun again once you have kids.
Absolutely.
Like, you kind of go back in time.
Mm-hmm.
And if my kid wants to start shooting Nerf darts at me, okay, now I can do it. And I'm going to take it way too seriously. That's fun.
Absolutely. Like, I walked in yesterday, and my kids, had built a tent in the living room. And I just smiled. I was like, man, I used to build tents all the time.
What's with that? It's the best.
It is.
It's like, I put a blanket on top of a chair, and now my house is cooler. Huh.
You just, hide out in there. I'll just hear an iPad going. I'll hear YouTube. I'm like, I look under. I peel up the blanket, and they're just sitting in there with a couple snacks. I'm like, go ahead. You enjoy your time.
Yeah, we got a couch and a TV out here, but, it's cooler because you're under a blanket.
Yep.
I get it. Texter. This is a good one. I lost it. Underage drinking. There was something about, I'm going to take 3 beers over the course of 3 weeks so my parents don't notice, and then I'm going to drink all 3 at one time, and it made drinking more fun because it was taboo. It was bad.
It was bad. The rush of doing something bad.
Yes. And you'll never get that. If I want a beer on a Tuesday, I can walk in and get a beer on a Tuesday. No one's going to yell at me.
Yeah, I hate
that much.
I hate the element of I can just go through the drive-through beer distributor and there's angst about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, I can get a case of beer.
Do you ever do the thing where you would steal liquor and then put a little bit of water in there?
Yep.
And then you'd go to that well too much?
Yep.
Dad's making a cocktail. It's like, Adam! Doran!
Well, I wasn't really bad, but I was a kid, I was young. And, I think my parents trusted me, as they should, because I wasn't bad, but they trusted me a lot. And my parents were flight attendants, both of them. And what they would do is that any leftover airplane bottles, they would bring home.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a huge stash in my house all the time that if things disappeared, nobody would know.
They weren't counting.
No, there was a bunch. Good stuff, too. Vladimir. No, I'm kidding.
Shoe varnish.
Yeah. Svetka.
Oh, God, it makes me want to puke just thinking about it. My dad, they had a mini fridge, and he would always have, he would drink Amstel Light and Foster's. There was always a million Amstel Lights and Foster's. And he would say, Adam, you can't take any. I keep count. I know exactly how many are in there. So when we'd have a party, like sister's birthday in the summer or my birthday or whatever, we'd have a bunch of people over, there'd be a party, that's when I would steal some and make my own stash because, you ain't counting.
No.
And I told him that a couple of years ago, and he's like, yeah, I never counted.
No, never.
He's like, you really think I'm sitting there going, I have 33 Amstels and 4 Foster. He's like, I never counted. He's like, you bought that crap?
Well, scared.
Here's a great text. something that you could do as a kid you can't do as an adult. Throw a fit in public. Now you're just a Karen. You throw a fit in public, at this point, you're labeled a Karen. But a kid does it. Like, I used to just hate that. Kids freaking out in Target or something, and now it's like,
oh, now
you bless yourself. You're like,
yeah,
I see you, parents.
Yep, I get you. I understand.
We empathize.
Uh-huh.
We got you.
Yep, it's tough.
Texter, swinger parties are adult sleepover. All right.
What?
Did you see Riley Reid got married, had a kid?
Who's that?
Google her on your phone. Get off the Wi-Fi.
I'm glad that she, is able to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's probably tough.
Yeah, everyone retires.
That's probably really tough.
I would think so. Running backs have a short shelf life. Get a lot of tread coming off the tires.
Yeah.
I could see her fitting that category.
Yeah. Wasn't there a person like that went to West Virginia and mom showed up at like orientation and she was a star?
Really?
Yes. A couple years ago.
I'm going to have to turn my Wi-Fi off. Do a little googly Google.
I was like, that's probably tough for the daughter.
That'd be tough. You can't delete stuff off the internet. Once it's out there, it's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But congratulations to her on having a child.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep. Kid just walked right on out.
Just hopped through.
Just... those running back drills where they... Never mind. All right, in 30 seconds, another Steelers wide receiver trade rumor. And as more and more wide receivers get moved, Amari Cooper is gone, Devontae Adams gone, we know what happened with Brandon Ayuk, you would think the possible list of suitors gets smaller and smaller, thus leaving the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's get into it. Like I said, in 30 seconds, bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
If the Rams are willing to take on the salary I heard that they're willing to do, so they are definitely open to trading Cooper Kupp, so we'll see if they'll be able to get a deal done. I just don't think Kansas City has even enough money, even if the Rams were to take on some of that salary. That's been the problem and the reason why they haven't been able to go after a Devontae Adams, an Amari Cooper, like we've seen other teams be aggressive with.
Diana Rossini, NFL insider for The Athletic, she's tapped in. She was on the Le Batard show. Cooper Kupp available. And it sounds like he's being shopped. Not, hey, Les Snead, is it?
Yes.
Hey, Les, is that Cooper guy available? Sounds like Les is calling around. Hey, this Cooper guy's available. Of course the Steelers are interested. Absolutely. Omar Khan and Snead have had a conversation. I don't know that, but it makes sense. Steelers go after Adams. Steelers go after Brandon Ayuk. Steelers interested in Mike Williams on a number of different occasions. The Steelers have been and probably are looking for wide receiver help. The question is, Doran, is he a fit? And the asking price right now, a second-round pick, is he worth that?
I'd like to know his contract, too. I don't know if you have the numbers there.
It's really affordable. And they've said that, at least according to Diana Rossini, they'd be willing to pick up some of the tab on this. I think it's $9 million the rest of the year. And then I think he's due a $4 million signing bonus next season. And I think the cap hits somewhere in the $20, $25 million range. I'm going to pull that up.
Well, if that is true, then absolutely. He's a fit because he's Cooper Kupp. People want to say, oh, well, he's a slot receiver. He's not a slot receiver. He's a receiver. He's a guy, and if you think that he's a slot receiver, then he can motion into the slot or he can motion out of the slot. He can run routes on the outside. I mean, the guy is a high productive wide receiver. He's an absolute fit. He's a fit in anybody's offense. He's a really good wide receiver. He's been injured. I understand that. And I believe that his injury was a hamstring, something of that nature this year. Obviously, you have to see if he's healthy. But a second-round pick, yes. I think that the Steelers are desperate, and they have been desperate for months now for a number 2 or number 1 wide receiver. This would fill that void. This is almost, honestly, the perfect complement to George Pickens, the type of receiver Cooper Kupp is. He's not like George Pickens. Mike Williams is more like George Pickens than Cooper Kupp is, and you don't want 2 of the same guys. You want 2 different guys. And Cooper Kupp he's played at a high level for a long time. He's won a Super Bowl. He's a guy that could come in here and not only have high production, if healthy, but he could really help that whole receiver core of understanding how to play wide receiver better, especially George Pickens. I think that if you're serious about urgency, as Art 2 talked after the season, this is an urgent move. As you said, Crowley, they've been in the market for a receiver for months. Ayuk, Devontae Adams. Now Cooper Kupp becomes available. I think this is an absolute must. And I would give up a second for it.
Ooh.
Can you picture what Russ did Sunday night? And Russ is just trying to build his foundation right now. He hasn't played football in a long time. And he did what he did Sunday night. 264 yards, 2 touchdowns. Think about giving him a volume.
Yes.
A high volume wide receiver. And George Pickens in this offense. Now you're cooking. I don't care what anybody has to say. This would be a huge move by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and then they would be in the conversation, in my mind, of being a legit contender.
Well, we've talked about that. Where are the Steelers in the pecking order of the AFC? Well, defensively, they're one of the best teams in the league, if not the best defense in the NFL. And people are going to say, well, what about the Dallas game? What about the Indy game? Okay, that's legit. They had some coverage breakdowns, which is, I'd rather it be that than we're not good on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
They had coverage breakdowns. We didn't see it against Aaron Rodgers. They had some trouble tackling early, but in the second half, the defense has been excellent all year long, and it was excellent again. Their defense is, it's the best in the league. And the best defense in the league looks different now than it did in 2008. I think people need to get that in their mind. So that side of the ball, I think, is Super Bowl caliber. You look at the best offenses in football, and you look at the Lions, and you look at the Ravens, and probably I should reverse that. And I think about what Buffalo can do when they're clicking on all cylinders, and the Chiefs really haven't got there. I don't know that Cooper Kupp takes the Steelers to that level, but because your defense is so good, you don't need to be the best offense in the league. You need to, in a one-game scenario against a team, let's say like Buffalo, you need to keep them from hitting 30, and you need to get as close to 30 as you can. This guy would help you do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would put them legitimately in the conversation to be one of the best teams in the AFC. And that's what it's all about. What are you missing? You're missing a wide receiver. You now have a quarterback that you feel confident can get wide receivers the football. Van Jefferson caught a touchdown. Calvin Austin had a big play. And I understand the whole slot receiver thing. I do. So I did some digging here. Calvin Austin plays 34 snaps on average a game. George Pickens plays 49 snaps on average a game. Why? Because the Steelers don't run a lot of 3 wide receiver sets.
Right.
But then you ask yourself, can Amari Cooper play 15 snaps outside the numbers a game? Yeah. He's not a small guy. He's listed at 6'2", 207. He's a great slot receiver, but he's not, and people want to do this because the white guy thing, he's not Wes Welker. He's not Julian Edelman. This is a big guy in the slot. He's like somewhere between a tight end and a slot, a regular traditional slot receiver. So, yeah, you could play him outside from time to time. Of course you can. Why? Because he's good. My concern has a lot more to do with the injury history with him. He's played 23 out of a possible 41 games the last 3 seasons and change. That's why I wouldn't give up a second-round pick for him. I would wait it out.
Mm-hmm.
Devontae Adams, the ask was a second-round pick and ... and you wind up getting a conditional third. I'd offer a fourth with potential for that fourth to be a third, and that would be my offer, and then you see where it goes from there.
Mm-hmm.
A second-round pick's a lot for me to give up for a guy that I think at any moment he's just not available to you.
I also would look at this. You got Roman Wilson in the third round, and he's probably not going to play this year.
Yes.
So next year, you're probably going to draft a receiver maybe in the second round. Like, it's a 50-50 crapshoot, in my opinion. Like, could that guy be a Roman Wilson, or could he be a high-productive receiver for you next year? You're guessing. And then you're hoping with Cooper Kupp that he could just stay healthy, because if he does stay healthy, you already have it on paper that he could be a high-productive receiver. So if it came down to it and I was very desperate, and if I was the Pittsburgh Steelers and looking at my situation, I would throw back, hey, okay, a fourth-round pick. But at the end of the day, if we can't move off of that, I'm willing to give I'd be willing to give a second-round pick, because that's what I'm going to use probably next year for wide receiver, and I don't know if that guy is going to even pan out. So this is such a merry-go-round for months and months of receiver.
It is. And they've also kind of told us through roster moves this offseason and then in Russell Wilson starting the other night, they're not really thinking all that much about the future.
No.
If at all. If you're thinking about the future, then the 25-year-old quarterback who's 4-2 would start every game the rest of the way.
Yes.
Because you feel like you can win with him, and you would let him get better, and you would see what you have. But they think Russell Wilson gives them a better chance to win a playoff game. Based on what we saw Sunday night, I tend to agree with them on that. That's their focus. So I say, out of one side of my mouth, I ain't giving up a second-round pick for a guy who's played 23 games out of a possible 41. But do they view it that way? Or are they going to pay the price now, knowing they've swung and missed on wide receivers until this point, and damn it, we're just going to pay the price to get it done?
Mm-hmm.
So let's throw it out there. 412-928-9370, fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Are the Steelers a Cooper Kupp away from being a legitimate contender in the AFC? Would you be willing to give up a second-round pick? 412-928-9370. There are other names out there that might intrigue me more. I'll give you a couple of those guys when we come back. Plus, who are some other teams that might be involved that could drive the price up on this thing? 412-928-9370. We'll get to all of that coming up next. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost to the Calgary Flames yesterday in a shootout. 4-3 was the listed final. Penguins are now 3-4-1. They have two more away games coming up in the next week. They're going to have a 3-game home stretch. More fun headlines. Go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
The leaves are falling in. It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BODY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 42424. That's BODY to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. Fabric Talk. Hey, it's me, your couch. Today's my favorite day of the week. Febreze Fabric Spray Day. The occasional deep cleans are nice, but in between, you know I'm needing a refresh. Ooh, here she comes with the Febreze Fabric Spray. Oh yeah, spritz them armrests. Don't be shy. Nothing like a good spray down to get me smelling so fresh and clean. Don't forget my back. Nice. Febreze Fabric Spray. It's just that easy. Now we can both breathe happy. Febreze. La 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 la.
Clouds and sun today, the high 76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Heading into Week 8, the Bengals, the Jets, and Dolphins can still get hot and go on a late-season run. That's how much I believe in Joe Burrow, Aaron Rodgers, and Tua Tagovailoa, assuming he returns, which I think is going to happen this week. In the wide-open NFC, the Eagles have started to reverse their fortunes, while the injury-plagued 49ers can still easily qualify for the playoffs by winning that division. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BODY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 42424. That's BODY to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bit of trouble as we head into the morning rush. This report brought to you by Train. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us an accident. This is blocking the right lane near the 31st Street Bridge. Also a report of a second accident up by Shaler Waterworks. You have solid delays all the way back toward the Route 8 Etna bypass. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that gets in line for you right around the runaway truck sand pile, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You can give us a text, 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Someone texts in, Adam and Doran, thanks for being my morning show commute. You guys are great in the mornings. Keep up the good work. You guys are the new Stan and Guy. Love the show.
Wow. High praise.
That's very high praise. I'm not sure Stan ever talked about Riley Reid. Don't think he was discussing the nudity on the For You tab, but we appreciate you listening. Great guy, Stan. R.I.P. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Diana Rossini reporting that Cooper Kupp is available. The Los Angeles Rams aren't a very good football team, and they might be trying to move on. They are trying to move on from one of the great wide receivers in the NFL, a guy who in 2021 had one of the best seasons a wide receiver has ever had. The asking price is second-round pick. Would you pay that asking price? 412-928-9370. We'd love you to call. There are some other teams that are going to be interested, too. You'd have to think, Doran. Like, obviously, the Jets aren't going to get another wide receiver, so you scratch them off the list. The Bills aren't going to get another wide receiver. You scratch them off the list. They just got Amari Cooper. Baltimore, maybe? Maybe? They only have like $4 million in cap space, though. Now, Diana Rossini reporting that the Rams are willing to eat some of the salary to get that second-round pick in return, but you'd have to eat a lot for Baltimore to make that work.
Mm-hmm. Are you just talking AFC teams?
I'm looking around. I mean, Tampa makes sense.
Tampa. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, Chris Godwin's ankle fell off.
Yes.
Yikes.
Mike Evans' hamstring fell off.
And they are in a division battle here with the Falcons. I think they play them this week, or they're coming up on the schedule real quick, and they already lost to the Falcons once. Like, this is a very winnable division with the Saints and with the worst team in the league, perhaps, or maybe not even perhaps, in Carolina. Like, so they would fancy themselves still in it. I don't think that Evans is going to be out for the year.
No, he's out past the bye week, though.
Yeah. So they might be the front runner. I'm trying to think of who else would be interested in a wide receiver. So maybe Baltimore. The Chiefs I could see. I could see that happening. Those would be the three, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think the Chiefs have a lot of cap space.
They don't.
If the Steelers want to make this happen, I don't know that it'll take a second-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Devontae Adams, it's going to be a second-round pick. Nah. If it's a conditional fourth, I'd sign up for it right now. I would sign in blood. I would do it. But if you want to make it happen now, you're going to have to give up that second-round pick. And you said you would do that to ensure getting this guy on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, clearly I would offer lower. But if they don't bite, then, and I know that a team like Tampa is desperate. You look around the league, it's like, okay, who is desperate for a receiver? Then I start try to feel the temperature of the situation, and then I might just eat it and say, here's a second-round pick.
Yeah. I mean, what I would do is I would do the conditional fourth thing, and I'd say, well, you don't need to pick up any salary. I mean, not really.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers could always restructure.
Right.
They're as good at that as any team in the NFL. The next few seasons doesn't bother me. The thing that scares me is the injury. He's a good player. The slot thing doesn't worry me at all.
No.
You can find ways to use him if you've got faith in Arthur Smith, and you and I do have faith in Arthur Smith. People seem to think you don't use a slot here. Again, Calvin Austin's getting 34 snaps a game, and I think that you can play Cooper outside, and he could take the Van Jefferson role.
Yes.
Whenever you only have two wide receiver sets.
Yes.
They want him to block Van Jefferson. Like, they need their receivers to block. Cooper Kupp kills guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he whams the hell out of dudes in the Rams offense all the time when he's healthy. There's also this. Can he play still? Yeah. The issue isn't he's so banged up he's not effective. It's, is he going to be on the field for you? In 2 games this year, he's been targeted 27 times. 18 catches, 147 yards. Van Jefferson has played in 7 games and has 70-some-odd yards. And now he has a touchdown. So Cooper Kupp in 2 games has doubled up what Van Jefferson has done in 7 games.
Do we know what the injury was?
I think it was a hamstring.
I think it was a hamstring.
But I might be doing the Mike Evans thing.
I'm pretty sure it was a hamstring. And if it's that, then and he's been out for a while, then he'd be healthy. He'd be ready to go.
Unlikely to play. Ankle injury.
Ankle, okay.
I bet you he was healthy against the Raiders this weekend, and you just don't want to put him out there.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Devontae Adams thing. Like, Devontae Adams, he might have had a little twinge in the hamstring at some point or another, but I don't believe that it was ever as bad as they made it. They just didn't want a guy that was going to yield them a conditional third-round pick to wind up getting hurt, and then you're not going to be able to get anything for him. So the report was that Cooper Kupp was going to play against Las Vegas, and then at the last minute they said no. Yeah, I'm guessing it's because they're having him out there in trade conversations. But the injury thing's legit. It's a worry. It's why I would go after a Darius Slayton first. If Cooper Kupp's healthy, he's a better player. He's a better player than probably any wide receiver that's going to be available right now. I do worry. It's not just this year. It was last year and it was the year before. And when you get to 30 and above, these things start to pile up a little bit more.
His volume wouldn't be as much, though. He still would have a high percentage of volume, but the way that they did things with Stafford in L.A., like he was – I mean, think about how many targets and catches he already had whenever he played 2 games. Like, he's not going to – they want to run 2 tight end sets.
Mm-hmm.
That's their main personnel. Like, he would go in there, and whenever he'd be in there, he'd be efficient, and it would be, quality over quantity type deal. Like, he's not getting the volume that he would in L.A. It's a different offense.
Yeah.
So you cut that, a percentage out of that. Like, he's not susceptible of getting injured as much as he would in L.A. because he was just, he was everywhere. He was doing so many different things, and it was effective, but that offense is way different than what Arthur Smith would have him do.
Yeah, 14 targets in each of the first 2 games for Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, that's just not going to that won't happen.
No, but it doesn't mean that you don't need a guy.
Right.
Just because you're not going to feature him the way that they would feature him doesn't mean you don't need him. I understand exactly what you're saying.
It'd be efficient targets.
Yeah. And I didn't see enough, even though it was an offensive outburst from the Steelers, to think they don't still need another wide receiver. Because here's what I think is going to happen. We talked about this yesterday. Najee Harris has rushed for 100 yards in each of the last 2 games. He looks as good as he ever has in a Steelers uniform. And that's who they want to be. That's what they want to do, and they want to play pass off of it. And they were super effective, 9 of 12 for a quarterback rating of 116. Was Russell Wilson throwing after the play-action fake? Like, how many times did we see George Pickens singled up one-on-one, and when it wasn't against Sauce Gardner, they took shots? Like, that's what a veteran quarterback does.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's one-on-one? Oh, it's not Sauce Gardner? I'm going to throw it up there and let that guy make a play. I don't know how much single coverage you're going to be seeing from George Pickens from here on out. So go get another wide receiver, so you have to key on that guy too, and then the running game should be there. And I asked the question, and I do want people to weigh in here. We have a tougher time, I suppose, at times getting calls in the 6 o'clock hour. We'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. If they get another legitimate wide receiver, Like, can you see them in the AFC Championship game? Like, do you think that they belong in a conversation with the Ravens and the Bills and the Chiefs and maybe Houston? 412-928-9370. Give us a ring. We'll talk to you about that coming up next. We'll get into that coming up next. You can always tweet us as well. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. There's another reason why they need a wide receiver. Mike Tomlin addressed it yesterday. We'll get into that as well. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they lost yesterday against the Calgary Flames. They lost in a shootout 4-3. Penguins have a couple more games left this week, and they're not going to play till the weekend. They play the Edmonton Oilers on Friday. They play the Canucks on Saturday. Then next week they're going to have 3 home games in a row. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Fight for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Get 25% off installation of new energy-efficient windows and siding with 48 months, 0 interest. That's 40 years, 0 interest. You pay no interest until 2028. And get a free polar wrap that acts like a giant Snuggie around your house, keeping you warm and cozy this winter. Weather Seal Home Services, where comfort meets savings. 877-351-SEAL or visit weathersealhomeservices.com. Offer valid through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Balance of Nature supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, I'm Phil Sims. I played pro football for 15 years. Enjoyed all of it. Ups and downs, no doubt. Injuries were part of it for sure for me. When I found Balance of Nature, I said, let me try it. Take it every morning and every afternoon, and it makes me feel happy. We can't say enough good things about it.
Go to balanceofnature.com and get 35% off with your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code
Phil.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
He missed some practice time because of the hammy. And as we've talked repeatedly in this setting, Roman needs to work for me to really consider him. His participation got compromised some last week. And so really once it got compromised, I moved on.
Yeah, I wouldn't count on Roman Wilson getting much burn for the Steelers this year. I don't know if he's in the doghouse or what. Mike Tomlin sometimes treats rookies this way. He always makes sure that guys who are young, if they're not practicing, stay out of the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels a little extreme here, and it does have me wondering if Roman is having a tough time picking up what they're putting down. Either way, he's not going to be playing significant snaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Like, whenever you're behind the eight ball like that, you come in and you have some OTAs, and then you get hurt in training camp, and you don't have a preseason. And to get on that moving train, as Mike Tomlin would say, it's very, very tough. And then whenever you start to feel better, you still have to learn what you're doing. You still have to get the speed of the game down, and then you get hurt again.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin's he's not dealing with any of that. Like, he not that he hates that, but it's like, can't make the club in the tub type deal. Like,
right.
We're trying to do something here, and you're not able to hop on right now. So we got to move forward.
Mike Tomlin bought himself, in my opinion, some benefit of the doubt with the Russell Wilson decision. Like, obviously they saw enough from Russ to know what he was capable of. They've obviously not seen enough from Roman Wilson, and I'm not going to question him on this one. You can't have a guy out there running wrong routes. If you're not jumping on the moving train, yeah, okay, you can say some of that's Tomlin, just not trusting young guys, but maybe it's just a young guy not being worth trusting.
Yeah, maybe he's just a young guy.
Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. Some guys pick it up, some guys don't, but missing that much time early in the developmental phase of things, that's going to cost a guy at that position, no doubt about it. How long would it take a guy like Cooper Kupp to jump on a moving train? Like, you do have to pick up a new offense.
I don't think it would take that long. He's a smart guy. I mean, Devontae Adams, he played, literally, he got there, 4 days before the game?
Yeah.
And he played. And it's not like he had, just a minimal amount of snaps where it was just like, all right, these are your plays. Like, nah, he was out there, every single play.
Yeah, he played a ton, got targeted 8 times or 9 times.
Yeah.
Now,
it wouldn't take long.
I don't think so either. I'd like to do it before the bye.
That's ideal.
Yeah.
So you can get some more time, some extra time with him.
Yes. Just, okay, we're going to go over this, that. And as a smart guy, you get a couple of weeks, you should be able to pick it up.
But you know how Russell Wilson is. I mean, Russell, if you get Cooper Kupp, say tomorrow, Russell Wilson is staying till midnight with Cooper Kupp, teaching him, and they're going over all kinds of different things.
And maybe they're going to eat the dangerous sandwich from Permanis.
Yes.
Did you see that?
I did.
I'm getting one on Saturday.
What is it? Pepperoni, bacon,
ham,
and
salami.
Salami.
Yeah.
So it's like a bacon Italian Permanis.
Yeah. I told my wife I don't need much. My birthday's Sunday. I said my stupid football team plays at 7 p.m. Saturday night.
Who?
My stupid football team.
Oh.
Soon to be coached by Jimbo Fisher with defensive coordinator Nick Saban.
Yep.
And I just want to go to Permanis. I want to watch the first half, and I want to hammer one of those dangerous sandwiches. Just crush it.
Mm-hmm. In your sorrows.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They ain't going to win.
No.
So I might as well get my belly full and have a couple of pops. 412-928-9370. Should the Steelers give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp? Or is there another receiver they should target? Is there a different price you'd want to pay? Let's start with Tom in Greensburg. Hi, Tom.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Honestly, the Cooper Kupp thing to me it makes a lot of sense. Now that George Pickens is kind of showcased on a nationally televised game, there's going to be, they're going to game plan more for him. You got to get somebody that can open the field up when he is seeing that coverage that'll kind of get it off of him. And if I'm the Steelers, I go to them and say, look, we don't need you to do so much with the money. How about a third-round pick and maybe you pay less of that money?
I would do that. I would do that. Or a fourth with a chance to move up to a 2 based on what Cooper does or how far you advance in the playoffs. Thank you for the call, Tom, at 412-928-9370. He brings up Pickens. Here's the other thing. If Pickens gets hurt, you're screwed.
Oh yeah, you're a run heavy 90% of the time offense.
They might play 5 tight ends.
Yes. Seriously.
Goal line
throughout the whole entire game.
That's right. Let's get the single wing going. Seriously, because then you're down to Van Jefferson and you're down to Calvin Austin, and maybe you would at that point have to see Roman Wilson because what are your other options there? You need another guy to guard against that too. Absolutely. Now, all this being said, you offer a second-round pick. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler today. Andrew and Clarion. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Pretty good.
So I am doing a second-round pick on Cooper Kupp all day long. The dude is going to definitely open up your offense. Like you said, if Pickens gets hurt, they are screwed, capital screwed, because there's just nobody else that is getting open like Pickens can or can make those catches. I don't think, like Doran was saying, that you need him to come in and have 14 targets a game. You give him 7 or 8, I think he's doing damage. And then, Crowley, I do have a question for you.
Oh, boy.
Pending your statement there on your stupid team. What is that team? Because my team also plays on Saturday night at 7 o'clock, and that would be the University of Miami. So I'm just curious to what your team is.
Miami of Ohio?
No, Miami of Florida.
Defense sucks.
Who do they play?
Oops. I hung up. Sorry, Andrew. All right, Miami football schedule.
They have... Florida State.
Oh! Well, they're going to win that one. You would think. They're flirting with it a little bit. I don't look at them as the Ohio States, Oregons, Bamas, Georgias.
Nope.
ACC contenders, sure. That defense, whoo!
They've gotten lucky.
They sure have.
They've gotten lucky a bunch of times.
Yes.
Even the Louisville game, it was back and forth, and then there were some questionable calls. The one where
52-45.
Yeah. It's close for Miami.
But I can't sit here and talk crap on Miami when my team's 3-4 and Neil Brown's the head coach.
At least you're not Florida State.
Hey, that's true.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, West Virginia and Florida State have a lot in common. Neither team played for a national championship last year, and both teams falling woefully short of their expectations this year.
And both teams could have Jimbo Fisher as their head coach.
That's right. 412-928-9370. Do you want the Steelers to give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp? Would it make them legitimate contenders in the AFC? Do you think they're a legitimate contender without Cooper Kupp? How you feeling? 412-928-9370. Someone text in, how dare you forget Scotty Miller? I did forget Scotty Miller. I think sometimes everyone forgets about Scotty Miller but his parents.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. Even though I saw him walking out after the game, and he had a couple people with him, more than his parents.
Oh, okay, good.
So there's other people.
He's got an entourage.
Yeah.
He's a baller.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's Calvin Austin, Scotty Miller, and Van Jefferson with George Pickens out, you are in a world of hurt.
Yes.
You're not beating anybody like that. It's just not going to happen. You're not beating Washington. Weird to say. Not beating Baltimore. You're not beating anybody. The Steelers' defense is very good. Mike Tomlin's Steelers' defense is very, very good. But we've seen what it looks like in the playoffs, and you need to score. Like, the Kansas City Chiefs had a bad offense last year, and they won with defense in the AFC Championship game. But to win the Super Bowl, they had to score a ton of points.
Yes.
That's the name of the game, and you're not doing that if George Pickens is hurt, and you might not be scoring enough even if George Pickens is healthy if your number 2 wide receiver continues to be Van Jefferson. 412-928-9370. I'd still take Mike Williams. I'd still take Darius Slayton. I don't know that it needs to be Cooper Kupp, but they need a guy.
Yep.
And if it's Kupp, okay, fine. They need a guy. Your calls, texts, tweets on all this coming up. 412-928-9370. The Penguins also stunk it up last night. They were good until they needed to be very good, and then they were sticking it up. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yes, the Penguins are now 3-4 with one overtime loss on the season after losing a shootout to the Calgary Flames yesterday, which gave the posted final score 4-3. Penguins have a couple days off before playing 2 days in a row this weekend. They play Friday and Saturday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things still a little rough on Route 28. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. The Cordell and Cornell traffic cam keeping an eye on Route 28. We had an earlier accident on that inbound side near the 31st Street Bridge, and the traffic cam showing that they are backing still from the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side. Parkway West, you're heavy between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East, that's jammed at Wilkinsburg down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about me.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 2nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
They don't call her confiscation Kamala for nothing.
Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, breaking NFL news at 6:50 in the morning. This just tweeted out by Adam Schefter. Aren't you supposed to throw a Zyn can at my head or something?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We need a...
Breaking news.
Yeah. Ah! Adam Schefter reporting that DeAndre Hopkins being shipped to the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs and Titans working to finalize a trade. League sources tell ESPN.
So there's one team down.
And then there were three, right? Tampa, Baltimore, Pittsburgh for Amari Cooper. There's
Cooper Kupp.
What did I say?
Amari Cooper.
Too many Coopers.
That's the second time you did that.
For real?
Yeah. That's all right.
I was watching Chris Berman do Sunday Night Primetime or NFL Primetime, and he said, "When the moon hits your eye like a great pizza pie, that's Amari Cooper." I was like, dang. I don't know if he still got it or if he's corny as hell. He's always been corny as hell, but you know what? It hit.
It did.
I don't really think that the Steelers are missing out on DeAndre Hopkins. Like, that was not a guy that I ever really wanted here.
Me neither. I just thought that he does look older now. He does play older.
Yes.
Cooper Kupp, in my opinion, does not. Now, can he stay on the field? That's the question.
Right.
But he doesn't look like he is aging. And DeAndre Hopkins isn't what he once was before. So he will help Kansas City, though. I mean, it's kind of hard not to.
Sure. And it really doesn't matter who they get or got. That guy's going to come in and be productive. Yeah. Look at what Juju Smith-Schuster had been doing. And Juju got hurt. So they go out and they get a wide receiver, DeAndre Hopkins. We'll let you know what the trade compensation is. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Just to re-emphasize the point you were making about the age and the effects of that on DeAndre Hopkins. So Hopkins has played in 6 games and has 15 catches for 173 yards. Cooper Kupp, 2 games. 18 catches, 147 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So when Cooper Kupp is healthy and out there, he is still productive. DeAndre Hopkins is just a shell of himself. Last year, he did have over 1,000 yards, and he played in 16 games, so availability might be your best ability, but he's a far cry from what he used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Kupp last season played in 12 games, had 737 yards and 5 touchdowns, so he can still do it. 412-928-9370. Should the Steelers give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp? I'm going to fight the damn Amari Cooper thing for the rest of the show.
Just say Cooper.
Cooper.
Everybody will know because Amari Cooper's gone. He's in Buffalo. Just say Cooper.
Cooper.
One's black and one's white. I don't know how you can get those mixed up. And, I mean, Amari is not a white name.
Ron in Monongahela. Hi, Ron.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Just to go on the topic of are they contenders with the top teams, I don't think they are. And here's my reason. Tomlin's teams seem to have a trademark of getting off to slow starts. And my theory is if they get off to a slow start against a good team's going to bury them.
And they've gotten off to really bad starts in playoff games. I mean, just historically now, you go back the last 7 years, when they get into the playoffs, they're getting run, and they're getting run early, Ron. But you'd have a better chance, in my opinion, of getting off to fast starts if you've got better players.
Mm-hmm. And they're 5-2, though.
Yes.
So.
And they, look.
I mean, what's a good team whenever he says that?
Well, also a good point. Look, they scored 13 points in the first half, and it did not look good early. But I attribute that to rust. I think the jury's still out on whether or not this can be a team that starts quickly. Like, there have been reasons, but it's been Justin Fields' offense for 6 games, and we saw Russell Wilson double up the first half average in points per game that Justin Fields was putting out there. Even with the 3 straight 3-and-outs that they attributed, Tomlin and Russell Wilson attributed to rust. So let's see what it looks like this week. He knocked the cobwebs off, get him out there, see if they can start a little bit quicker this week.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll have the bye, and maybe there'll be some rust coming off the bye. I don't know. But I think the jury's still out. Now, historically, you're right. In the playoffs, they've been getting run in the first quarter, run second quarter, and games are over by halftime. So I get it. But go get a good player. 412-928-9370. If you missed it, just moments ago, the breaking news, Adam Schefter of ESPN, the Titans and Chiefs working on a deal that would send DeAndre Hopkins to Kansas City. That would take them, you would think, out of the running for Cooper Kupp, for maybe a guy like Darius Slayton, for Mike Williams. Would you give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp? Does that make the Steelers a contender in the AFC? 412-928-9370. We'll continue to take your calls. And also, Mike Tomlin all of a sudden getting Coach of the Year love, Doran, from a national analyst. Is that fair? Does he merit consideration for Coach of the Year? We'll get into that, too. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. We won't be as hot today as we were yesterday, where we saw record-setting warmth in Du Bois and a more than 75-year record tied in Wheeling due to the heat. Out-the-door temperatures are near 50 in most places, with highs today hitting the mid-70s. I have noon temperatures near 70. It's going to be breezy this afternoon. Clouds will also return this afternoon with isolated showers possible after 6 o'clock, and we'll have another isolated rain chance on Friday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, man, can you call the ride?
I can, but, you mind doing it instead?
Yeah, I guess, but why can't you?
Well, thing is, my score is really bad.
Ha, that's embarrassing.
Oh, really? Well, at least my voter score is high.
Wait, your what?
My voter score. I have a 5.0 if I don't say so myself. I vote in every single election. Presidentials, primaries, local elections, you name it. If there's an election, I'm voting.
Oh, that's a thing?
Mm-hmm. And it's public.
For real?
Yeah, man. You better start voting. Gotta get that score up.
I like high scores. How do I start?
Okay, Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th. Make sure you vote. That'll get that voter score up. Hit up votehq.org to check your registration and where to vote.
Nice. I'll call the ride now. And let me check out votehq.org while we wait.
Your voting record is public. Friends and family can't see who you vote for, but they can see if you vote. Vote by November 5th and make sure you have the highest voter score you can. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and you know what time it is. It's that time of the year when it starts getting dark early, and here come the pounds. Belt going up 1 or 2 notches, second chin starts to show. You know the drill. Don't let it happen. We have some tough battles coming up. Halloween candy, Thanksgiving dinner, all of the endless goodies during the holiday season. It used to be impossible for me to say no to those things, but not anymore, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. I'm not saying you have to completely avoid it either. That's the other beauty of Awaken 180. You can still indulge in your holiday joys, but Awaken 180 can teach you their ways to keep it under control. You know what I'm proud of this year? I've done nothing but lose weight. That's right. Since 2024 began, I haven't gone up a single pound. It's been all in the opposite direction. How can you do the same? Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continues to get heavy for you, and this report brought to you by Gunner Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gunner Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 888-5 Helmet. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway West. Your delays approaching the top of Green Tree Hill, heavy down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 recovering from the earlier accident near the 31st Street Bridge, still causing solid delays back to the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway East gets in line at Wilkinsburg down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing, choose savings up to $6,500 off, or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We were going to talk about the Penguins briefly in the last segment, but breaking NFL news that does affect the Steelers. DeAndre Hopkins being traded from Tennessee to the Kansas City Chiefs. Boy, it's going to be nice to see Kansas City finally get a chance to win something, Doran.
Right?
It's been so long, so difficult for them. So DeAndre Hopkins going to be a Chief. The Steelers have been linked by Diana Rossini of The Athletic, who's an NFL insider, to wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Would that make sense for the Steelers? The Rams reportedly would pick up some of the salary. They're asking for a second-round pick. Would you do that? 412-928-9370. We have a bunch of calls on the line. We'll get to you coming up in a moment. But the Penguins did lose last night. They gave up a goal with like 45 seconds left. They had a one-goal lead twice in the third period. They can't hold on a lead to save their life. They don't know how to play with the lead. They don't know how to extend leads. They can't play defense. They're lost in their own zone. But there was a bigger takeaway. And it's that Tristan Jarry, for the second consecutive game, Doran, was a healthy scratch. They got to put him on waivers.
Yep.
Put him on waivers. See if someone takes him off your hands. I doubt that it'll happen. Send him to Wilkes-Barre. See if he can figure it out. And then maybe a goaltender goes down due to injury at another point in the year, and you can ship him off then. He can't play hockey games for you.
No.
You're bad defensively, and then you're going to play the bad goalie. Can't do it.
Well, I saw the quote from Dubas saying that we owe it to the guy to have him figure it out. Like, I'm paraphrasing here, obviously, but for him to figure it out. Like, is he going to figure it out by not playing? Like, because he's a confidence guy, right? He seems to me like a confidence guy. Like, whenever his confidence is shot, and that's a lot of hockey players and a lot of goalies and a lot of positions in sports where it comes down to you. It's all about confidence. And Tristan Jarry, I feel like, is a guy that not only whenever he's in a rut, but whenever he's not playing because he's in a rut, can just go even deeper into a rut. This isn't going to be – he's not going to figure it out by not playing.
Right.
And they're not going to play him because that's a disservice to the team.
Correct.
So, to me, it's long gone. Like, how is he going to figure this out?
He looked dead in the eyes when he got pulled in the opener. I mean, he just looked like he didn't have confidence. No soul. And the next time they throw him out there, he looked even worse. This is a guy, you're right, who's doubting himself. And I don't think Mike Sullivan believes him at all. If you do, you don't healthy scratch him twice. You let him play out of it. Like, if you really believe in a guy, you're going to throw him out there, and you're going to say eventually he figures it out. Last year, 14 straight games where you're not playing him. You're playing Nedeljkovic, who you basically were paying the league minimum, slightly above. And now you're healthy scratching him. You got to put him on waivers. See what happens. All right, back to the ball. 412-928-9370. Cooper Kupp available, according to Diana Rossini. Does he change the big picture outlook for the Steelers? If you've got them, let's say, 5th in your AFC hierarchy right now, does he move them up the ladder? Would you be willing to give up a second-round pick? Does he change things for the Steelers? Let's go to Big C in Fort Myers, Florida. Hi, Big C.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's been a long time since I spoke to you, since last season at least.
It's good to hear from you again, Big C.
Hey, I listen every morning religiously. Trust me, I don't miss a day. I just don't get the opportunity to call in. But, hey, Cooper Kupp, I'm buying, man. This is now – you've got a quarterback in Russell Wilson that the Pittsburgh Steelers haven't had in quite a while, and that is somebody with play action that's going to turn their back to the defense. But more importantly, they set up the run with the pass. Russell Wilson is going to make those safeties pull out of the box. They can't come crashing down on Najee and on Warren. You throw Cooper Kupp on the outside, you put Calvin Austin in the slot, or you can flip-flop them every now and again with Pickens on the outside, and then you got Freiermuth under the middle. Pick your poison. Who do you stop? With Russell Wilson with the play action, it's open all day. 30 points? Hey, man, you might be getting 35 points a game.
35 a game. Thank you, Big C, and thanks for listening every day. Your thoughts on Big C's analysis?
Well, I think it opens up George a lot, and it's like you saw George get singled up on Sunday night. Like, that's not going to happen as the season moves forward. There, he's going to start getting double because you don't want George to break the game open, because you know that's where Russ is going to go. So you put another threat out there. It's very simple. It's almost elementary. Like, whenever you have a high productive receiver on the other side that is different, like, pick your poison. And you know the Steelers want to run the football. So are you going to put guys in the box? Or are you going to double Kupp? Or are you going to double George? Or are you going to double Pat Freiermuth? Like, that's how offense works, like that. It's supposed to work like that. And Cooper Kupp would command that because he can run every route, too.
Yes.
Like, that's what people aren't understanding. Like, there are receivers out there that run maybe 5 routes that are really good. They can run other routes, but 5 routes that are really good. Cooper Kupp can run the whole entire tree. So you can put him in the slot. You can put him outside. You can put him, close. You can put him down as the third receiver. You can motion him. You can do all these different things with him that puts the defense in a bind. And that just opens it up for everybody else. I mean, it's almost about his presence of being out there than the production, and the production is good. So that's why I'm so high on this. Like, I'm setting a second-round pick. I'm thinking that he's healthy. He passes a physical. He was out with an ankle. He should be healthy right now. I'll take how many games are left of production of Cooper Kupp, because I know that it'll open everything else up in my offense.
How about 2/4? Two picks, 1 Kupp.
Yes.
You like that one?
Yes.
707, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. The asking price reportedly is second, according to Diana Rossini, and the Rams willing to pick up or eat some of the contract. I'd offer them 2/4 with the possibility of 1 maybe moving to a third. Make it hard to attain and say, don't worry about picking up the salary. I mean, that's the reason why. Mm-hmm. The reason why they're saying they'll pick up some of the salary here is because they want to get that second-round pick. Well, I don't need to do that if I'm the Steelers. I'll restructure Minka Fitzpatrick or just name a guy. They're healthy with the cap right now. Depends on where you look. I've seen 11.5. I've seen 10.5. I've seen 11.9. They're somewhere in that range. He's going to cost $9 million this year. You can restructure somebody. You don't need them to pick up salary. I just don't want to give up a second-round pick for a guy that I can't count to be on the field. Now, I've talked about Mike Williams. Same kind of thing. He can't stay healthy. Hasn't stayed healthy. But you'd only be giving up like a 7th for him. Mm-hmm. And his contract ends at the end of the year. And it was $10 million to begin with. I would still do something like that. I would go after a Darius Slayton. Cooper's the best of the remaining bunch. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But he's also going to have the highest asking price, and he's also been oft injured, including this year, and we don't know how healthy he is right now. You would have to pass a physical before he gets in here, though.
Would you do 2? 2 receiver? Would you do both?
That's what Jason LaConfora said a couple of weeks ago, that don't be convinced that the Steelers are only going to add one wide receiver. I mean, you're not going to have to give up much for Mike Williams.
Nope.
So can you get Mike Williams and Cooper Kupp for a third and a seventh? I'd be up for that.
What does the receiver room look like now?
It looks a lot better. Do you trust two guys at once, though, to get on a moving train, Doran?
Yeah.
You need talent.
You need talent, right?
You need talent.
Guys. And you know what? I take credence into, I think that it's important too, and it's a very minute detail that the Steelers have done good business with the Rams before with Dotson. Like, so you have a relationship, and not all GMs have that type of relationship. So you know what you're getting into if you're Snead and if you're Khan. Like, you know how to get something done because you already got something done, and it has panned out for the Rams. So I that's a minute detail, but I do think that does lend a little bit of confidence to get something done that you can get on the same page with another GM to get what you want.
And the slot thing doesn't matter for you.
No, not at all. Not I don't even think about it.
Find a way to use a good player. I would do it. I wouldn't do it for a second. If they did offer a second today, it would get done, though. And you've mentioned the word urgency and how they're all about winning a playoff game this year. Adam in the car next up. Hi, Adam.
Hey, guys. I'd like to switch gears and talk about Najee Harris for a minute, if that's all right.
Sure, why not, Adam?
So I think it's fair to say that he's having the best season of his career so far. He's playing angry. He's playing with attitude. He's in players' faces in between plays. For once, he's playing as well as Jaylen Warren, in my opinion. Do you think this is all to make himself look good because he knows other teams are going to be looking at him?
Yes. I mean, I think that's a big part of it, Adam, for sure. Like, this is his swan song.
Yeah, this is his audition.
It's the lame duck year, as they say, Doran.
Yes, it's an audition. You've been in auditions before for weren't you in a couple plays?
I was. Musicals.
You had to audition for the part?
You sure do.
Yes.
Had to audition to get my sports anchor job at WVU News.
Yes.
And I nailed it.
Nailed it.
But, yeah, the flame has been lit under his feet, and I keep seeing, I really do, this isn't strawman, I keep seeing on Twitter, pay the man, pay the man, pay the man. Well, they're not going to do it in season anyhow. This was a brilliant decision to not pick up the fifth-year option. One, I think it shows that they're more modern with the way that they view running backs. But two, you also feel like you're going to get the best out of Najee Harris when he's trying to showcase himself for the rest of the league. Hey, I'm really good and I'm going to get paid. Hey, I've seen some people argue this was so dumb. Steelers should have picked up the fifth-year option. This guy's not going to be here at the end of the year. I don't think it was dumb at all. I think he's playing as well as he is because I think he lost a little bit of weight, leaned out. We're seeing more breakaway speed from Najee Harris. This is the best version of Najee we've seen because they're saying, we don't believe in you. It's that extra chip on the shoulder. I think they played it brilliantly.
Yes. You could still pay him around what was it, $6-7 million? You probably offer a contract at the end of the season if you're feeling comfortable with what he did this year, around the same thing, and then you're feeling good that he could play in this offense.
Or you don't.
And then he goes.
Yeah, and you got Jaylen Warren and Cordero Patterson, perhaps.
Probably draft a guy.
And you draft a guy, and it doesn't have to be a first-round pick.
No.
I was wondering where the expression lame duck came from.
Lame duck.
Yeah.
What is it in context? Like sitting like a lame duck? Is that something that how people say it?
Well,
like a lame duck person.
You Google it, says, in politics, a lame duck or outgoing politician is an elected official whose successor has already been elected or will be soon. Yeah, okay, I get that.
You're just there.
But are there a lot of ducks that are in the wild that are lame? Like, that's what I'm wondering.
Like a lame duck is like one of those ducks that's not with the pack, that's just like kind of floating around.
Yeah, just like a loser duck.
Just like, where's everybody? Quack, where's everybody? Quack, 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 where's everybody at?
Just sits by himself at the lunch table.
Yes.
He doesn't have a Letterman's jacket.
Nope.
He doesn't smoke pot.
Nope.
So the other ducks look down on him.
Yes.
Yeah. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll take more of your calls on this Cooper Kupp situation. The report from Diana Rossini saying that Leslie, the general manager of LA, is calling around, shopping this guy. Also, another question. Richard Sherman says Mike Tomlin to this point has been NFL's Coach of the Year. Do you agree with him? We'll get into that a little bit when we come back as well. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they lost yesterday to the Calgary Flames 4-3 after a shootout. Penguins have a couple days off. They're going to play the Edmonton Oilers on Friday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? Well, it's warm now. It's going to get cold. You want to get that roof done. How about this? You call the pickle at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. It's the obvious choice. Why? I'll tell you. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all of their new roof installs, they come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. How long's 50 years? Well, that black and gold team, they just honored a team from 50 years ago. That's a long time. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
O'Reilly.
It's Superstart Battery Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get up to a $25 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries. We'll test your old battery for free and recommend the right battery for your vehicle. For power, performance, and reliability, choose Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The temps are dropping, which means football season is heating up, and so are the deals from Sullivan Super Service. During their Red Zone special, they'll check your furnace for only $20. This week only, fan listeners can schedule a furnace check for only $20. That's a huge discount off their regular price of $159. A furnace check from Sullivan will help prevent a breakdown and boost your system's energy efficiency this winter, which means lower energy bills. Schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $11,000 off. New 24 Colorado pickups up to $4,000 off. And you can finance Silverado EVs at 2.9% for 84 months. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan silver dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan silver dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burritos. It could be that Mike Tomlin, the head coach of the Steelers, believes Russell Wilson gives them a better chance to win than Justin Fields because he's a better downfield passer. It could also be that his experience enables Pittsburgh to go deeper into Arthur Smith's playbook. So whatever the reason, Pittsburgh's offense looked more balanced in the second half on Sunday night against the New York Jets. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident still causing fits on Route 28. This report brought to you by Ulta Beauty. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing inbound Route 28 still with delays from the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Accident reported on the northbound side of Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard around Nobles Lane. That is now causing delays almost back toward Greenlee Road before Provost Road now as you head through Brentwood and down toward the Liberty Tubes. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East before Wilkinsburg to Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, Diana Rossini has been all over this Cooper Kupp stuff. If you missed it, she's reporting that Les Snead, the GM of the Los Angeles Rams, is calling around saying that Cooper Kupp is available. Well, now she's reporting on this DeAndre Hopkins trade to the Chiefs. She's the first I saw to have the compensation. The Chiefs are trading a 5th-round pick to the Titans for DeAndre Hopkins, and it's conditional, so it could wind up being a 4th-round pick. And already I got a couple of tweets, Doran. The Steelers should have done that. Should have given up a 5th, given up a 4th for DeAndre Hopkins. I look at it like this. This is just going to eliminate them from the Cooper Kupp conversation.
Right.
Like, he was the one guy, DeAndre Hopkins was, that has kind of been loosely linked to the Steelers that you and I were like, he's not as explosive as he used to be.
He's an older George Pickens.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the same guy.
And, hey, look, I can understand why people would say Russ throws a good deep ball, so go get another 50-50 dude. I think they need some variety.
Yes.
I think they need more of a volume catch guy. And that's sort of the phrase you've used talking about Cooper Kupp this morning is He can run every route. He'd be more of a volume catch guy. That's what they're missing. They're missing kind of a Deontay Johnson.
Yep.
By the way, I think he's going to be available.
Yep.
Did you hear his comments after the game the other day?
Yep.
He said, I can't play every position on the football field. Seems like he's a problem wherever he goes. Would probably say that's not likely to happen, him coming here.
That'd be kind of funny.
It'd be way funny.
It'd be really funny.
You'd have Dante Jackson and Deontay Johnson. Look, the player's good, but sometimes effort is in question, and as far as being a locker room guy, clearly they wanted to move on in a different direction. They sent him to Siberia.
Yep, on purpose.
They sent him there on purpose. There's no doubt. And that team got 40-plus dropped on its head by Marcus Mariota. So the Steelers got a good player, and they get to watch that guy kind of fester over there.
If Deontay Johnson was released, that means he's released from his contract, right? Like that you don't have to pick up. Would you do that then? If he gets released, say like this week, would you sign him to the vet minimum?
I wouldn't, and I think that they definitely wouldn't.
Right.
Like the player, he lost me for good, though, whenever he doesn't come off the ball and the ball gets fumbled and he just doesn't care, doesn't do anything about it. Like, it's one thing, the reports, he's fighting with teammates in the locker room and he was a malcontent, yada, yada. But when you're on the field and there's a game-changing play right there for you to make and you don't even acknowledge that there's a ball laying on the field, you're basically dead to me from a football standpoint at that point. 412-928-9370. We got a couple of callers on the line. We'll get to you coming up in a few minutes. Richard Sherman, who now does national stuff for NBC, he says Mike Tomlin should be the coach of the year. And I was talking that way when they were 3-0. I feel pretty good about him being in the conversation now, Tomlin. 5-2, made an unpopular at first quarterback decision that already is paying dividends. You're at first place in a difficult division. Yeah, he should be in the conversation.
Well, if things just stay status quo and say that they win a playoff game and the Steelers make the playoffs and things like kind of look similar as they've looked all season, not too great, but just good enough, I think that he should be in the consideration for that because he would have essentially revitalized 2 careers at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Like Russell Wilson getting another opportunity. And if he plays the way he's been playing, like that's revitalizing his career. That's showing that Russell Wilson still has it in the tank. And then, you look back early on in the season, whenever you were 4-2, and what you did with Justin Fields and gave him the opportunities that you did, kind of revitalized his career too. Absolutely, you did that with 2 quarterbacks that people give up on, and one was a former first-round top 10 pick. And one was a guy that, had won a Super Bowl, and there's a lot of stuff being talked about him. Can't get along with the head coach, can't do this, can't do that. You're revitalized 2 quarterbacks' careers? Abso-freaking-lutely.
Why did Kevin Stefanski win it last year?
Yep.
He won a lot of games with different quarterbacks.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think Tomlin deserves to be a part of the conversation. Mike Tomlin had the team at 4-2 with their backup quarterback. Now, he's among the best backup quarterbacks in the league, if not the best, but he's still your backup guy. One of the reasons why Tomlin, in my opinion, didn't merit consideration last year, even despite going 10-7 and making the playoffs, is because he kind of made his own bed, right? Well, he's winning with Kenny Pickett. He's winning with Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph. Well, okay, he wanted those guys. Well, he wanted this guy too, Russell Wilson, and he wanted Justin Fields. And now he's winning with both guys. Yeah, he should be part of it. But I think I would go with a guy like Kevin O'Connell first. With their record, what they've done with Sam Darnold at quarterback.
Speaking of that, real quick, you see that they're trying to trade for Stafford?
Yes. Which I would do in a heartbeat. God bless you, Sam Darnold. You can still hang around. But, yeah, I would do that in a second.
With everything Sam Darnold has done this year, you would even put that out there? Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would.
That kind of threw me through a loop.
Just real quick. Why not? Real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that. And, hey, if things don't work out with Russ the rest of the way, if things don't work out with Justin Fields the rest of the way, we were talking before about what quarterbacks could be available this offseason. Stafford could be available this offseason.
It'd be another Russ situation.
I know. I know. I think he's better than Russ, though. I do.
You really want to do that stopgap quarterback another year?
I'm not saying that this is something that I'm entertaining seriously, but if they go 9-8 and it looks a lot like it did last year, something like that, then yeah, I would bring him in. Sure, why not?
I mean, you want a Dak?
I was on the Dak brigade, yeah.
Right. Now you're on the Stafford brigade. Is that what it is?
I'm on the Russ bus right now.
Russ bus.
I'm on the Russ bus, toot toot. But should things go south, then yeah, I would kick the tires on a guy like Stafford. Absolutely. Texter, you guys are spot on about Tomlin. I'm more in if they're 8-2 or 7-3, then he's top of the conversation. Also, Andy Reid, he's awesome. That is the funny thing about Coach of the Year. It's always like, are they overachieving? Really, the Coach of the Year award should go to the guy who hoists the Lombardi at the end of every season.
Correct.
But, yeah, Stefanski, he was a deserving winner last year. I think Kevin O'Connell would be a deserving winner this year. He would be my guy right now. I also think LaFleur in Green Bay.
What about Campbell?
See, that's the other thing. Like, their expectation is they should be a Super Bowl team.
The Lions?
Yeah, they were one of the favorites in the NFC. They played in the championship game last year.
But don't you take the whole landscape of the Detroit Lions and what he has done?
I would have had him up for it last year.
Yeah.
It's a stupid way to go about the award. Like, what have you done relative to your expectations?
Mm-hmm.
Were you supposed to be bad or average, and are you better than that?
Mm-hmm.
That's how they hand the silly thing out every year. Or are you dealing with a whole ton of injuries, yada, yada. I mean, shoot, I look at Houston and what they're doing this year, and that's a great roster and a team on the ascent after what they did last year, but they've been real banged up with injuries. Someone just texted in, Trububsky. Was that a Freudian slip?
I think you're trying to say Tribudov.
You think Trubisky would have run out onto the field and tried to tackle that person who was streaking in the Sunday night game?
Why?
Because he sent out the legendary tweet saying, I love kissing bleep.
Oh, that's right.
I think she would have been right up his alley. 412-928-9370. There's a lot of balls in the air right now. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded for DeAndre Hopkins from the Tennessee Titans for a fifth-round pick that could turn into a fourth-round pick. Should the Steelers have done that? Deal 412-928-9370. The Steelers reportedly interested in Cooper Kupp. The asking price, a second-round pick. Would you be interested in that at 412-928-9370? And do you think Mike Tomlin, through this point in the season, is the NFL's Coach of the Year? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on all of those things when we come back on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a callous fan headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pens lost yesterday. The Calgary Flames are going to be off for a couple days, and they play again on Friday against the Edmonton Oilers. It's one of 2 away games over the weekend, and then next week they're going to play 3 straight home games throughout the week. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina, GMP Trope. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always, always delivers. Adam and his family were relocating within just 1 week of listing their home in South Hills. With Gina, he was afraid that it would take longer than a week to sell, but Gina insisted that she would have their home sold before they had made any move, and she did just that. With her expert marketing skills and years of experience, Gina was able to sell their home in just a week for over $800,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMP Trove Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Hey, Colin Dunlap with you. Listen here. We're getting into those cold months. You better get into that four-wheel drive. You want an F-150, you want a Bronco, you want to explore anything where you can get around town because it's going to get cold and it's going to get, well, the roads are going to get messy. Schultz Ford, bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Armour, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Always online, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You could check it out. Heck, you could shop in the middle of the night at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, every single thing that you need, all those locations. And let me tell you about the customer service. Richard Bazzi and his staff, no one will treat you better. So the leaves are falling right now, right? It's autumn. It's going to be snow falling sometime soon. Make sure you get into a four-wheel drive right now. All those great locations and always online at schultzford.com.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people. From traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production, Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Lot going on now this morning. Richard Sherman says Mike Tomlin should be the NFL's Coach of the Year. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded for DeAndre Hopkins from the Titans for a fifth-round pick. Could turn into a fourth. It's conditional, as they say. And Diana Rossini reporting that the Rams are shopping Cooper Kupp and that the Steelers would be one of the teams interested. The asking price there, a second-round pick. So you can give us a ring on any of that, 412-928-9370. We agree that Tomlin should be right now in the Coach of the Year running. I mean, you're 5-2. We've had a bunch of texters since the end of our last segment, Doran, saying the Coach of the Year doesn't lose to Joe Flacco. They're 5-2. They're 5-2 with two different quarterbacks, and Mike Tomlin is showing me something right now. Mike Tomlin, each of the last few seasons, has been the guy who just wants to win. And there's value in that. There's value in being in it. I get it. This year he's saying winning's not enough. They got to win a playoff game. And so he made an unpopular decision that he was right about. One of the, if not the ballsiest decisions of his career, and certainly the most ballsy decision that an NFL coach has made this season. Bill Belichick said, no, don't do it. Terry Bradshaw said, no, don't do it. Others have said, no, silly. Guys like Rex Ryan are saying it was stupid to do it even after the fact. They scored 37 points. They hadn't scored 37 points in years in a game. Yeah, Tomlin deserves consideration.
Don't you have to take consideration of where they were at last year, too? Like, where a coach was at last year? Like, I mean, with Kenny Pickett being gone, hiring Arthur Smith, and those things working out, like, there was a lot of change, I think, that has to go into consideration of whenever you're thinking about a Coach of the Year candidate. And it's like, where were you at last year? Why are you Coach of this year? You know, why are you Coach of the Year this year? Oh, because, you know, you fired your offensive coordinator last year during the season. You had two offensive coordinators to finish out the season. You ended up making the playoffs with a third-string quarterback and two offensive coordinators. You get rid of your former first-round pick. You sign two quarterbacks, and you get a new offensive coordinator, a new wide receivers coach, and a new quarterback coach. And it has been working out. So, like I say, if it stays status quo the way it is now, I take into account of the change that was made in order to have success. And there was a lot of change that was made.
That's so well said by you, man, because the reason why I didn't think he deserved consideration last year, even despite finishing 10-7, was so many folks said, look at what Tomlin is saddled with. Look at this roster, and yet they are winning. Well, he has a lot to do with the roster. And thus, if you're going to criticize him for the roster last year, you've got to give him credit for the roster changes as well. It's not all on him. Him and Omar Khan, they work together. Andy Weidel, they work together. Justin Fields is here because Mike Tomlin signs off on that. Russell Wilson, same thing. Patrick Queen, same thing. Deshaun Elliott, same thing. So last year, I said Mike Tomlin was able to, like a phoenix, rise from the ashes, but in a disaster of his own creation. That's why I didn't want to give him a ton of credit last season. Well, they restarted in a lot of areas, most notably the quarterback room this year, and now they're 5-2, first in the division, and he's won with both quarterbacks. So I got to give him credit for that right now. 412-928-9370. Terry in the car. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going, boys?
Good.
I think it's a no-brainer with that 2 picks, 1 cup. I think a second and a sixth. I mean, that's the play.
A second and a sixth? They only won a second. So if you're going to give the second, don't give the sixth.
I mean, well, that's all hearsay. I mean, we'll see what he goes for. Everyone's going like flies now. But first of all, I want to get back to Deontay Johnson. I don't want that guy in my town. Not in any of my 5 towns. I don't want him near this city.
I don't want him in my town. It's a great line.
Bad.
Thank you, Terry. Yeah, I said when he got traded, you can't win with guys like that.
No.
And George Pickens has a little of that in him. I don't want 2 of those guys. I think he was a bad influence on George Pickens, and you can't trade for him. There are NFL rules. You can't trade him and then trade back for him.
Right.
He would have to be released, and they're just not going to do it. But there are other good players available. Darius Slayton, Mike Williams, Cooper Kupp. I'm fine with any of these guys. And there's a sliding scale on compensation, too. Mike Williams and Cooper Kupp are both guys who have been oft injured. Cooper Kupp, clearly a better player than Mike Williams. I'm not giving up a 4th-round pick for Mike Williams. I'm not giving up a 5th for Mike Williams. I'm not giving up a 6th for Mike Williams. I'm giving you a 7th for Mike Williams, and I'd be okay with that. He upgrades you. They're not upgrading over Lynn Swann or Stallworth or Antonio Brown or Martavis Bryant in his prime or Hines Ward. They need an upgrade over Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller. So any of these guys would fit. I'm not giving up a 2 for Kupp. I'd give up a 4th. What say you? 412-928-9370. Doran, you said you'd do it right now. Just get it done.
Yep.
And that's what Jim Rutherford used to say. People say I overpay for guys. No, I get my guys.
Yes.
And the Steelers, I could see them overpaying. And I do consider a 2nd-round pick overpaying, just only based on injury history. He's a good player. He's a great player. But they might overpay because they keep swinging and missing.
Exactly.
If you overpaid for Devontae Adams, he's a Steeler. If you overpaid for Brandon Ayuk in terms of salary in all likelihood, he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. If you said to Mike Williams, way back when he signed with the Jets, we'll give you 12 instead of 10, he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. It might take an overpayment. More calls pouring in, 412-928-9370. We've got Ray Fittipaldo coming up at the top of the hour. Mike Tomlin talked about the Minkah Fitzpatrick blocked field goal. That was not. And it got my brain spinning a little bit. I want to get into that a little bit, but we'll also take your calls on all the topics of the day. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football plays tomorrow on a primetime night, Thursday night feature against Syracuse. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic still tight in some areas. This report brought to you by Valvoline, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West. You're jammed between Carnegie and Greentree, inbound to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound is heavy approaching Parkway Center down toward Carnegie. Parkway East, you are jammed right around Churchill down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. Route 51 on the northbound side, you are stacked from Greenlee Road all the way down toward Whited and Nobles Lane. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants to help ease your oil change-anxiety with a few moments of automotive peace.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh Firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Salty Paws offers ice cream, custom cakes, freeze-dried and air-baked goods for your dog. Visit Salty Paws store on Butler Street in Pittsburgh for all your pet's nutritious snack needs, and get your pup an ice cream bar. Yeah, get your pup an ice cream bar.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res!
Download the Par Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices. So use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
October is ending, but I want to keep the fall fun going. So I shopped Kohl's lowest prices of the season. I saved 30% on top active brands like Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. Then I got my kids some boots for under $22. Scored 50% off Food Network baking must-haves. And earned Kohl's cash. Yeah, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Flex styles. Offers end October 27th. Coupons do not apply to Nike, Adidas, and Under Armour. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Ray Fittipaldo going to be joining us in 10 minutes on the Fan Hotline. Wonder if he thinks the Steelers will get Cooper Kupp. We'll ask him. Should the Steelers give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp? 412-928-9370. We've been taking calls on this all morning long. It seems like people are split. I've said I'd give up a fourth. Doran says, go get your guy. And I can see the merits in both. The reason I'm not giving up a second, and we kind of hit on this earlier, is if he goes out there and gets hurt, and now you're out a second, like they have needs next year. Defensive line, hopefully not offensive line, wide receiver. Now you could say Cooper Kupp will make up and fill that wide receiver hole. But if he's not on the field for you and you don't have a second, that hurts me, Doran. It hurts me.
Yeah, but you could have been in that same situation with Brandon Ayuk. He just tore his ACL. I mean, you can't live in your fears,
Great
Adam.
point.
Can't live in your fears.
Oh, I'm all about my fears.
Don't live in them.
We are going to New Orleans in February.
Oh.
To visit my brother-in-law.
Nice.
And I'm excited to eat the food. But the thing that I can't stop thinking about is the plane ride.
Why?
Because I'm terrified of everything. We are going potentially to Italy in August. How about that? Visit some of my wife's family. And everyone's all excited about it. Guess what? I can't stop thinking about the plane. I have bad plane dreams.
Well, you know, that's like the safest way of transportation.
Yes, but it's not as safe as me sitting on my couch.
That's not true.
What's going to happen to me on my couch?
Who knows?
Great. Now I'm going to be afraid when I sit on my couch tonight. I'm going to sit down, and this is exactly the conversation I'm going to be thinking about.
Who knows? Never know.
You do never know, but I would rather be on my couch, than hurtling through space and time on some 2,000-ton piece of steel.
Well, at least you could say, like, if you were to go down, like, you were living your life and trying to experience Italy. It's not like you would be sitting on your couch and just time is just going away and you're just getting old and you don't do anything, you don't experience anything. At least say you're going out with a bang.
And Pirates could be in the throes of a pennant chase. I'll have to miss all those games.
Oh, well.
That's
you could watch them from above, man.
That. Yes, just to circle back. Yes, I live in my fears. If I'm getting an injured guy, I think I'd throw a seventh for Mike Williams, and we'd be a better football team. We, being the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm getting all excited about this team, so much so I just called them we.
Do you think we will look back at like this period right now and say that this was a massive missed opportunity at the end of the year if they don't do anything?
Yes, they got to do something. And the name, and maybe I've listened to too much giant cranium Mulsey here, the name that I keep coming back to now is Darius Slayton. He's a legit number 2. He's had 700-plus yards in multiple years in his career. His yards per catch is up there.
Is that where you got the Slayton thing from? Because I thought that he got it from you. I heard them talking about it yesterday, and I was like, are they not giving Adam the credit? Did you steal it from him?
I don't know who was first. I know he's beat the drum on it more than I have, for sure. So I think if you're walking down the street and some guy's wearing a Steeler jersey and you're like striking up a conversation and you bring up Darius Slayton, I think people might think of him more.
Okay.
He brings it up every day.
Does he?
Yeah.
Wonder why.
I think he makes a lot of sense. And he hasn't been hurt. And he's a 2. And I feel better about Pickens as a 1 after seeing what he was able to do with Russell Wilson. And you go back and you see what he was able to do with Mason Rudolph. When you have a concerted effort to get that guy the ball, he puts up the numbers like a number 1. And it's not just the numbers, it's the look of it. He made a one-handed catch fending off a defender. There's a ball that bounces off the helmet, and he goes up and he plucks it.
Fade ball.
The fade ball, Doran. For all the people who say that Russ was underthrowing some of his guys, that's a throw that Justin Fields is not making. That's a throw that no Steelers quarterback since Ben is making. That was a thing of beauty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting sweaty and hot and bothered just thinking about it.
I think something's going to go down in the next 2 days. It has to. With this news breaking as early as it did with DeAndre Hopkins, I think that the ball is rolling, and it's rolling fast. And the Steelers need to be prepared to do something ASAP.
You got to go, man. Like, you go to the buffet at Eaton Park, the salad bar, and you get there at closing time. There's like 6 croutons and a half a bowl of potato soup. You want to get there when you can get the bacon bits.
Yes.
Build your delicious salad.
Full thing of ranch.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the ranch.
Ranch is good.
But there's like four minutes left before it's closing time there, and there's some old lady's hair sitting there in the ranch.
Yeah.
It's all picked over. You already lost out on the Devontae Adams equivalent at the Eaton Park salad bar. You lost on the Ayuk. You don't want to wait around here. No. And you want to get it done, I think, before the bye week. They're not letting Roman Wilson get on a moving train, and I get it. He's a rookie and he's been injured. But you do have to pick up the offense. You do need to pick up the terminology. I'd like it to get done, right now. Right now.
You do have an extra day, too, this week.
And you have an extra day. I don't think if they get a guy, he's going to play this week.
Devontae Adams did.
I know, but he talked about how it was like 95% the same playbook. And then him and Rodgers have their own wonky hand signals.
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that difficult.
Well, what do you know?
Nothing. I know that I'll live in my fears, and I'm going to get on an airplane and not be scared.
I wish my parents were flight attendants growing up.
Because that has everything to do with it.
Well, I'm sure it does. I love traveling, but I hate traveling. If you catch what I'm picking down.
Jeez. Oh, my God.
Bangren. All right, coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo is a master of the English language. Unlike me, does he think the Steelers are going to make a move for Cooper Kupp? If not Kupp, then who? Does he think Mike Tomlin merits consideration for NFL's Coach of the Year? So many things to get to, so little time. Ray Fittipaldo, he joins us next. But first, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 75.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and you know what time it is. It's that time of the year when it starts getting dark early, and here come the pounds. Belt going up 1 or 2 notches, second chin starts to show. You know the drill. Don't let it happen. We have some tough battles coming up. Halloween candy, Thanksgiving dinner, all of the endless goodies during the holiday season. It used to be impossible for me to say no to those things, but not anymore, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. I'm not saying you have to completely avoid it either. That's the other beauty of Awaken 180. You can still indulge in your holiday joys, but Awaken 180 can teach you their ways to keep it under control. You know what I'm proud of this year? I've done nothing but lose weight. That's right. Since 2024 began, I haven't gone up a single pound. It's been all in the opposite direction. How can you do the same? Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing, loving the results, and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Burgh. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Pittsburgh's longest-running financial services radio show started at Heffron Tillotson and continued at Baird is now a new podcast. Baird's Your Wealth and You has launched just in time to kick off the year. Hosted by the same advisors you've grown to know and trust, Baird's Your Wealth and You offers timely financial information and advice weekly wherever you get your podcasts. So now listen anytime on any device, or simply visit yourwealthandyou.com and discover the Baird difference. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total costs since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading out of the South Hills, quite a problem. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Watch out for heavy delays now as you head past Provost Road, down past the intersection with Library Road, and it remains jammed all the way down to Nobles Lane. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is stacked between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jams at Churchill. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. And the Parkway North started to slow around Camp Horn Road. Stop and go as you head down toward Perrysville. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're trying to eat healthy and still gaining weight, you are not alone. Between the chemical additives and sugar substitutes, it's nearly impossible. Because of this, almost 50% of adults now have type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. Get informed. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
All right, we're joined now by Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, our Steelers insider, brought to you by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, built on relationships, credibility, and integrity. We'll see if he can improve the quality of today's radio program. Here's how I got out of the last segment. I wish my parents were flight attendants growing up.
Because that has everything to do with it.
Well, I'm sure it does. I love traveling, but I hate traveling, if you catch what I'm picking down. Colossal boob, Adam Crowley. We got Doran Dickerson across from me, and now Ray Fittipaldo on the Fan Hotline. Good morning to you, Ray.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
We are excellent. Yes,
great.
We are great. Are the Steelers going to trade for Cooper Kupp?
Listen, this contract is different from Devontae Adams. There's actually, some roster bonuses that would have to be, considered for whichever team acquired him. I understand the Rams would be picking up some of the salary from this season, but there's an awful lot left on that for next season and the year after, to be honest with you. So if they would do it, I think you would do it for a fourth or a fifth. You guys saw Hopkins got traded this morning for a fourth or a fifth. Kupp would be a rental. So unless they decided to do a sign and a trade for a rental, I wouldn't give up a second for sure.
Through 7 games, Ray, has George Pickens convinced you that he's a number 1 wide receiver?
No, he was much better in this past game. Obviously, a big beneficiary of Russell Wilson and that deep ball. I think, we can expect that to, if not be the norm, I think we can expect to see a lot more of that now. But, George has some baggage. I think being on good behavior has to happen for more than 1 or 2 weeks. So I'm still sort of wait and see there. I think he certainly has the potential to be, but as I'm sitting here right now, if you're asking me if I would commit $25 million to him over a new 4-year contract, my answer would probably be no.
George Pickens, real quick, now 8th in the league among receivers in receiving yards.
No.
Real quick. Nice game with Russell Wilson at the helm. Ray, if the Steelers don't add to this receiver room, what is their ceiling? What is their ceiling if they do add a receiver? And part 3 of this long-winded question, who are some other names if they're not going to wind up with Cooper Kupp?
Yeah, well, Hopkins just went off the board, so that list is dwindling. I think their ceiling, as they stand right now, if they get to 6-2, I think they have a chance to go to 11-6. I think even with the second half of the schedule, 11-6 is probably what, 4 seed, 5 seed, depending on whether you win your division. I think that's probably their ceiling without adding. Let's say they add Cooper Kupp, and he's a big difference maker. I could see them maybe going 13-5, and then you're talking about maybe being, a 2 or a 3 seed. So, again, I don't know that that's in play, but I think we all know that there's another level for this offense. We saw that with Russ in a 1-game sample. I think if you add another receiver like a Kupp or somebody else, I think certainly the offense could get much better, and you wouldn't have to play as many close games.
Ray, I'm going to say the coach's name, and I want you to give me a grade, all right? Mike Tomlin.
I'll go B.
Arthur Smith.
B+.
Terrell Austin.
A-.
Danny Smith.
A+.
Should Mike Tomlin be in consideration of Coach of the Year right now?
Yeah, I think so. For navigating the first 6 games with your backup quarterback after your starter gets injured in camp. And just look at not just that injury, Doran, but look at what this offensive line has gone through. Look at what this secondary has gone through. I wrote about this a little bit yesterday, the different approach that they've taken in developing these young players. We've seen Beanie Bishop develop before our eyes, with Cam Sutton out. They had the same plan with Corey Trice. Unfortunately, Corey got injured. So, I think Mike is always changing. He's always trying to better himself as a coach. I don't know that, he's going to be the coach of the year, but I find it funny in 18 years now, he's never won it. I think certainly one of these years, I think he's probably going to win it.
Ray Fittipaldo joining us here on the Fan Morning Show, which is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Okay, so the Steelers have been running the ball. They're ninth best in the league at that. Najee Harris, 2 straight games with over 100 yards rushing. Do you think if he keeps this up that he'll be a Steeler next year, or is this exactly how they've envisioned this? You light the fire under his feet, and he was going to sing for his supper a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's been really good the last couple of games. I would say up and down season. I think early in the season, maybe, we were questioning his field vision a little bit, his decisiveness. I still think sometimes there's a little too much hesitation or dancing in the hole before he hits it. Those are all valid criticisms. But I think for the most part, this guy is durable. He's always available, and he's going to play hard for you. So I don't know if the Steelers are going to want to do business with him in January. I think if they do, it's obviously going to be at less than the $6.7 million they were going to pay him on the 5th-year option. And really the unanswered question that we still have, their reason for not picking up the option was his fit in Arthur Smith's offense. And to this point in the season, I still can't give you an answer on that. I think, again, he's looked good at times, not good at other times. It could be that Arthur has a specific back that he's looking for, and it just might not be a back like Najee Harris. It's no crack at Najee. It's just like he might want a different type of a back in his system.
Ray, do you feel like that this is a 2-team race for the AFC North at this point? Or do you think that the Bengals are still capable?
I think the Bengals are still capable of making noise, but I don't consider them to be in the race for the to win the division. So, in other words, I think the Bengals can still get to like 9-8 and 10-7, get into the playoffs, maybe even knock the Ravens or the Steelers down a peg. But that start that they had, I don't think the division is in play for them. But I still do think they can be a factor in the AFC.
Do you think – I'll rephrase this. Do you feel better about the Steelers' chances of winning a playoff game now than you did before they entered the season?
Before Sunday night, yeah, because of what Russ brings. I think, we saw the passing game unlocked a little bit. It looked like an NFL offense to me, and that's no slight at Justin Fields, but it kind of reminded me of what we had when Ben Roethlisberger was the quarterback, right? A guy who had command, had presence back there, could change plays, would take shots one-on-one down the field. And, I just think with Justin, we never really, the Steelers never really looked quite like they did when Ben was the quarterback. And I'm not trying to draw comparisons between Ben and Russell, but they are similar types of quarterbacks, pro-style quarterbacks who came up in this league a certain way. And when you have quarterbacks like Justin, who were maybe brought up in different systems, and we all know what the influence of the college game has had on the league, but Russ is part of a dying breed. And I think as long as you run a pro-style offense, I think a quarterback like Russ can really be a big benefit to an offense.
Ray, this was very good. As always, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys. See you.
Thanks, Ray.
See you. Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette says with Cooper Kupp they could win 13 games.
I believe that.
If that's the case, then yeah, you give up a second. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Because if you win 13 games, I think you're winning the division. And people point out the Steelers' flaws all the time. And I get it. The offense is, 16th in the league in points, which is dead average. The Ravens have by far the best offense going in the NFL right now, them and the Lions. People don't seem to care that the Ravens' defense is a disaster.
Right.
And I don't understand why we can't point out their flaws. They give up leads in the second half all the time. The Steelers, meanwhile, are one of the best second-half teams in the NFL. If you really think that Cooper Kupp gets you to the 13-win mark, then, yeah, you go get him.
I do, and I don't even hesitate saying it.
You didn't even stutter.
Don't even stutter.
I want to get into your question of Ray coming up in the next segment. Grading of Arthur Smith here through 7 games. He gave him, a B+? I might go higher than that, and I don't think that that's going to be popular. We'll get into that coming up next. We'll react to more of what Ray had to say. Here's a text at 412-928-9370, Doran. It's brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 100% safer in a plane, Crowley. I don't know anybody that's ever been in a plane crash. However, I do know a family that had their house crashed into by a plane.
Ooh.
Think about that while sitting on the couch tonight. I was actually thinking about this last night. We live in a corridor where planes take off.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, freaks me out.
The odds of that happening?
Slim.
Very slim.
But this guy said it happened to his friend. I need a link, or I ain't buying it.
You do not want to look into that link. Trust me.
Good point by you. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Would you give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp? LA is shipping him. Would you do it? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost yesterday to the Calgary Flames after a shootout. Penguins are now 3-4 on the season with 1 overtime loss. They've got 7 points right now toward their standings, and they're 4th right now in the Metropolitan Division. They got a couple days off, and they got 2 straight games in a row, Friday and Saturday, to end the week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life. But how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off, new 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off, and new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus, financing at 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older, or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices, so use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jared Goff and his coach Dan Campbell earned my game balls for their huge road win at Minnesota. Goff is on an amazingly accurate roll, and Campbell's defense is biting off kneecaps, folks, even without Aiden Hutchinson. Saquon Barkley and George Pickens punished their New York opponents, while Indy's Grant Stewart, Pittsburgh's Beanie Bishop, and KC's Justin Reed were the defensive game changers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Difficult heading out of the eastern suburbs as well as the South Hills. This report brought to you by DEA Drug Take Back Day. Inbound or northbound Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Delays approaching the intersection with Provost Road down past Route 88 all the way to Nobles Lane. Meanwhile, in Wilkins Township, crews checking reports of an accident now at the intersection of Penn Center Boulevard and Business 22. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East to Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by DEA Takeback Day. Visit DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Breaking NFL news, Doran, more of it. So earlier, about 6:45 a.m., DeAndre Hopkins gets traded from the Titans to the Chiefs for a conditional fourth-round pick. Thus, we would think taking them out of the Cooper Kupp sweepstakes. Now, the same person who reported that Cooper Kupp could be on the move, at least he's being shopped, Diana Rossini, now reports that Jameis Winston will be starting for the Browns on Sunday. I wonder if they'll beat the Bengals with Jameis. I think they got all kinds of problems. They just played the Bengals. What am I talking about? The Ravens. No. They're not going to beat them.
No, they're not.
They're not going to beat them.
No.
I do think Jameis gives them a better chance of winning football games than does Deshaun Watson.
Yes.
I bet you by the time the Steelers play him a couple of times, it's DTR, though. I think this is a move only to help veterans. They got a veteran-laden roster. They don't want to totally wave the white flag, even though reportedly they're taking calls on Myles Garrett. They've already moved on from Amari Cooper. I think you got to show the vets we're still trying, at least for now. Then you lose a couple of games, you go to DTR. And let me tell you, that guy looked awful on Sunday.
Didn't he get hurt?
Yeah. Yeah, he got hurt. So it'll be Jameis Winston this Sunday for the Cleveland Brownies. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You asked Ray Fittipaldo last segment what grade he would give Arthur Smith through 7 games. And he said B+. What would you say?
A. Having to deal with the quarterback situation. Using Fields in the best way possible. Kind of protecting him a little bit, but at the same time letting him do the things that he does well at times. Not forcing him to stay in the pocket and be a pocket passer. And rebuilding Fields' confidence, throughout the first 6 games for him to go out there and have a successful record. And then, in a way, changing the offense to adhere to Russell Wilson for the game on Sunday night. I mean, the offense was different. They ran a lot of boots. They ran a lot of things. They had a lot of checks at the line. A lot of guys got incorporated within the offense. Using Najee Harris the right way whenever Jaylen Warren was out, whenever he was hurt, whenever Cordell Patterson was hurt, and then infusing Jaylen Warren back in the lineup, having a different offensive line structure almost every single game, having a rookie center and then a first starting center of his career in McCollum, not having your rookie right tackle that you wanted to start in the beginning of the year, not having your, Pro Bowl-ish guard for most of the year who got hurt in James Daniels. Having the receiving core that you have. I can go through the list. That's why.
And you did. I can't disagree with any of that. Like, what would this offense look like, seriously, if they had Russell Wilson all year, if they were playing their preferred offensive lineman and weren't dealing with the injury concerns there, if they had a healthy running back room? Because what they've done now as an offense, what he's helped engineer as the offensive coordinator, is they're 16th in the league in scoring, which isn't great. It's exactly average, but that is a significant step from where they've been the last 2 years. Night and day. Last 2 games, they're averaging 34.5 points a game. Last 3 games, they're averaging 28.5 points per game. They have the 8th best running back in football by yardage. That's Najee Harris. They have the 8th best receiver in football by yardage in George Pickens. If I would have told anybody coming into the season that the Steelers would be 16th in points per game and have a top 10 receiver and a top 10 running back, I think everyone would have signed up for it without any of the injury qualifiers. Without understanding that they played the quarterback that they rather would have not played through the first 6 games and went 4-2 with that guy and did it differently in a couple of games, I think he's done a great job. And I think reasonable people can say it's only going to get better from here. Can they be a top 10 offense by the end of the year? My answer to that is no unless they get a wide receiver. But if they get another wide receiver, if they get a Slayton or a Ridley or a Cooper Kupp or a Mike Williams to a lesser extent, could they finish near the top 10 in the league in points per game? I think they might be able to, man. And I want to latch on to one more point that Ray made at the end of our conversation with him. He said he was reminded by late-stage Ben by Russell Wilson. And, hey, look, it was one game. But in that game, I actually think Russell looked better than Ben did his final year because he could move. He's not moving like Justin Fields, never was going to. But you and I, we sang this song chapter and verse as I mix analogies here. Like, he's not mobile, but he's not immobile. Ben couldn't move at all. What were they doing with Ben? They were getting the ball out of his hand in 2.5 seconds. Ben, late in his career, looked like Rodgers did in that game.
Yeah.
Rodgers still has arm strength. I don't think Rodgers can move, and I think he's a little shaky now because he doesn't want to get hurt. He knows he can't protect himself. So they got rid of the ball in 2.5 seconds. The Steelers caught on to that and were sticking their hands up. That's what Ben was at the end. Russell held the ball for 3 seconds. Play action. Ben didn't want to do play action, and he got rid of it quick. Russell's holding on to it and taking shots down the field. I think they've got potential to be close to a top 10 offense if they add a receiver. And I think Arthur Smith's done a good job. Some of the toss stuff drives me nuts. Some of the running on second down and long drives me nuts. But I can't argue with the production now of this offense.
I think that Russ shocked a lot of people by his movement in the pocket, like you're saying. I mean, there was one play that was posted on Twitter yesterday where he hit Pat Freiermuth on that shallow cross. And what he did in the pocket, he has back turned towards the defense, and then he turns around, and then there was a rusher right in his face. He kind of slid to the right a little bit and then kind of corked the ball. Like, I don't think people expected that from Russ. And that's what he does. Like, that's what he is actually good at. He's not going to get you, 40 yards rushing a game, but those little things, those little movements in the pocket, those are dynamite. I mean, that's the reason why Pat Freiermuth was able to even get open, and the throw was on point, is because he was able to shuffle and move his feet and get his eyes down the field and find Freiermuth. Those are the little things that people don't take in effect with Russell Wilson. I believe that they can be a top 10 offense. I mean, they may not win every single game, but if they can score 28 points, and if they lose, they're still going to be scoring more points a game as you move forward.
Yeah, dude, we looked at it yesterday. Top 10 scoring offense last year would have had them 26 points per game. They just need to average 3 more points a game. I think that's possible.
Yeah.
You got a kicker that doesn't miss, too, by the way, which helps. I think you're better in the return game, thus setting you up in better field position. They're a complimentary football team right now. And look, I'm not saying they're the best team in the AFC, anything like that, but they've been way more productive offensively than they have the last 2 years, and they've dealt with a lot of adversity. They have. So I don't think you really have to go out on a limb saying they could be 3 points per game better. And if they are with this defense, okay, then at that point I can consider them one of the top teams in the AFC. Here's a text. Crowley, years ago my aunt was up in the morning, made oatmeal in the microwave. While the oatmeal was cooking, she was on her couch watching the morning news. Microwave timer went off. She got up to retrieve her breakfast. A car wrecked into her living room, took out the couch she was sitting on. She now has the microwave door from that microwave framed and hanging in her house. She credits it for saving her life.
There you go.
So I'm just not safe anywhere.
No.
Very good. All right, coming up next, we'll go around the NFL, sponsored by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pens lost to the Flames after a shootout in yesterday's game. Penguins will have a couple days off. They're playing the Edmonton Oilers on Friday. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. A reminder, Pet Fest 24 presented by Subaru is back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. It's right next to East End Co-op, so it's easy to find. There's plenty of free parking. You get to bring your four-legged friends. They get to meet vendors, animal shelters, participate in costume contests, get photos with Santa, or even join in the blessing of the pets at 9:30 a.m. Pet Fest brought to you by Point Breeze Veterinary Clinic, Shenderovich and Fishman, and EV True Value Hardware. For more information, go to 937thefan.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
We take whiskey seriously. Taste the difference of a hand-selected bourbon at your local lodge, like the Twin Peaks Buffalo Trace Barrel Select.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 2nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
They don't call her confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's so much going on around the NFL right now that we might as well take 2 segments to go around the NFL, Doran. What say you?
Yes.
Let's do it. Presented by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. DeAndre Hopkins traded to the Kansas City Chiefs from the Tennessee Titans for a conditional 4th-round pick. That leaves Darius Slayton, perhaps. We'll see him on Monday. Calvin Ridley is an option. Mike Williams as an option. And, of course, the big one, Cooper Kupp. Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting that the Rams are calling teams gauging interest on Kupp, and their asking price is a 2nd-round pick, and they would consider taking on some of the salary, or I guess eating some of the salary. Doran said he'd do it for a second. Ray Fittipaldo says the Steelers could be a 13-win team with Cooper Kupp. I say it's rich for me for a guy that's been hurt in each of the last 3 seasons. Played 23 out of 41 games. Still good when healthy.
Yes.
Played 2 games this year, 28 targets, up over 150 yards. He has doubled up the production of Van Jefferson in just 2 games. Van has played all 7 games this season. Someone texts him, hey guys, how about this offer to the Rams? 3rd-round pick, and if Kupp plays a snap in a playoff game for the Steelers, it becomes a 2nd. Yeah.
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 That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yep. I'm down.
I like that a lot.
I would do that. I don't know that he gets them to 13 wins. They do have a tough schedule. I do think he gives them a shot at that. I do think he lifts the ceiling. You can spare me the he's a slot receiver BS. He is. Okay, fair. So is Calvin Austin. He plays 34 snaps a game. Their number 1 wide receiver, Pickens, plays 49 snaps a game. Feel like you can find a way to bridge that gap.
Yes.
Feel like you can get him some of the Van Jefferson snaps when you are in 2 wide receiver sets. So I would do it. We both are higher, I think, on Arthur Smith than are other folks out there. So you go get a good player and you find out how to use him.
Mm-hmm.
Other NFL news. Jameis Winston going to be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns this weekend.
They still stink.
They are terrible. Their only option wasn't their only issue, I should say, wasn't Deshaun Watson. He stunk. Was, for my money, the worst quarterback in the NFL. Going into the game on Sunday, had been sacked 31 times. Now, he holds on to the ball forever. Guys aren't open. Now they don't have Amari Cooper, so fewer guys are open. That's part of it. He wasn't the only problem.
No.
Jameis gives them a better chance to win. I bet you by the time the Steelers see them later on in the season, we're going to be seeing some DTR. Did you see Baker Mayfield toss a Zin in on the sideline, Doran?
I sure did.
How many guys in the league do you think are doing that?
That have Zins?
Yeah.
Probably half the league.
You think so?
Yeah, because I know that, there was a lot of guys that used to just do regular chew, and I'm sure that it's easier to play or practice or have Zins in meetings. Yeah, 40%.
Would you play with a Zin?
There's no doubt.
Would you ever play with a chew-in back in the day?
Yes, in practice.
In practice? Every practice?
No, sometimes. Like when it was an easier practice, say like a walk-through or a jog-through or a Friday practice, yes, I would have a chew-in.
That's the second Zin reference this year. We got one with Arthur Smith.
Yep.
Whose Zin fell out. He was gushing over Justin Fields, and now you've got Baker Mayfield popping one in on the sideline.
Didn't the kicker for Atlanta take a Zin from a fan?
Koo?
Yeah. I think maybe last year. That might have been last year. He, reached in the stands or something, and he, popped his in. Something like that. Yeah, that definitely happened.
That did happen. I saw it went viral. Someone tossed him a whole can, I think.
I think so, yeah.
By the way, I want some points for knowing that the Atlanta kicker's name was Young Hoku.
Why do you want points? It's not a normal name.
I think my kicker knowledge is great.
Who's the kicker for? Who's the kicker
play
for the
game.
Cowboys?
Oh, he was just here.
Exactly.
I don't remember.
Exactly. Exactly.
I shouldn't have said I know kickers. I know one. I know Atlanta's kicker.
You know two.
Chris Boswell.
Yes.
Justin Tucker.
Yes.
Cade York.
Yes.
I don't want to name any more kickers.
Okay.
How about Aaron Rodgers goes on yesterday with Pat McAfee? And McAfee, to his credit, brought up that Beanie Bishop after the game, said that he wanted to get both of those footballs signed by Aaron Rodgers, and Rodgers said he would do it.
Mm-hmm.
This is me being the old school Crowley again, Doran.
Oh,
I don't like it.
Why?
I don't like it in season. I don't like the idea of a guy loses a game by 22 points. The reason the game turned around is because he threw an interception to an undrafted rookie free agent. Now he says he's going to sign the football for him. Do it after the year. I'm sure he will do it after. Don't say yes now. You're a competitor. You threw 2 balls to Beanie Bishop, who to that point was by far the weakest link in the Steelers.
But isn't that
defense.
a part of being a competitor and being a professional is acknowledging whenever somebody did something very well, especially a young player?
A tip of the cap, you're saying?
Yes. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's like, you know what? You did pick me off twice. You're the first Steeler to ever pick me off, actually, and then you were the second Steeler to ever pick me off. I'm going to sign a couple footballs for you, young man.
All right,
Good job.
You've convinced me.
Yeah.
It absolutely makes sense that Beanie wants that.
Yeah.
That's cool as hell. Did you see Rodgers pick his nose?
Yes, need it.
You ever eaten a booger?
Probably when I was little.
Definitely.
Yes.
Callis, you ever eaten a booger?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you do it now?
No.
Yeah, he did. When we went out to breakfast that one time and it fell out of his nose, he started eating the eggs. It fell into his eggs. He started eating the eggs.
He did. He did one of those snot rockets.
Oh.
Yeah. And we don't know where it landed. And he had an omelet sitting there.
Did I do that at the table?
You
Yes,
did do it
you
at
did.
the table. It was one of the grosser things I've ever seen. Yeah.
Ever.
I've eaten a booger. I think everyone listening to this show has eaten a booger at some point in their lives. I told you this before. I pick my nose. I get out of here. You're dry. You're talking for 4.5 hours. The second I make the turn and start heading up Green Tree Road and there's not a car around, I'm wrist deep up there. I'm not afraid to admit it, man. I'm a big-time nose picker. I'm not even a casual nose picker. I look forward to it. And, in fact, my nose is screaming at me right now. It's a little dry. Cannot wait to get into my car.
You're sick.
You do it, too.
You're sick.
You pick your nose now.
Well, I don't talk about it. Like it's like some fun activity.
It's great.
Do you think people want to hear that right now?
I don't know. Probably not.
That makes me...
Do you pick your nose? 412-928-9370.
Makes me even more grossed out to be in your car now, though.
That's fair.
There's already trash all over the ground.
Someone texted in, forget Mike Williams, the Steelers should try to trade for Garrett Wilson. Now, why in the world would the Jets do that? They're dumb. We can agree on that.
Yep.
But they're not trading Garrett Wilson. Not now. Texter, Zins or half-step and put a chew in like a man. No, I don't want the cancer.
Right.
I'm sure we'll find out years from now. They'll do some research that Zin's no good, but we know already chew bad.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. More around the NFL stuff when we come back. Who are some other receivers the Steelers could be interested in? Then we've got our guy Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10 on a Wednesday, or as we call it, a weekend, with Doug Whaley. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Penguins, they played yesterday and they lost after a shootout to the Calgary Flames. They've got a couple off days, and then they have 2 games over the weekend, one on Friday, one on Saturday. Also, Pitt football plays on Thursday in a primetime feature against Syracuse. That's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:30 that day. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Troubles all around. This report brought to you by Ulta Beauty. We have reports of an accident on the outbound Parkway West near Settlers Ridge. It's causing slowdowns all the way back to Carnegie. Inbound delays are over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. We have an accident in Wilkins Township. Watch for delays around the intersection of Penn Center Boulevard and Business 22. We have delays as well on the Parkway East. That's jammed at Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North delays at Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Get 25% off installation of new energy-efficient windows and siding with 48 months, 0 interest. That's 40 years, 0 interest. You pay no interest until 2028. And get a free polar wrap that acts like a giant Snuggie around your house, keeping you warm and cozy this winter. Weather Seal Home Services, where comfort meets savings. 877-351-SEAL or visit weathersealhomeservices.com. Offer valid through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
Now is the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting as low as $347 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Payment starting at $265 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Salty Paws offers ice cream, custom cakes, freeze-dried and air-baked goods for your dog. Visit Salty Paws store on Butler Street in Pittsburgh for all your pet's nutritious snack needs, and get your pup an ice cream bar. Yeah, get your pup an ice cream bar.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. A texter brings up Jacoby Myers as another possible target for the Steelers at the wide receiver position, Doran.
He's not bad.
I hate where I am on all this wide receiver stuff. Like, I'm not quite willing to go second-round pick for the best of the bunch in Cooper Kupp. None of these other guys really excite you, but you're not building an all-star team here. You just need an upgrade. And I do think Jacoby Myers would be a significant upgrade over Van Jefferson. Calvin Ridley would be an upgrade. Darius Slayton would be an upgrade. Mike Williams would be an upgrade. But if you can get Amari for a fourth...
You did it again.
I know, I keep doing it. I keep getting sucked right back in.
You did it again.
Speaking of wide receivers, Pitt to honor a great tomorrow night in Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Number one, coming back. Should have been the Heisman Trophy winner in 2003. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes. I've had opportunity to train with Larry and just to watch him on a day-to-day basis back whenever I was playing. And you can see why he was so great, like on a day-to-day basis. Just like everything he did was just 100%.
Got a good head on his shoulders, too.
Yes.
A gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that the Steelers were going to lose Super Bowl 43 when he split the defense. And I still think to this day, if LaMarr Woodley doesn't force a fumble on the final offensive play of the game for Arizona, a Hail Mary into the end zone, Larry Fitzgerald's coming down with that football.
Probably.
He was unstoppable. And then a couple of years later with with Carson Palmer, thank you. He would just lob it up. He just plucked the thing right out of the sky. He's unbelievable. But back to his time at Pitt. So his final season, played 2 years. This is a sophomore. Darn near 1,700 yards, 18 yards a catch. Wow. 22 touchdowns, 130 yards a game. And Ron Cook voted for the other guy.
Of course.
Jason White that season, 35 touchdown passes, 9 interceptions. No, excuse me, that was his final year. 40 touchdowns, 10 picks, completion percentage is 61.6. I mean, we see that all the time in college football these days. The last receiver since then to win the Heisman was Devonta Smith with Alabama in 2020. Couple things. He was a senior. He had 1,800 yards, one more touchdown than Larry Fitzgerald, but fewer yards per catch, and he had 14 more yards per game than Larry Fitzgerald. But again, he did it as a senior. He did it for Alabama.
Larry fell product to the brand and losing out to the brand.
No doubt.
Oklahoma at the time. I believe they won the national championship that year, right?
Well, and they won it before. They won it in 2000, I want to say. Okay. I might be wrong.
Maybe Miami?
Was that the Miami-Ohio State year?
I think so. 2003?
Mm-hmm. No, 2001 was Miami. Ohio State in 2002. LSU and Southern Cal split it, remember, in 2003. It was, Oklahoma won it in 2000.
Okay.
But they were a brand, and they were fun. They were air raid. They're throwing it all over the place. Mike Leach, all that fun stuff. Okay. Larry Fitzgerald was a better player.
Mm-hmm.
And for Larry, he's a Pro Football Hall of Fame guy. So when I looked up his stats, you have to type in Larry Fitzgerald college stats. If you want Jason White stats, you just got to type in Jason White stats.
Correct.
Because he didn't do anything in the NFL. Texter, where's the name Christian Kirk? Wood?
Yes.
I think they're going to get a guy. Because we've just named now 5 receivers. And how many teams need a receiver right now? The Chargers, their receiving room stinks. So I would put them on the list. I've heard the Ravens, but they only have $4 million in cap space. And seriously, they're averaging 40 points a game anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how serious they are. The Chiefs, you scratch them off the list. Perhaps Tampa with their 2 recent receiver injuries. And then I guess the 49ers, but...
Saints, maybe.
But I think they're out of it. I think they have to realize that team sucks.
They are bad.
And Spencer Rattler, he threw a ball backwards. Like, they can't believe they're in it. So what? Maybe 4 teams still need a receiver, and we've named 5 or 6 receivers. Someone's going to be available for the Steelers. Kaboli said it when we had him in on Monday. He thinks they'll get a guy. Ray said the same thing. So it'll happen. The question is who? And we'll talk to Doug Whaley about that coming up next. He joins us for a full hour. Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, a high of 75.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. Let's talk fantasy football. You know the drill. Hours spent researching, stats scattered everywhere, and you're thinking, this is it. I've got the perfect lineup. Then Sunday rolls around and boom. You pick the wrong player. The guy's a dud. 3 points. Your season on the ropes. Now imagine your weight loss journey is the same thing. You're reading labels, trying new healthy foods, but that one wrong choice, yeah, it's like benching your star player and losing the week. That's where Awaken 180 steps in. Think of them as your fantasy football guru. No more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss. I'm proof, Donnie's proof, half of Pittsburgh is now proof. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. The right foods at the right times. No more blown weeks or stalled progress. No guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. Call 844-346-1800 or visit awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The list of accidents continues to grow. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews now checking reports of an accident in the Point Breeze section of the city, the intersection of South Dallas Avenue and Reynolds Street. Also an accident on the outbound Parkway West. This is between Green Tree and Carnegie. Watch for lane restriction and delays heading past the scene. Inbound, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. In the Brookline section of the city, an accident tying up Pioneer Avenue at Dunster Street. And we also have one in McCandless on Peebles Road at Bingay Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're trying to eat healthy and still gaining weight, you are not alone. Between the chemical additives and sugar substitutes, it's nearly impossible. Because of this, almost 50% of adults now have type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. Get informed. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's right, voice guy Doug Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. And Doug Whaley brought to us by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 4.75% on a 7-month CD with just $1,000 new money. Full details at AllegiantFCU.org. Good morning to you, Doug. How you doing?
Fellas, I got a little taste of your medicine today. I'm out here in Phoenix on the West Coast, so had to get up around 5 o'clock. I know that's still a little later than you guys do, but I feel what you guys go through every single day of the week.
Yeah, it must suck just getting to hang out in a beautiful place. That's where I was wondering where he was going with that. Got a little taste of your medicine. I'm in paradise right now.
Right. It's supposed to be 95 degrees today, so I don't know about paradise, but it is when you hit the pool at 95.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
Doran, yesterday was about 80 around here. It was, I think, the most perfect weather day of the year and
great.
Probably the best day we're going to have for the rest of the year. So, suck on them apples, Mr. Doug Whaley.
My wife was telling me about that, so I'm glad everybody's getting a little taste of good weather. How about that?
That's right. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, Doug, before we get into Russ Wilson and his performance on Sunday night, which we want to spend a lot of time with you on, Cooper Kupp available. And the Rams say they'll eat a lot of the salary. They're asking for a second-round pick. A, should the Steelers be interested? And B, do you think there might be a pressure from Omar Khan to overpay because of missing out on Ayuk, because of missing out on Devontae Adams, because of, well, gestures wildly the entirety of the offseason?
I'll say yes, they have to be interested. One, because of the performance of the quarterback and how the quarterback was shown that he can distribute the ball. But two, I don't think you overpay, especially for this guy. When you look at this guy with his age and his injury history, and we all know the older you get, the easier those injuries are to reoccur. And from my sources, and look at me, I'm a media guy, my sources said they didn't want to go over a fourth rounder for Adams. So we all agree Adams is a better receiver than Cooper Kupp at this time. Ability to stay on the field, production, and fits what we're looking for. The Steelers are looking for even more as being a number one wide receiver. If they're not going to go over a fourth rounder for him, I can't see them going for a second for Kupp. That's a slot with a long injury history and an older guy. So, yes, I understand it, because when we look at it and when you look at the wide receiver position from a Steelers standpoint, it's like 2 o'clock and the lights are on at the bar. So everything's looking good. You just got to be careful to not overpay. And we can also see this from when, well, I know we're going to talk about Russell Wilson, but when Justin Fields came on as a quarterback, the Steelers and the Steelers fans were so starved for quarterback play that everybody was saying, how can you take this guy out? Well, because there was somebody better around the corner that just walked out of the bar before they kicked you out of the bar.
Doug, how does these things go down? If you're a GM in your scouting department and you have a need for a player and a need for a position, and you have your eyes set on one guy, and he does have an injury history, like, are you just playing a guessing game? Like saying, like, we're going to hope and guess that this guy's going to be healthy if we do acquire him? Or, like, are you contacting any trainers, and their agent, talking and seeing, like, what their rehab situation is? Like, how does that all go down, and how could you come to a conclusion of if you want to trade for a player or sign a player?
So in most scouting departments, you have a scouting system, and in that scouting system, there is a way to track injury histories. And a lot of times you say, all right, he's inactive because of injury, and what's the injury? So you put that in that scouting system. So when they pull up Cooper Kupp in their system, they're going to be able to look at his game logs, his injury history, and every statistic they have on him. And that's when you hand it over to your medical team, your trainer, your head physician, and your head orthopedic guy, which is, and then say, all right, from this injury history, what are your concerns? Are you concerned? Is it a recurring soft tissue injury, or has it been a multitude of injuries that had no correlation to each other? Or is it, oh, he had a hammy, now he has Achilles. Well, he was kind of compensating. So you let them, the medical professionals, tell you this guy's a risk or a low risk, or, hey, this guy's just had bad luck. So that's how you start it, especially when you start talking about the medical. And in the end, and you all have heard, the trade is complete pending a physical. And that's, once he gets in, he's got to take that physical, and then you see. But a lot of it is leaning on your medical professionals, and that's what they get paid to do.
Doug Whaley in with us for the full 9 o'clock hour here. You can text your questions for Doug on the text line, 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We were speculating about this earlier. How much do relationships between general managers have to do with stuff getting done this time of the year? Is that really important, or is it just transactional?
No, it's for, if you have a relationship with another GM, that really helps in the cause. There are some GMs that are just purely transactional. And then there's also GMs where they won't do a deal unless they clearly win. And then there's other GMs. So it's really, you have to case the situation, know the team you're talking to, understand your limitations, but also when it gets down to it, make sure, unless you're on a stretch run to make the Super Bowl, and you know you're one piece away, and this is that position and that player, that's that one piece that you're going to make the Super Bowl, you should never overpay, because when you overpay, it always comes back to bite you.
How far away would they be if they did get Cooper Kupp? Where would they be? What's their ceiling if Cooper Kupp is a Pittsburgh Steeler?
From what I saw from Sunday's game, their ceiling's unlimited, and you just don't put a ceiling on them, because their potential is very. I mean, when you start talking about putting up over 30 points a game with that defense and a quarterback that, as we saw on Sunday night, can elevate other people's games that weren't really scratched the surface with other people being the quarterback, that's the difference between a guy that's has quarterback talent and a talented quarterback. Remember, we brought that up? We saw that Sunday. And that's no slight on Justin. He's got talent, and he's going to get better and hopefully get to the point where Russell is. So when you look at it, if I'm Justin Fields, and one, I have to give kudos to him. He is a consummate professional. The way he answered that question, you couldn't ask for any better answer, because he put it on himself. And I love guys that put it on himself. As my dad always says, if you get slighted, don't be bitter, just get better. And that's the way he's attacking. Let me get better. And one of the ways he can get better is sitting back and seeing how Russell Wilson operates, not only on the field during game day, practice, and preparation. Learn from that guy. Be a sponge. Understand and watch film with him afterwards. What'd you see here? Why did you do this? Pick his brain. And I can't 100% say this, but the way Russell Wilson comes across, Russell's going to offer that information up. So to me, to get bring it back to your question, I think any receiver, but a guy like Cooper Kupp, it's going to alter the offensive scheme. But I'm okay with that because Arthur Smith has shown the ability to not have a system that people have to fit, but fit his system around the talent he has available.
If you could create the perfect wide receiver in a lab that this team needs, what kind of guy would that be? He's taking a drink.
I would say, and unfortunately, if you look at the two guys that they missed out on, Ayuk and Adams, those are the type that you can have a bona fide number one and then have a 1B in Pickens. And then you have those bootlegs to Freiermuth, Mount Washington, and maybe Roman Wilson will finally get on the field, but that doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon. But the main point is when you have a quarterback that can elevate other people's game, you can put I wouldn't say you put anybody in there, but guys that weren't flourishing before will have a chance to contribute at a higher level than they were before.
I want to get into Arthur Smith with you, obviously more on Russell Wilson. We'll get into all that. We got a full hour here with Doug Whaley, 45 minutes or so still yet to go. So we'll be back with Doug right after this. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football plays tomorrow in a primetime game, 7:30 at night against Syracuse, and it's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7. The Fan will have coverage that begins at 5:30. You can listen on the radio, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
I see you. You're on top of it all. On top of the trends. On top of your game. Taking care of business. And taking no excuses. Your future is bright because you put in the time to make it shine. And honestly, this upcoming election needs a little more you. Because you can tell who is real. You can spot a fighter. You know who will deliver. And who has your back. I got you. So this election day, make sure you are seen and heard. Check out votehq.org today. Then make a plan to vote. This year, you can vote early by mail, early in person, or keep it classic and vote on November 5th. Voting puts you in charge of your future. And no one is more on top of it than you. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Crowley here for Twin Peaks, and nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, they've got everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu second to none. And don't forget about their 29-degree drafts. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views, located in Robinson.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me. But I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where Scale Marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. It's not Robert Saleh's fault Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are running penalty laps this week, but track newcomer Brock Purdy can blame injuries to his wideouts. How about the Giants, Titans, Pats, Panthers, Browns, and Raiders? They all look cooked to me, folks. And this is a month before Thanksgiving. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel all right.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big-time problems, especially on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Crews on the scene of this accident on the inbound Parkway North with lane restrictions approaching the East Street off-ramp. That's causing delays now back as far as Perrysville, heading toward the Veterans Bridge. Also an accident being cleared in Point Breeze, the intersection of South Dallas Avenue and Reynolds Street. Also on the final stages of clearing in McCandless on Peoples Road at Bingay Drive. Also, the Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, it is a Wednesday with Doug Whaley. It's also Pet Fest week, presented by Subaru, and it's back October 27th. That's this Sunday. It's at Rockwell Park in the East End, right next to the East End Co-op, so super easy to find, plenty of free parking. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, animal shelters, participate in costume contests, get photos with Santa, or join in the blessing of the pets at 9:30 a.m. Pet Fest brought to you by Point Breeze Veterinary Clinic, Shenarovich and Fishman, and EV True Value Hardware. For more information, please go to 937thefan.com. Doug, you got a dog?
I do have a dog. We have a puppy. He's probably about 8-9 months now. So as you can, and people that are dog owners know, he's very rambunctious at this time of his life.
We have talked, actually, I should have remembered, we've talked about your dog because you have a little one at home, too, that's, just over a year old. So what?
Yeah.
Doug, listen, man, you look great. You're not a young guy. What are you doing? A puppy and a baby at once? God bless you.
It's straight chaos. Since we had such a wide disparity in age between our daughter and our son, we just said, well, let's have what we consider our Whaley twins, a young puppy and a young infant. And my wife, I give all credit to her because I'm out here. I've been on the West Coast since Friday, and I come back tonight, and she's handling the fort. So I tip my cap to her. But it is chaos when we get to that house, and it's just you just sit back and laugh.
Yeah, Doug's out on business, the business of sleeping in a little bit. Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock this morning. Doug, one more question on wide receiver. So the Steelers, of course, they play the Giants on Monday, and then they have their bye week. How hard is it for a wide receiver to come in if they should trade for one? How long will it take them to get up to speed on the offense? And can you learn enough of it during the bye week to be ready to go right after?
Absolutely, especially with the wide receivers today and how they've been ingrained in the passing attack of football since most of them since high school, and a lot of them are doing 7-on-7. So the concepts are the same. There's not much new you can do in football. The only thing different that they'll have to learn and pick up is the terminology. So when they come in, they can really get up to speed in a limited fashion pretty quickly. I think within a week they should have at least really good wide receivers, 40 to 45% of the playbook ready to be able to enact at a high level and just go from there. And then I think that bye week may be a perfect time to make that trade so you can get somebody, get them up to speed, get them a little couple days of practice with the offense, but more importantly, try to develop some chemistry and timing with Russell Wilson.
You hear a lot of people out there, I mean, when Cooper Kupp's name's being brought up in becoming a Pittsburgh Steeler potentially, oh, well, he's a slot receiver. They don't need a slot receiver. Does that really matter? Does it matter what the title is of a guy like Cooper Kupp?
No, I look at it this way, especially when you're talking about Omar Khan and the personnel side of the NFL. The main thing in your business and what you need to do is collect as much talent as possible. This guy's a talent at the position he plays. And then when you add to the fact that I think Arthur Smith does a good job, and he showed it by what the offense looked like with Justin Fields and what the offense looked like with Russell Wilson. He put Justin Fields in the best position with his talents and where he is on the quarterback spectrum to play at the highest level he could get Justin Fields to play, which was a very high level. And we all agreed that it was a level that even all of us were questioning why they would supplant him with Russell Wilson. So I say this to say that if Cooper Kupp comes in, I have a really strong feeling Arthur Smith's going to tailor plays and the offense to put him in positions to be successful, but more importantly, be productive.
Let's flip over to the quarterback conversation now, Doug, and we can talk obviously a lot about what Russell Wilson was able to do and what he brings to the table, but does this close the book for the Steelers on Justin Fields as a franchise quarterback, or do you see franchise potential at some point with Justin?
No, I don't think it does. I think it really solidified in their minds, and I think all of our minds, the public, the media, the fans, and the team, that Justin has a ceiling, and he hasn't reached it yet, but he still is further behind, and he's got a ways to go. So I don't think you close the book on it. One thing that is evident is that you have two quarterbacks you can win with. So if Russell Wilson does get injured, the confidence in that locker room in Justin Fields just soared. So I'll say this, and I'm going to go off on a little diatribe. There are three types of coaches, in my opinion. There's teachers, there's coaches, and there's leaders of men. And the way Mike Tomlin handled this situation shows he is a leader of men. You can, and there's going to be a lot of questions from now, before and going forward about his coaching decisions and his coaching ability. But there shall never be another question about Mike Tomlin, why he has this job, because he can lead men. The way he handled it and the way he got out in front of it, no matter what the outcome was going to be, he was pointing the finger at himself. This was my decision and my decision solely. And that's why you hear players, veterans, the rookies say, I want to play for that guy because he knows how to lead men. So all I have to say from now on, when it comes to decisions of personnel and leadership decisions, we should give Coach Tomlin the benefit of the doubt and not say, you're crazy for doing this. He's earned it, not only from the past experience, but more importantly, how he handled this last decision. And that's why when you think about it, and we talked about it last week, Doran, those people that are around practice, like a Kabali, that's why now that I think about it, he's dropping hints to you. Wilson is the guy because he was seeing what was going on in practice and how he was orchestrating that offense compared to Justin Fields. And again, no slight on Justin. He's just not there yet. But you had a guy that was there, and he knew, Coach Tomlin knew that Wilson could unlock a part of this offense that wasn't being unlocked with Justin Fields, where you can get a multitude of people in on the passing game and be able to put up 30-plus points against a very good defense. Sorry for going on that, but what was your question?
If Justin Fields is still franchise material.
No, I think he is. I think you have something to work with, and you see he has been able to take what they want him to do and execute it at a high level. Now he's just got to be able to get fed more and more and more, which they may have done it if Russell Wilson was still hurt, but I think his arrow is pointing up. And I don't see why you would close the book on Justin Fields. And the thing that I was always worried about or concerned about was, what are their options going to be next offseason? And how are they going to build not a team that wins games, but a championship team? Now it looks like you have two options. So if you can't get something done with one, you can always try to get something done with others. So this puts them in a very good situation for their next move, knowing both quarterbacks can play at a high level.
Where does it go next with Russell Wilson in the Steelers offense? We'll talk to Doug about that when we come back. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they played yesterday, and they lost to the Calgary Flames after a shootout. So Penguins are now 3-4 on the season with one overtime loss. They're off for a couple days, and they have back-to-back games Friday and Saturday to end the week and end the road trip. For more, Go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Crowley.
BetParks online casino and sportsbook apps got you covered for the upcoming baseball championship series, and even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app. You can play all your favorite casino games, blackjack, craps, roulette, hot online slots. You can bet on sporting events like, hey, Pitt hosting Syracuse at home tomorrow. They're favored by 6. I like the home team. How about the Black and Gold? They opened as a 4.5-point favorite, and the line is now ballooned to 6.5 against New York. Kind of like that one, too, with the state of the quarterback play. New users, download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel all right. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season by eliminating all of that. Don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero-resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero-resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Did you know the cost of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform? The total cost to taxpayers since 2021 is $72.8 billion. Current Washington leaders have irresponsibly allowed entry of over 7 million illegals, 5 times the number from our prior elected officials. This election, remember, politicians aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Get ready for fireworks on Sunday Night Football. The San Francisco 49ers may have had their struggles, but their offense keeps lighting up the scoreboard. Ranked in the top 10 for scoring offense, the Niners take on the Dallas defense that right now is bleeding points. Second most in the NFL. Cowboys-Niners over 46.5 is a BetQL 4-star best bet. I like the Cowboys to cover. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In case you missed it, the Chiefs have traded for DeAndre Hopkins from the Tennessee Titans, gave up a conditional 4th-round pick. The Chiefs had been plus 200. Best odds to land Cooper Kupp. You know who came in at number 2, Doran?
Steelers.
Yes, that's right, at plus 300.
Yes.
So you would have to say now that the Steelers are the favorites for Cooper Kupp.
Correct.
Doug Whaley joins us until 10 o'clock. Doug, let's say the Steelers get a wide receiver, an upgrade, and now they've got Russell Wilson. So they're sitting there at 5-2 in the AFC North, top the division, tied with the Baltimore Ravens, with another receiver, with Russell Wilson. Just how good can these Steelers be, and how would you kind of fit them in among the hierarchy here in the AFC?
Yeah, I think when you look at it, if they can get another receiver with Russell Wilson leading the offense, it goes from an offense that has concepts that are actuate, that you put into action, like, oh, we're going to flood this zone, watch 1 to 2, 2 to 3, to an offense that can feature matchups, where they can find the weakest link in that defense and saying, in this concept, we're going to focus on that nickel. That nickel is their weakest link. We're going to put said X receiver and focus on beating that person. Or, hey, like the Jets, they think they can get home with their defensive line, but we're going to focus on Pickens against their corner. So to me, it goes to that point. And when you get into that level of execution on your offense, the sky's the limit, like I said before. And you don't want to put a limitation on saying, oh, we can be this good, we can be this. Let's shoot for the stars and see where this thing can take us. Now, where they slot into the AFC right now, I mean, you got to give it to the Chiefs. You got to give it to the Bills right now. With Josh Allen, any of those guys that are the supreme quarterbacks, but I'll say they're on that tier below. And I'm just saying the tier below now just because it's only been a small sample size with Russell Wilson. If he can string 4 or 5 games together like he played this last one, or even, and we expect him to obviously be better because he's not going to have that first quarter that was just atrocious. So if he can do that, then they're inching up into that upper echelon where you have to talk about them with those class of AFC teams.
Doug, there are people out there that were trying to pick apart Sunday night's game, especially Russell Wilson's game, saying that there was a lot of balls underthrown, that his arm talent just isn't there anymore. I know what my eyes told me during that game. What did your eyes tell you? What's your pure evaluation of Russell Wilson during Sunday night's game?
To me, the pure evaluation is a guy that knows how to play that position, a guy that needs to get some rust knocked off, and he will get better. But he did 2 things, in my opinion, for the Steelers. He showed a quarterback. There's a difference in a quarterback that throws to an open guy and a quarterback that throws a guy open. And that's what he was trying to do a lot of the times. Now, his accuracy wasn't there, especially on the deep balls. George Pickens had to make some adjustments, but he's still trying to throw the guy open. And the second thing that he brought to this offense, there's a difference between being a team that wants to run and a team that can run. With his ability to open up the passing game, that made the rushing attack that more effective because they can run when they want to instead of just saying, we're going to run, we're going to run, we're going to run. No, we're going to run after we opened up the running with the pass. So this is just his ability to elevate the entire offense, be it the passing game, the running game, the receivers that are catching the ball, and the rushing attack. It shows you why they, and more importantly, why Coach Tomlin said, this is our guy no matter how well Justin Fields played.
Speaking of that rushing attack, Najee Harris, only the second time in his career where he's run for 100 yards in back-to-back games. What are you seeing from him that has led to this level of success?
I think it's, again, going back to Arthur Smith, putting him in positions to be successful. Obviously, we talked about it. Everybody's talked about it. Besides the toss plays, you take them all out of the equation, him being able to say, go downhill, be decisive, run like your hair's on fire, and just get up the field. Be a north-south vertical runner that has contact balance, has run strength, that can push the pile. And don't try to be something you're not. Be who you are. And that's just a power chunk runner that once in a while can break off a long run. But you're going to constantly be moving the pile forward and falling for extra yards. I'd like to hear the PFS stats on his yards after contact.
Doug, what about this defense? Defense played pretty well, and Beanie Bishop, I mean, he didn't have the best games all the way up until this point, and being an undrafted rookie and being thrusted into that role, that's a tough deal. And he goes out there and he has 2 picks. You just can't say enough about him. And then now they're dealing with a little bit of injuries with Dante Jackson. How do you feel this defense is right now as we stand today?
I think it's getting confidence, and one of the reasons why it's getting confidence is because of what's happening on the offensive side of the ball. You can't tell me, Doran, that in that locker room, that defense is looking around, and Terrell Austin's saying, if this offense puts up 30-plus points, there is no team that can play with us because you're going to unleash that pass rush, and it's going to make people like Beanie Bishop, again, he had a tough start to the year, but he kept stuck with it. But more importantly, the coaches stuck with him and had confidence with him, and he's repaying it for him. So in today's society, everybody wants a quick hook. There's, again, showing the leadership of Mike Tomlin. Have some patience with a young, undrafted rookie free agent, and it will pay off. So I know I went on that tangent about his leadership qualities, Mike Tomlin, but there's another instance where someone that wasn't a leader in men would yank that guy and try to fill a hole. So with all the holes that will pop up from injuries, they have a feeling that the guys that come in, the level of expectation of production is not going to dip, especially when you have an offense that can put you in a lead and you're playing from a comfortable position of just going out and going after the quarterback.
One more segment with Doug Whaley coming up next. Something that I wanted to talk about earlier that came out of Mike Tomlin's press conference, but we didn't get to it. We'll get to it when we come back. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football plays tomorrow in a primetime Thursday night game. Starts at 7:30. And it's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7. The Fan coverage begins at 5:30. You can listen on the radio or on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Roadway still a mess late in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident on the inbound Parkway North with lane restrictions between the Venture and East Street interchanges. That's causing solid delays back to Perrysville. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. And an earlier accident in the final stages of clearing in Point Breeze, South Dallas Avenue at Reynolds Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Halloween sales happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be a partner of the Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led the way, and now it's time to lead our communities to stand up against those who want to silence us. We cannot sit this one out. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or major emergency, the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh is proud to offer fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, meaning there are no surprises when you get your bill. So, when a plumbing problem happens to you, call the honest local plumbing professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com.
Hi, I'm Rob Matze. It's been my honor to represent you in Harrisburg. Now, I know the last few years haven't been easy. Folks are working too hard for too little, and politicians just point fingers instead of solving problems. I stay focused on helping you, investing millions here to create good jobs and raise wages, leading the fight against big corporations to eliminate junk fees and fighting tax increases. And I'm looking after those who looked after us, lowering the cost of prescriptions, and investigating mistreatment in nursing homes. I'm proud to be endorsed by organized labor, police and firefighters, Governor Shapiro, and folks from both parties. I've avoided the drama in Harrisburg and stayed focused on delivering for Beaver County. I'm Rob Matsey, and I'd be humbled to continue working for you.
Paid for by people from Matsey.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
Is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And good morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Last segment here with Doug Whaley on a Wednesday with Whaley. Mike Tomlin in his press conference yesterday said that he talked to New York. They admitted that the leverage call on Minkah Fitzpatrick on the extra point was the wrong call. And Doug, I'm curious as to why, okay, you can buzz down and wrong some egregious calls on the field. Why is that something you can't do? Seems like if you can admit it a day or so later that you screwed the pooch, why can't you see that in real time and make sure you don't cost a team a football game?
I think that a lot of it, and you heard it in Tomlin's press conference, that they are very cautious about how they introduce technology in the game, and especially when it is concerning plays on the field. My thought process was always, you have the technology, why not get it right instead of just leaning on humans, which have a propensity to make mistakes. No one's perfect. I mean, I know, Adam, you are perfect, but you're probably the only being on this earth that is perfect. But yeah, I think I hate to say it, it's that old school mentality that, hey, let's the ref be the refs, and in the end, the calls will equal out. You'll get some go for you, get some go against you. But we do have the technology, and why not just get it right?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that winds up really changing the game at that point in time. I mean, you wind up being down multiple scores instead of just one scores. And hey, look, you're allowed to stop a 2-point conversion too.
Mm-hmm.
But they work so hard on stuff like that. I mean, you've got Minkah Fitzpatrick on the field. We've seen in some punt safe situations where you've got T.J. Watt on the field. They pay a ton of attention to special teams and they scheme it up. And so you'd like to see a guy get rewarded. Go ahead.
And more importantly, when you think about it, the excitement of the game, a lot of times field goals, besides to see if they're good or not, are very uneventful plays. So when you can introduce something that can make this game more exciting, but it's on the defensive side where it prevents scoring, so there's going to be some apprehension from 345 Park Avenue to really crack down on that stuff. But from a fan's perspective, that type of play is more exciting to me than watching a 50-yard field goal.
You ready for this question, Doran?
Yes.
I was thinking about this yesterday. So Mike Tomlin referred to first-round draft picks, guys who get to hug Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell gets paid a lot of money. He does what the owners say. He's done a good job of doing that. Does Roger Goodell know about football? Like, does he actually understand the game of football, Doug?
It doesn't matter because he understands the game of revenue.
No,
he understands.
I get that. I totally get that. I just wonder if he's talking cover two, he's talking fire zone blitzes. I don't think so.
Probably not.
No, not at all. But what he is talking about is the promise he made to the owners when he got the job of getting that revenue up to $25 billion a year. That's what he's talking about. Where else can we infiltrate the world to get another revenue streams? That's why there's going to end up being 18 games overseas for things like that. That's what he's talking about.
Doug, this was fun as always. Appreciate the time, and we will talk to you next week.
I'll see you in studio next week, fellas.
There we go.
See you, Doug.
That's our GM, Doug Whaley.
Yes.
He said hail to Pitt there at the
Hail
end.
to Pitt.
It cut off.
Hail to Pitt. Hail to Larry Fitzgerald.
Tomorrow.
Yes, bobblehead. You want one?
Okay, so Larry is among the Pitt people that I love and respect.
Who else?
You.
Who else?
Kind of Bostic.
Who else?
Revis really good.
Who else?
I have respect for Eli Holstein.
Who about EJ?
Love EJ. Get along well with Coach Dews.
Yep.
I think Pitt kicks the ever-living crap out of Syracuse tomorrow. And crack. They kick anything they can kick out of them, they're going to kick out of them.
You love Pitt, don't you?
That was a very pro-Pitt 40 seconds for me right there.
I know. I love it.
I think the line opened up at Pitt -3.5, and now it's at 6, so the betting public feels the same way.
Yeah.
That Pitt's going to get it done tomorrow.
Yes, they are.
I expect a good crowd, too, for Larry Fitzgerald bobblehead night.
Should be.
He going to be there? Obviously.
Yes.
Could you get me a bobblehead?
I just asked if you wanted one.
Can you get him to sign it for me?
Seriously?
I think it would mean a lot to my father.
Okay. I'll do it for your dad.
Selling that thing.
You're selling it. We got a special guest tomorrow.
Do we?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to say who it is?
We can wait till tomorrow.
All right.
Keep people hanging.
8 a.m., right?
8 a.m.
Special guest tomorrow at 8 a.m. And I would like to wish my daughter, Nora, a very special happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Nora.
She is 5 today.
Almost.
Yeah, she said she is still a little bit 4 and will be definitely 5 after her birthday party, which is just some kid logic there. I love it. I absolutely love it. Love her. She's 5. Where the hell does your life go?
She's the best.
She is awesome, and she has made a makeshift throne and has my wife and her baby sister right now as her quote-unquote butlers. So I am in for it as she continues to age. Big show tomorrow, like Doran said. Special guest coming up at 8 a.m. Of course, Pat Bostic in for 3 hours. Of course, Bill Hillgrove. Of course, Jeff Hathorn. We got a big one on a Thursday. Great show today. Joe Starkey up next. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 75.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
For the next 15 seconds, there will be no political ads. You're welcome. You know, we don't just remove junk, we restore sanity. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Some think that you have to be part of a club or know someone to get in. Not the case. At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply need to live, live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, and you're eligible to join for just $5. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
Gatorade, the world's most popular sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It feels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Find Gatorade at your local Giant Eagle and Market District stores. Gatorade and Giant Eagle are proud supporters of high school football in Western Pennsylvania and athletes everywhere. Gatorade, is it in you?
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, bad news on the Parkway North. This report brought to you by Valvoline. Good news, they've cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes on the inbound Parkway North between Venture and East Streets. However, the bad news, you're still stuck in traffic all the way back before McKnight Road, heading down toward the Veterans Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East, just heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. Meanwhile, an accident in Kennedy Township. This is on Steubenville Pike, Route 60 near the intersection with Lorish Road. We also have an accident in Oakland at the intersection of 5th Avenue and South Craig Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants you to breathe out your oil change-anxiety. And breathe in automotive peace. Visit us today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing, choose savings up to $6,500 off, or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big game for Pitt football tomorrow against Syracuse. Panthers undefeated 6-0, first time since '82. Panthers are looking to go to 7-0, and the last time that happened, also 1982, when one Dan Marino was that quarterback. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Panthers are 19th in the country, beginning at 4:30 with kickoff at 7:30. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Here's Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, I'm very excited today, City Limits, and I'm sorry if I ignored you a few minutes ago. I was very excited to do some rehearsals with Doran and Adam, as I usually do. It's wonderful to see you.
Great to see you, too, as well.
Did you get a haircut?
No.
You look unbelievable today.
Do I have a glowing aura to me? I feel like I do today.
You're a chameleon. Did you know that? And I mean that in the most complimentary of ways.
Could you explain yourself?
Yes. You look different, like a completely different person every day. It's unbelievable.
I feel like I look like the same exact person almost every day.
No, you're totally different today. You're clean shaven. There's no ball cap. There's no nothing. The hair is coiffed up. Again,
it's good word.
Admittedly, thank you, in a little Jim Carrey, Ace Ventura style, which is common for you, but the look is different. You look like a different man every single day. You look great, by the way.
$1 million, I hope.
Yeah, $1 million at least. I want to open with a six-pack. We have Chris Hoke today instead of tomorrow. But without further ado here, we got tons of football. We got tons of everything today. I'm very excited. I'm hyped on pumpkin spice coffee. A six-pack? Are you agreeable? Let's do this?
Very, very much agreeable.
Please. Oh, that sounds good. I bet Ron wishes he were here. Of course, he's already done with his morning six-pack, and he's working
Great for talk radio, my man.
He's working on number 7 at 10:05. Cooper Blanken Kupp is where I want to start here. Limitless Wonder. Cooper Kupp is on the market. It's very clear at this point. He's 31. He's had injuries. I understand that. He's coming off a high ankle sprain. Man, does this put a lot of eyes, especially around here, on tomorrow night's Rams-Vikings game. Because as Diana Rossini and others are reporting, this guy can be had. And the more the Rams lose, the more likely he is to be traded. Word was if they lost these 2 games, and they've already lost one of them, that he was more likely to be on the block. So root for that tomorrow night, and root for the Steelers to get Cooper Kupp. I'm hearing all kinds of crazy things on this station and elsewhere about how he's only a slot receiver. What? What are you talking about? There's a YouTube video, and I would recommend you all go out and look at it, of all 21 targets. Yes, I said 21 from the Rams' opening game against the Lions this season. Just go watch it. There was no sound to it. At least I couldn't find the sound. As you know, Limits, maybe more than anybody, I'm technologically challenged.
No.
So I couldn't find if there was sound, but you don't need it. He's everywhere. He's out by the hash marks. He's in the slot a lot. He's in motion a lot. He's running the types of patterns that anybody from Van Jefferson to Pat Freiermuth to Connor Hayward to even Pickens himself is running. As near as I can tell, he's all over the place. And guess what else? He's always open. He's always open. There is no better route runner in the NFL than Cooper Kupp. Did a deep dive on all things Cooper Kupp. He beats man, he beats zone, and just watch the video. Are there risks? Of course there are. He's 31. He's injury prone. There's no doubt about that. But money-wise, as near as I could tell, and there were some conflicting reports, he's only guaranteed $5 million next season. He has a $20 million salary, $5 million next season, and nothing in 2026. Nothing. So you move on if it doesn't work out. But in the meantime, if it takes a second-round pick to get the deal done, I think the Steelers are in position to do that. I think they are. You know, it's interesting to look at the Steelers' condition, the state of things right now. Because on one hand, you have extreme urgency, right? You have a coach who hasn't won a playoff game, yes, since Mulsey had hair. 7 years ago. 7 years. You have a franchise pillar of a defensive lineman who's 35 and has been part of one playoff win. Thank you, Pac-Man Jones and Vontaze Burfict, for handing Cam Hayward that win. You have a superstar edge rusher who just turned 30 2 weeks ago, who's in danger of becoming this era's Dick Butkus, which is to say, a legendary player who never played in a playoff win. Did I fail to mention anybody? Did I mention the quarterback who's 36 and who has no future guarantees at all? All that screams urgency. It screams emergency is what it does, Limits. It's an emergency around here. This franchise breathes on big wins. The Pittsburgh Steelers' oxygen is big wins, and they've been gasping for air for years now. They need this. It's urgent. Do something. Somebody do something. We're gasping for air over here. And then at the same time, And this makes the deal or giving up a second-round pick even more palatable to me. You have plenty of young talent. You appear to have chosen very well in recent years. So it's not like you're bereft of under 25 players around here where a second-round pick, my God, we need it. We need more and more young talent. We can't afford to give up that. No, the fact that you have all these guys in that age group, and I could start the list, you could help me. Zach Frazier, Keanu Benton, George Pickens, Mount Washington, Nick Herbig, Troy Fautanu, you hope.
Broderick Jones.
You hope. Peyton Wilson. The list goes on. Did I mention Joey Porter Jr.? You've got guys. You've got young guys. That makes it less impactful on your franchise in a negative way to give up a second-round pick. More guilt-free to give up a second-round pick. You're in position to do this. You're in position to do this without mortgaging your franchise. I think the franchise would survive. And look what you're getting. Look what you're getting. Now, obviously, you got to check the health. If Cooper Kupp is out there running around tomorrow night like I don't know, Ben in his last year or late-stage Hines Ward, where you had to design a little, shotgun pitch play to get him his 1,000th catch because he could run. He could barely walk by the end of his career, let alone run. Yeah, you got to make sure that Cooper Kupp is still healthy or is healthy right now. He's coming off a high ankle sprain. But again, all you got to do is turn on the tape of week 1. Watch that dude. Can you imagine him always open within 10 yards? Not that he can't go deep. He can do that too. But he's always open. Him and Russell Wilson were made for each other. What that would do for Pickens and everybody else. People act like a second-round pick is somebody showing up at your door with a lottery check. Like it's, oh, my God. No, you can't. Like it's off the table, a second-round pick. I'm all in on Cooper Kupp limits, and I'm sorry I took so long with the first six-pack item, and I would love for you to weigh in. Are you with me or against me?
No, I'm 100% with you on this, Joe. I think Cooper Kupp, out of all the wide receivers that could fit into this offense with the potential options that were available, Brandon Ayuk, Mike Williams, DeAndre Hopkins was traded to the Chiefs.
Mike Williams, you might as well stay with Van Jefferson. Mike Williams, come on.
Cooper Kupp, I mean, used to be the best wide receiver in football as of 3 years ago when they were winning Super Bowl. When they were winning a Super Bowl against Cincinnati at home. He is somebody who is still productive, and the health is the question. If the medicals and the health, you believe that Cooper Kupp is going to be healthy, a second-round pick for the type of production that he can be is a steal. Like, it's a good deal, especially, I mean, you've had second-round picks that have been busts before. They gave up a first for Minka, albeit him being a younger player at the time. This deal makes sense. You can line up Cooper Kupp anywhere you want, and he's a good complement to George Pickens and fits the answer to the main question that you've had on offense all season. So I would do it.
And maybe Russell can answer some of those questions anyway. Maybe they're a pretty good offense without another receiver. But last I checked, the idea is to add as many good players as you can, as many as you can, because you're not just looking desperately, scrounging under your front seat cushions for one playoff win. You're trying to win it all. And you add a stud like this, and he's healthy and productive, suddenly you've got an advantage on some people. Suddenly, you definitely have better weapons than the Ravens in the receiving game, and they've improved there.
Yeah.
You're right there with Cincinnati, who could still be a factor in this division. They have Higgins and Chase. You have Pickens and Kupp.
If they have
you know
a healthy,
what I mean? It's a huge difference. You're way better than Buffalo in that department. Like, you're not as good as other teams at the quarterback position, even if Russ is pretty good. Maybe even if he's really good. You're still not Josh Allen. You're still not Lamar or Burrow or Mahomes. But having that guy can make up for a lot.
If they have a healthy Cooper Kupp, I think they win a playoff game. I think he can be that difference maker that puts them over the top offensively.
Next. And we'll get back to that, by the way, with your phone calls here off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, 412-928-9370. All right, next item is DeAndre Hopkins, an intimately related item to the first. The Chiefs strike for Hopkins for, I believe, was it a fifth that can become a fourth? I think it was a conditional, lower round, mid-round pick, that type of thing. And good for them, but you definitely, especially if you bring in Kupp, have superior weapons to the Chiefs, unquestionably. I like DeAndre Hopkins, but he's sort of a Pickens replica, or maybe more accurately, Pickens is a replica of a younger DeAndre Hopkins. He's a 50-50 go up and get it guy. He's not an open up the middle of the field, route running master type guy. You know what I mean, Limits? Now, good for the Chiefs because they need anybody they can get at this point. They've been ravaged by receiver injuries, and their offense hasn't been very good. Their MO, and maybe contrary to popular belief, but their MO for a lot of last year, too, was grade A defense, keep it close, and then we have that guy to win games late, and there's nobody better, and maybe nobody ever, with the exception of one or maybe two guys, nobody ever better at winning big games late than Patrick Mahomes. That's their MO. It is. So good for them that they added DeAndre Hopkins, but that also takes them out of the Cooper Kupp market, which can't be a negative, right?
See, I have a little bit of a different take on this. I think DeAndre Hopkins is still a fine player. He's definitely not what he used to be even just a season or two ago. But I would not completely rule out Kansas City for still making a trade for Kupp. If it works financially because of how ravaged they are, their wide receiver core is basically what? Worthy, Sky Moore, and Justin Watson? Two Pittsburgh guys and somebody who runs very fast but isn't established yet as a first-round pick and Worthy, plus Hopkins now. I would still think that maybe they'd try to add Kupp because they don't have any other wide receivers.
You might be right. You might be right about that. I haven't looked closely at the Chiefs' financial situation, and I know the Rams are willing to absorb some of the rest of Kupp's contract for this season. You might be right about that, Limits. Maybe it doesn't take him out, but you could see the scenario where it does. Hey,
right.
We got a guy now.
They got
right?
$4 million in cap space. Kansas City does.
So we'll see about that. But the Chiefs have made, I would say, a significant addition that helps them. Would you agree?
It's a huge addition that helps them. Even though, Hopkins isn't what he used to be, still a good player, still a very dependable player over the middle. And with Patrick Mahomes, I'm sure he'll be taken to a next level compared to what he was at, Tennessee?
Next. This is a heartwarming story, Limits. Aaron Rodgers on his weekly appearance on the McAfee Show. Yes, he can sign the footballs that Beanie Bishop Jr. intercepted off him. I think Beanie intimated that Aaron wasn't maybe in the mood to sign those after the game, which I understand.
Don't blame him.
Right? The guy who struck me out 9 times, I don't want to sign the baseballs right after the game. I get it. But he says he's willing to do that. And, man, that interception, I think in many ways, won them the game at the end of the first half. So that would be nice. We didn't have a silver Sharpie for me to be able to ask A-Rod to sign it, Beanie told reporters. So get the right writing utensil, find a way to have Aaron Rodgers sign it, and put that on Beanie's shelf, and Crowley's shelf for that matter.
Put both on Beanie's shelf, too. Get both balls signed.
What about Crowley's shelf? Can he give one to Crowley? They could split it?
I don't think Crowley is necessarily on the top of the pecking order for Beanie Bishop's deliveries.
I'm not sure about that. Next! The Penguinis last night, they played better. They did. Their goaltending situation is in disarray, even though Nedeljkovic played very well for parts of that game. But they wind up losing in a shootout. The story here is the goalies. The story here is Tristan Jarry. Sully says he wasn't a healthy scratch. Okay, Sully, maybe technically he wasn't. He's been buried. Does that term work better? Okay, he's not a healthy scratch. He's simply been buried. What is up with this guy? Not Sully, Jarry. This is like your quarterback just not showing up for the season. He's coming off a season where all these questions emerged about him. He was benched late. The guy that you're paying all this money to, they chose somebody else for the biggest games when he was healthy. Even when Nedeljkovic started to struggle really late in the year, they still went with him over Jari. It became very clear that Sully doesn't trust his franchise goalie, his franchise quarterback. So if I'm Jari, I spend all off season working like a fiend to be this guy, that guy for this team. And he shows up and plays like that right off the bat. It looks like he forgot how to play. And now he's buried. And now there's nowhere to go with him. You can't get rid of him. This is a disaster, Ron.
You're preaching to the choir on Tristan Jarry here. I mean, I've probably been one of the biggest advocates to move off of Tristan Jarry the last 3 years than anyone. I mean, the contract was a mistake. Over $5 million a year on a 5-year deal. It was too long of a deal. It was too much money for somebody who has not been proven late in the season when it matters most and into the playoffs.
That's all right. Kyle Dubas is a genius. That's what I keep hearing. Kyle Dubas is a genius. Yeah, he gave tens of millions to guys who can't play, but other than that, he's a genius.
You got to play Blomqvist and Nedeljkovic as much as possible. I would play Blomqvist a lot more as we get to the middle portion of the season and then just give him this job for the rest of the way and move on at your goalie position to play the younger guy.
Next. Telling you right now, I mentioned that Bob sounded like Elvis Costello. Do you know who Elvis Costello is, Limits?
Yes, the artist, the singer.
Yeah. I mean, do you know any of his songs? Do you know what he sounds like?
No.
Okay.
I'll be honest, no.
That's all right. I'm going to send you some music. And My Aim is True is one of the great albums of all time, 1977. I mentioned a little bit later than that, myself and Marshall Reinhart would go basically, it was a dead-end street with a forest at the end of it. And we would have a case or two of Jenny Cream, and we'd do, layup lines. You have warm-ups with a couple of those, and you play My Aim is True on an old cassette player. Every song is good. And I'm telling you right now that Bob sounded, for people out there who know Elvis Costello, every song's good on this. Welcome to the Working Week. Allison, the Angels Want to Wear My Red Shoes. That's an entirely different story, Limits. We did Male Water Follies as a spoof as a senior in high school, and I brought beer to those and dropped a bottle of beer in school, and it smashed, and I got busted and suspended.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah, that's what happened. They lined us all up and said, whose beer was it? And everybody protected me, which I appreciated, and it caused me to step forward and say it was me. I did it.
Wow. Do you think you would have gotten away with it if you didn't step forward?
Well, none of us would have. We all would have been suspended, and I didn't want that for my loyal friends. Point of the story being the Angels Want to Wear My Red Shoes. We had a whole routine in the water lined up for that. It's such a great song. Miracle Man, Less Than Zero. And just to elevate my mood, let's hear Bob singing Rick Springfield as Elvis Costello.
I've done everything for Mozzie. He's done nothing for me.
The passion with which Bob delivers that last line is something to behold, is it not?
You know, Bob is a very passionate man. He really cares about you, Joe, and about Halsey, apparently.
He's also a very talented man.
I've done everything for Mozzie.
That's Elvis Costello.
TV, radio, and singing. Bob's hidden talent.
Next. Back to the Penguins for a moment, and we're going to dive into Cooper Kupp momentarily as well at 412-928-9370. When did we all become GMs, by the way? That's helped to ruin sports. It really has. So many people, on social media, whatever venue there you choose. Oh, second-round pick. Here's my value chart for a second-round pick. I've got that right here. That's handy. You can't trade a second-round. Get out of here. Give me Cooper Kupp. Give me the guy who a month ago, on tape, is right there for all of us to see him destroying the Detroit Lions. 14 catches for 110 yards and a touchdown. That guy. Can you imagine him? Think about the play the other night when Russ kind of stepped around a defender in the backfield and delivered it maybe 3/4 to Freiermuth in stride. Remember that little play?
Oh, yeah.
A little insignificant play that was actually very significant. In that, it showed what Russell can still do, that he's not late-stage Hines Ward either. He's still pretty nimble back there, at least at evading one rusher to make a throw to somebody in stride under pressure. Now imagine Cooper, Blanken, Kupp, who from 0 to 10 yards, I don't know that there's a better receiver in football. So every time Russell Wilson drops back, he knows that guy is there and probably open. I'm telling you, they're made for each other. It would be unbelievable. And you'd all get over the second-round pick. We'll survive as a society. You'll survive as a fan base. The planet will survive. Everybody will be okay if the Steelers give up a second-round pick. I don't know why I went into that. Next. The shootout. Do you like the shootout? I still love it.
Yeah, I do.
It doesn't sound like it. That was as lukewarm as an endorsement as I've ever heard.
Not as fun as, it was when they first instituted it and just...
My God, you sound down on the shootout.
That's fine.
Well, just say it sucks. That's what you think.
I don't think it sucks.
Yes,
I
you
like
do.
watching
That was the
it.
tone of your voice.
I like watching 1 or 2 a year, but, the whole overtime points thing, shouldn't it just be 2 points if you win, no points if you lose?
No, because then we wouldn't have 3-on-3. Do you still want overtime or no?
No, I still want overtime.
Yeah, overtime sucked last night, too. Half the time these guys are skating backwards in overtime, regrouping. They should call it 3-on-3 regrouping.
I actually like the 3-on-3 overtime just because there's so much space and there's so much room for these skilled players to be able to create.
Sometimes it's pretty good. I'll acknowledge that. But I think the shootout is still the perfect end to hockey games. You can't play forever. There's 82 of these things. You got to find a way to end the game. And having grown up watching Hockey Night in Canada, where they had Showdown in the NHL, and we used to have Showdown in Buffalo, New York, Marshall Reinhart was also involved in that, I might add, although Tom Cusimano was my teammate. 2-on-2 hockey in driveways in Amherst, New York. We had an entire league. We had a 40-game schedule.
40-game schedule.
You would pull your goalie late in games. We would paint our masks at Mark Lewis's house. So I had the Jerry Cheevers mask with the little stitches on it. You remember that one, Limits? Of course you don't. But we had a 2-on-2 hockey league, and I've forgotten what my point was. Oh, sometimes if the game was going on for 9 hours, you would just have breakaways. Let's have a breakaway contest. It's at the very nature of the sport. It's at the very nature of humanity. 1-on-1, mano-a-mano. Is the word between that or the sound between that?
Mano-y-mano.
E-mano. Yes, mano-y-mano. I love that. I still love it. And it's a great way to move on and not play all night. It's highly entertaining. People still stand up every time they watch it. I like shootouts. They hardly ever happen anymore. So what's the problem here, Limits?
I don't think there is a problem. I'm not offering up a solution. I've just kind of gotten a little numb to the overtime rules in hockey at this point.
I hear you, and I respect your opinion. Please open another one. All right, back to the NFL. And the Browns are going to start Jameis Winston against the Ravens. I don't even know how to phrase this question, oh limitless wonder, but I'll phrase it this way. Are you a Jameis Winston fan? That's A. And B, I think I asked you this yesterday, but I'd like you to follow up. Are the Cleveland Browns the saddest franchise in American sports right now?
Yes, they are the saddest franchise in American sports right now. But, they do have – I will offer up a couple positives for the Browns, though. They have Myles Garrett, as much as we don't like him, and he's in the wrong for a couple of different things.
Yeah, he's got 4.5 sacks. Who cares?
He is one of the best players in the NFL. They have Nick Chubb back from a gruesome injury.
I do like him. Are they the saddest franchise in American sports? They have a quarterback nobody likes who's now hurt with an Achilles, who has the worst contract ever in any sport. They're 1-5 or whatever they are.
They're
headed
no.
down the drain. Dee and Jimmy Haslam are running things over there. They're taking the team out of the city to the suburbs so the dog pound can cheer people from a thermostat at 72 under a glass ceiling.
Upon review, the Oakland A's are the saddest franchise in all of sports right now.
The Sacramento A's to you, buddy.
Exactly.
They're going to play in a AAA ballpark.
That's the point.
And their new home doesn't even want them. 2 more quick ones. Please, limits. Go. LeBron and Bronny last night, a landmark moment in sports. I thought it was going to be more emotional, though. I thought they would go. I liked it. I liked it. A lot of people seem angry with it. Why? Why would you be angry? It's a guy with his son in an NBA game, and even if his son wouldn't be in the league, if not with the Lakers, it's still pretty cool to me. But I thought when they came into the game, I don't know, there was going to be they were going to come in and have a moment together on the court. At least the part I saw, they just walked in together from the scores table like they were 2 regular guys walking into the game.
They should have gave each other a hug or dapped each other up or something. That would have been cool.
Some sort of dap, yeah.
And they said on the broadcast, what is Bronny supposed to call LeBron? Because he can't say dad on the court. And they said that Bronny is going to refer to LeBron as just Bron.
Yeah, we had that problem with my daughter when I coached her basketball team in 3rd and 4th grade. Like you can't say dad or daddy on the court. You have to say coach. You can't do that. So yes, I imagine he went through that for a minute.
My dad coached my 5th grade basketball team. I called him dad.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Isn't that a nice story? Next.
It was great. The Griffey story, I think, was better, though, than the James story.
Yeah, probably. Ohtani's 50-50 ball fetches a record-breaking $4.39 million. Just our luck. We have the general on in the next segment to talk about such things. What do people do with these baseballs and footballs and pieces of memorabilia? Is it just to say I can have it? Here, like if you're Bob Pompiani, he works in that crowd. Where if you're at a rich guy's house, they probably have a nutcracker. I'm sure you've experienced that. Only rich people have nutcrackers. So
yes.
you may crack a shelled walnut or something.
I don't know. I don't have one. I wouldn't know.
So you go into that person's house. They say, come on over here, crack a nut if you'd like to, and then see my Ohtani ball. That didn't sound right, did it? That sounded horrifying. Take a look at the Ohtani ball behind glass here. It's worth $4.39 million. Why do they have such things?
I'm a memorabilia guy. I like having memorabilia and collecting it, but this is something that is just outrageous to me. I mean, it's got to be just some billionaire or millionaire that just has it as one of those show face type of things like, hey, look what I got up on there on the mantle. It's right next to my signed boxing glove from Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson. And I don't know. People like to collect things on more of a high stature type of level, but no.
I should have rehearsed my opening line there on Ohtani. That was really bad.
Did Ipe buy the ball?
That's a great
Ipe, the translator?
Yeah. He gambled on it. He spent $25 million on the ball, even though it went for $4 million. So I want to ask General in the next segment, like, what is the Moby Dick of balls out there? That sounded worse than the first line out there. What am I doing?
Bad. You're trending backwards.
That was...
You're running backwards, Deontay.
Deontay Johnson. Is he going to... What's the golden... Is it the golden whale? Is that a saying? I should quit while I'm behind. No, what is the big prize out there is what I'm trying to say. What's the big prize out there in memorabilia? In all of American sports.
Probably Babe Ruth signed baseball.
Don't you think that's already been sold?
Well, yeah. I mean, are you talking about something that hasn't been sold yet?
Yes. What's the one everybody wants? About to happen? Has happened? A card? That's what I want to know.
Probably the Honus Wagner card from
that's already
1911.
been sold.
Well, yeah, but that's probably what everybody wants.
Somebody already has it. That's the point. What's something out there that everybody wants that nobody has yet? That's what I want to ask the General.
It probably hasn't happened yet.
See, the pumpkin spice coffee
is
very, very powerful.
I don't get the question.
Neither do I. Next. No, there is nothing next. I'm sorry. You can have that one. Coming up, let's talk Cooper Kupp. Would you trade? It's a very simple question. Would you trade a second-round pick for him? There's a lot of naysayers, a lot of buzz killers, actually, is what they are. You know, would the Steelers have to mortgage their whole franchise if they traded one second-round pick to get a guy? Should they just cancel the franchise forever if it doesn't pan out? The guy's not even making any money after this year, as near as I can tell. He has a $5 million guarantee next year on a $20 million salary, and then nothing for 2026 guaranteed. So if the whole thing blows up, then forget about it. I might think differently if it wasn't a franchise that hadn't won a playoff game in 7 years and whose best players are now 30 or over, and in some cases, closer to 40. Thank you, Limits. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the six-pack, which was tremendous today. I guess until we got to the Ohtani ball. It started to trend downward from there. Brought to you by Bet365. Weigh in on the text line. Limits is always happy to read your texts. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I'm going to tell you about FanDuel as soon as my 145-pound friend does an update.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers missed out on DeAndre Hopkins being traded from Tennessee to Kansas City for a day 3 draft pick. So now all attention going to Cooper Kupp, who was announced yesterday, according to multiple reports, is on the open market for the Rams, who could potentially move their star wide receiver. They also opened up the 21-day window for Puka Nacua to return. The Rams will play on Thursday Night Football at home against Minnesota tomorrow at 8:15. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Did you call me this morning, Limits? A call just registered that I missed.
Yes, I did call you.
At 9:01 a.m.
That's
I apologize for not picking up or even realizing that you called.
You called me later. It's completely good.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Man, I hope you had the Celtics over for three-pointers last night. That was ridiculous. What did they have, 20? I think they were one shy of breaking the record. It was like a three-point shooting contest. Right now, FanDuel giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA. I think I might start with something involving the Celtics and three-pointers. I also think that Victor Wembanyama is going to get off to a great start. New to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus present, Pennsylvania. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
For quality
quality, affordable, all-wheel drive, Mitsu by the Mall delivers. The fall kickoff at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off. New 24 Eclipse Cross up to $5,250 off. And new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $5,000 off. Plus interest rates at a low 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Come find the Mitsu that fits you in-store or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Football is back, and what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Young head coaches Antonio Pierce and Gerard Mayo have learned they have to be careful about their messaging during this era of social media and sports talk hot takes. It's one thing to call out your teammates as a player on the field, and it's another to tell the media, as Mayo recently did, that your team is, quote, soft across the board. Antonio Pierce said people are making business decisions. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Get 25% off installation of new energy-efficient windows and siding with 48 months, zero interest. That's 40 years, zero interest. You pay no interest until 2028. And get a free polar wrap that acts like a giant Snuggie around your house, keeping you warm and cozy this winter. Weather Seal Home Services, where comfort meets savings. 877-351-SEAL or visit weathersealhomeservices.com. Offer valid through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Let me read you some of the comments under a Post-Gazette column I wrote on the Cooper Kupp situation. We have the GMs out there who are very, very reluctant because they probably have their own, these little charts these people have, worth of draft pick charts. They feel like it would end the franchise because that's actually worth 3.47193654 draft picks in future years. And
valuable.
Cost and everything else. I love Cooper, but age and injuries are an issue. I say no, says a man named Andy. But a man named Robert says very good argument for Kupp. Using him correctly can keep him healthy. I say yes to that. I mean, listen, either he's healthy or he's not. He sure looked healthy in the opener, then he had a high ankle sprain. Let's see how he looks tomorrow night. I can tell you this, a lot of eyes will be on him. Let's go to the line, City Limits. Who we got?
Here is Mike, who wants to talk about Cooper Kupp.
What's up, Mike?
Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Joe, I was taking your advice Monday, soaking up the win, feeling good about it. But now with this Cooper Kupp stuff, and this is the third wide receiver that's somehow on the market, it's bringing me back to the Killer Bees and that Kevin Colbert and Mike Tomlin decided that they're watching an elite offense with elite playmakers, Hall of Famers, and that guys like Cody Sensabaugh on defense and others I can't think of right now were good enough to win. They didn't mortgage their future then and try to go for it. If they don't make a move like this, then I don't know what they're doing. T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, they're here to win now. Forget about the future. Go for it now. Cooper Kupp fits this offense perfect.
Well, here's the other piece to that. Here's the other piece to that. And you're preaching to the choir here, and it was very well said, I might add. Okay. You're not mortgaging the future. It's not a win at all cost measure because the Steelers have collected several really talented under 25 players. They've got a bunch of those from just the past 2 drafts. So to me, that puts you in position even more where you can say to yourself, listen, we don't have to hold that second-round pick at any cost. We've got a bunch of guys just from these past couple drafts, so we can make a move like this with less guilt and with less potential impact than we normally would. It's not like we're desperate to retain every single draft pick. We just made a bunch of them.
Yes, and I don't want to see T.J. Watt not play in a meaningful playoff game. He's done nothing in the playoffs because there's been no opportunities. The last playoff game he played in, I think, was the Chiefs game where he actually scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, we still got blown out that game. They got to do something. They can't look at Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin. And speaking of mid-round picks, they got one that's holding Van Jefferson's jockstrap right now. What are we doing?
Thank you, sir. What a nice man he was, huh? Why are you holding up 2 fingers?
We have a couple more very frustrated callers that want to see a trade occur.
Usually you just hold up 1 finger toward me, and it's not the we're number 1 sign. Go ahead.
When have I ever done that?
Figuratively, you have.
Let's go to Rob in West Mifflin.
Hey, Rob, what's up?
Joe, how you doing, man?
Good.
You know my saying, man. When it comes to the Pirates, those prospects are prospects, man. Those picks are just picks. Nobody knows if you're going to pick somebody in the second round, he's a stud. Listen, we can't keep stand pat, man. We got to make something happen. If you keep telling your team that you're trying to win a championship, you got to show them. You got to go get Cooper Kupp, man. I'm not worried about no second-round draft pick. I'm not worried about that.
Me neither right now. Now, they've made some very good second-round picks. They've gotten a lot of guys in the second round. Zach Frazier, Joey Porter, Pickens, Highsmith. They've made some great second-round picks, but then there's James Washington, Sean Davis, Senquez Golson,
Exactly.
Mike Adams, Jason.
Swede, was he a second-round pick? I don't know.
Lyman Swede was a second-round pick. So, it's no guarantee.
He's a pro, Joe. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he's a pro too, man. He's a pro. You're not going to have to worry about no on-field, no off-field stuff or none of that, but he's a pro.
Yes.
He's coming to work every day. He's working. Listen, I don't know what they keep waiting for. I woke up to this DeAndre Hopkins stuff. I almost threw up. Like, what are we doing? You can't keep telling your team and the fans that you're trying to win a championship, but you got one receiver. One receiver. You dumped all this money into the defense. When are we going to start paying attention to the offensive side of the ball?
Again, you're preaching to the choir, and that was very well said. Thank you, sir. And, the other concerns expressed are, well, he's just a slot guy. No, he's not. Again, you can find on YouTube, just go look up Cooper Kupp routes Lions, whatever you want to Google, and there's a great video of every target he had among his 21 targets in the season opener. It didn't look like any 2 were alike to me. He just gets open. I don't care. I hear people say, well, Arthur Smith didn't use slot receivers that much or inside receivers when he was in Atlanta. I don't give a crap. Listen, the story's yet to be told on Arthur Smith, but early returns and his history tells me he's a smart guy. Any offensive coordinator worth his salt will find many ways to utilize Cooper freaking Kupp. So don't tell me the guy just stands there in the slot and because of Arthur Smith's history, well, this is a terrible move because what are you going to do? You know, he's got no real history with slot receivers, and that's all this guy does. And you got to give people a little more credit than that. He can run every route Van Jefferson can run, or Connor Hayward, or your running backs. Go watch the tape of that game. He's in motion a ton of the time. He's going down the seams, quick outs, way out to the boundaries, quick screens. Anything you like, this dude can do. He expressed, I think it was going into the 23 season, that he wanted to be more on the outside. I'm guessing he's capable of it. Have you all seen Cooper Kupp play? If you can't use him, then just fold the franchise, whatever franchise you might be. I mean, be serious with that crap. Anywho, Chris Hoke on the phone for an hour. Starting at 11, we'll ask him about Cooper Kupp. We'll ask him about many, many things. His thoughts on Russell Wilson. You can listen. Let me give you the injury report. Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. I mean, the injury we're all looking at now is Cooper Kupp. Has missed a couple games, maybe 3, with a high ankle sprain, but is expected to play tomorrow night. Let's see what he looks like against the Vikings. That should be very, very interesting. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And we're also going to have the big boy, Mark Cabali, and get all his thoughts in the noon hour on this game and the Steelers' immediate future. He's never shy with an opinion. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevy, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today with sunny skies. It's time for the General. General Patton, we like to call him Jeff Patton from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. It is indeed time for Starkey's Card of the Week, and it's brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. That's where you go for your chance to win the card or cards of the week. Wonder Twin, do you have a guess at the card of the week?
I'm going to say Evgeny Malkin and Sidney Crosby, based off their great performances last week. 500 goals, 1,600 points.
What a wonderful man you are. I'm going to say Russell Wilson, coming off his debut game. I think that's an obvious one, General, but you tell me, and how are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. I appreciate you having me today. I'm on hold here. I'm all excited. We have such good content here. I have a primary card. I'm going to give you some secondary cards. I hope that's okay if we treat your listeners this week. Primary, I know it's been 6.5 days. Gino goes over 500 goals, so we got a sweet card here. I got an autographed Sign of the Times SP Authentic Evgeny Malkin card to commemorate the 500 goals. That doesn't come around every day. However, we're going to throw in a Sid, 1,600 assists the same night.
Ooh.
Got to commemorate Russ, all the talk that's been on the network in the last week about Russ. Those of us that are 50 and over, how about I also throw in a Fernando Valenzuela card today?
Yeah.
Those that are 50 and over, remember that summer Fernando Mania, that was ridiculous. And now you got me all worked up. I got to throw in a Cooper Kupp rookie card.
Holy bird follicles. We're going to have our own starting lineup here.
I hope that's a good. And you know what? Let's put a Chris Hoke card in to commemorate the 11 o'clock hour.
This is incredible.
Wow.
Limits.
The General's acting like Santa on Christmas morning.
Little Limits is roaming around his house opening presents here.
So
Limits.
many.
This is incredible. Can you repeat all that? What do we have here?
I can. We got primary card. This is the one that'll show up on the website. Go click away. Evgeny Malkin, Sign of the Times, SP Authentic autograph card from 2009. Features a certified autograph of Evgeny Malkin. We're going to throw in a Russ card, a Fernando card, a Cooper Kupp card, a Crosby to commemorate the 1,600 assists and then a Chris Hoke to commemorate how great the 11 o'clock hour is going to be.
Wow. And speaking of that, very quickly here, General, we saw the Ohtani ball go for $4.392 million, his 50th home run ball. What is the holy grail out there of memorabilia right now? What does everybody want that hasn't yet been bought?
Well, the thing is with memorabilia is it's the iron striking while it's hot. Clearly, Ohtani piece of 50-50 memorabilia is awesome. I told you guys when you chimed in and asked me what I thought this would go for, two things. Number one, it shows you how hot sports memorabilia is. Number two, it shows you how out of whack the dollar is, right? That $4.5 million is something that's even achievable. You would think for that kind of number it would be something Babe Ruth-ish, the bat he hit the called shot with, something that's 100 years old. It's interesting. Ohtani draws in international bidders, which makes the bidding go higher. Holy Grail, I still think things linked to the Jackie Robinson event changed the culture and tenor of sports. A uniform from Jackie Robinson, 1947, 48, circa, that would be, to me, like as good as it gets.
You're a wonderful man, General. We'll talk to you next week.
You guys have a great day.
There he goes. That's the General. Up next, Chris Hoke talking Steelers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We'll check out the Steelers injury report today after the first practice of the week is coming up later this week as the Steelers have an extra day to prepare for the New York Giants. It's a Monday night football game before the Steelers will go into the bye and on the other side play Washington, but not expected to play Zach Frazier and Nick Herbig this week. But according to a report from Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live, those two guys are expected back in a couple of weeks for Washington with 2 weeks potentially off. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be a partner of the Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led the way, and now it's time to lead our communities to stand up against those who want to silence us. We cannot sit this one out. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
Now is the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe, payment starting at $399 a month for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sports S 4xe, starting at $347 a month for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Chris Muller here. We all think we're doing things right, don't we? You pick up the healthy cereal, grab that natural granola bar, and feel like you're on track. But here's the truth. Most of it is still packed with junk. Junk you can't even pronounce. Stuff they can't legally sell outside the U.S. That's slowing us all down. It's confusing, right? What's good? What's not? What do you pick? The options are overwhelming. That's where Awaken 180 comes in. They've already done the work, answered the questions, and have the solutions. You get a coach who knows exactly what foods will work for you, what chemicals are in what to avoid, and teaches you while you lose weight, setting you up for life. No more guessing. Almost 50% of American adults have type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. Back in the 1950s, just 1%. Crazy what the wrong foods can do. Awaken 180 doesn't just treat the symptoms, they go straight to the root cause. Reverse the food curse with Awaken 180. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined as always by my co-anchor Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
You don't marry someone you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you're buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $314 for 24 months with $399 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $195 a month for 24 months with $399 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it.
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police.
Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety.
I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
For America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 2nd at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating. Hey, everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, I'm Rob Matze. It's been my honor to represent you in Harrisburg. Now, I know the last few years haven't been easy. Folks are working too hard for too little, and politicians just point fingers instead of solving problems. I stay focused on helping you, investing millions here to create good jobs and raise wages, leading the fight against big corporations to eliminate junk fees and fighting tax increases. And I'm looking after those who looked after us, lowering the cost of prescriptions and investigating mistreatment in nursing homes. I'm proud to be endorsed by organized labor, police and firefighters, Governor Shapiro, and folks from both parties. I've avoided the drama in Harrisburg and stayed focused on delivering for Beaver County. I'm Rob Matze, and I'd be humbled to continue working for you.
Paid for by people from Matze. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and Syracuse tomorrow at 7:30 from Acrisure Stadium. Panthers are 19th in the country in the AP poll. And you can hear our coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 4:30. And Panther preview, the 2-hour pregame, network pregame beginning at 5:30. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Chris Hoke, brought to you by McVeigh Heating and Plumbing. He's joining us on a Wednesday, which is a treat for us. He's on the phone line. He'll be with me all hour. A 2-time Super Bowl champion. Hokie, I don't know if you were on the line. Did you hear the general, Jeff Patton from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry? We have a contest for cards every week, and one of the cards this week is a Chris Hoke card. How about that?
Hey, how about that, man? I'll tell you what, I think in my whole career I might have 3 football cards, but it's 3 more than most people have, right? So
yes.
What a blessing. You know, and it's a lot of those are surrounding those Super Bowl teams I was a part of. It's exciting.
It's awesome. All right, let's get to the situation here. Breaking news. The Chiefs traded for DeAndre Hopkins today. I want to know what you make of that and what you make of the Steelers in the market, apparently, for Cooper Kupp.
I don't know. I mean, listen, DeAndre Hopkins, he could have helped us. I still want to see what we have. I think with Russell Wilson, how we saw him throwing the ball and distributing it to all the receivers, it seemed like everybody was in on the game and in on the fun on Sunday night. But with that pick, I just think Cooper Kupp, okay, yeah, he's a little older. Is he really going to improve our passing game that much? And I don't know if he really will.
Can you expound on that a little more? He's been hurt. He's 31, but in the opener, he looked like vintage Cooper Kupp, 14 catches on 21 targets, and it seems like I don't know that you'll find a better route runner. So why don't you think he would help that much?
Well, we just don't know really yet what all we have. I mean, you saw the passing game, even with Russ Wilson kind of breaking off the rust and having a rough first half. I mean, he threw for 264 yards. I still think we have some guys, either Fryermuth can get more involved in the game. And we have, Van Jefferson. You saw some balls that were thrown to Calvin Austin that, I think weeks coming up, you'll see him more involved. Balls that were thrown in the dirt, balls early that could have gone in for some good yardage. And so with Cooper Kupp coming in here, I mean, there's only so many footballs, right? And I think that sometimes when you trade for another guy, an older guy who's been injured, I mean, look at Ayuk, we would have brought him in, tore ACL, and that could have been different if he coming here. But, things happen. You have young guys that stunt their development, and I just think that right now, unless you're going to bring in a guy who's an elite receiver like the guy we've talked about in the past, or DeAndre Hopkins, to me, I would rather just stay pat.
So you would rank Hopkins over Kupp at this point in their careers?
Listen, that's going off this. I haven't dove into this. You're pressing me hard on this, brother, which I love. But the reality is, to me, my feeling is DeAndre Hopkins. You're asking about guys that I just truly don't follow to the T. You know what I'm saying?
No,
but
I hear you.
The reality is, to me, DeAndre Hopkins is a better receiver than a Cooper Kupp. If you look at overall, and so I just think, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, Starkey, that I think that we need to really focus on developing these guys, because I think we do have some talent in that locker room, and people are going to disagree with me. That's fine. But I think with Russell Wilson and the way he threw the ball in the second half and how he's going to be even better this week coming up against the Giants, I believe, let's see what we got. And it's not always better to trade for someone when you got a lot of talent in that room that just has not been tapped.
Well, the deadline's not till November 5th, so yes, we can see how Cooper Kupp moves around coming off an high ankle in the game tomorrow night. And then, we can see about some of these other receivers with the Steelers. I mean, I wish we could get a look at Roman Wilson, but Tomlin doesn't exactly sound high on the kid. And then, then who else behind Pickens are we that interested in? Maybe Van Jefferson, I guess, but he's a veteran. Who are the young guys that we're really looking at behind Pickens? That's just one spot, Hokie, that I wonder about moving forward. And I think it's also worth while to point out that the Jets had some significant injuries in their back end. The Steelers are going to face some better secondaries.
They did. And that's the thing, too. We got to temper the excitement. But listen, the balls that were thrown, I said this earlier, Calvin Austin was open several times in the first half, and he missed them. 2 plays in a row in that second quarter where Calvin Austin was wide open and he threw the ball in the dirt or too low to catch. And so those will be better. And so I think that Calvin Austin can become a big-time, contributor. Big-time. A solid contributor to this offense when the balls are being better thrown to him, I believe we'll see. And then Roman Wilson, what's he got? They were high on him. Coach Thomas talked about just missing that training camp. Right, that's a lot for a rookie, and then coming in and the speed of the game and understanding, and there's a lot to be said there. But I don't think the cupboard's bare. Listen, we've studied a lot of film over the last 7 weeks. Talk about cupboard bare. There's a lot of teams that would love to have the wide receiving core that the Steelers have. There's a lot of teams that have a below the line type receiving core. So I'd like to see, what's out there. What are we going to give up? And I think Omar's doing a great job, Omar Khan. We're not going to sell the farm for a receiver at this point. And so I think right now it's a methodical approach. Let's continue to develop our guys, like you said. And then if something pops up and makes sense, let's take it.
Chris Hoke on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. October is Fire Prevention Month. The Fan and the National Fire Sprinkler Association remind you to test your smoke alarms monthly. Yeah, Austin. I overlooked him. He is the young guy that you want to develop. But let's talk about the quarterbacks. Let's talk about Russell Wilson. Were you surprised by his performance? How would you rate his performance, Hokie?
I don't know about surprise. I was uncertain about how he would come out and play, right? We talked about this last week, and I said this. I think he was going to come out and be Russ. He was going to take some time. When I watched him last week practice, last Wednesday, when I saw him get into that huddle, there was a different feeling in that offensive huddle in practice than it was the weeks before, right? The way that he ran the huddle, the way that he went about his business, the professionalism, the attention to detail, the sharpness, he exuded confidence. I talked about this last week. And you saw that in the game, even when he had some bad throws early in the game and things weren't going his way. There were some bad throws, let's be honest. And it didn't look great, the offense. He continued to take the huddle. You go back and you watch the film, you watch him, the version from the TV, and he on his face looks unflappable. And there's a guy who has a lot of confidence. He's played a lot of great football, and he's played some bad football. So he doesn't get too high with the high or too lows with the lows. And I thought that he came out and was able to shake off that rust and overcome some of the boos that were in the stadium and put together a solid second half of this game, and gave us a lot to be excited about for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I was worried early in the game, but he settled in, Hokie, for sure. And here's what I wanted to ask you. And I think we've probably talked about this before in recent years, but it feels like his ability to get them into the right play, his freedom to audible, knowing where he wants to go with the football. How much of these games are won by what happens with adjustments, both offense and defense, in those precious seconds right before the snap?
It's huge. Listen, when you have a veteran quarterback who's a been-there, done-that guy, who's seen – you talk about any kind of – Coach Tom always talks about situational football and circumstantial football. And he's seen every single situation. He's seen every single circumstance you can see over his long career. When you come up and he sees a certain shift, when he sees I talked about this last week with Landon Roberts, when it's seeing a certain formation and a certain motion. Oh, I remember seeing this at one time, and Coach Florio is telling me this is what's going to happen. I can beeline for that ball and knock the ball out, the fumble, late in the game against the Cowboys, right? It's the same thing. Experience tells you a lot. So when you come to the line of scrimmage and you see some kind of shift, that the linebacker is moving, the DB's moving, you can say, aha, I've seen this before. Right, there was a run in the game where Jaylen Warren, he cut back and went into close to the goal line. I think it was like 11 to 12-yard run, and he was able to point that out into the soft spot, and there was some video evidence of that. I mean, there are points in this game where he comes up, and it becomes a battle of the mind. And when you have an extension of the coach on the field because of his ability to draw on a wealth of knowledge and experience over the years, that's a huge winning edge for the Steelers.
Hokie, you're obviously well-versed on what's happening in the interior of the line and how important that is to winning games. So I'd love to know what you thought of Ryan McCollum in his start in place of Zach Frazier, and also the nature of the challenge he has with 6'4", 340-pound Dexter Lawrence.
Oh, I thought McCollum played, well. Every game you play in, Starkey, when you play as many snaps as these guys play, right, 70-ish plays, you're going to have a handful of plays you wish you had back. Let's just be honest, right? Did he give up a huge play? I didn't see him giving up a huge play. The Steelers only gave up one sack, and that was to McDonald. He came off Broderick Jones off that right side. But I thought overall, largely, he played well. Coach Tomlin, when asked about him, I believe Tomlin said in his press conference on Tuesday, 2 thumbs up, right, yesterday. And so Coach Tomlin's seeing, is he a Zach Frazier? No, Zach Frazier to me is their best offensive lineman and will be one of the best offensive centers in the NFL for a lot of years to come. But I think that he did a solid job in there, did a great job of holding down the center of the line of scrimmage largely. This week, Dexter Lawrence is a monster. I mean, this guy is powerful. He's physical. He's explosive. 9 sacks from the interior at this point of the season. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a historian of the game, but I'll tell you what. I don't know if many interior guys have had 9 sacks after 7 games. I mean, that's incredible. So he's got his hands full this week, and he's going to need some help. And that's going to open up other opportunities for Burns and those guys to make some stuff. So they're going to have to figure out. They're going to pick their poison with this Burns and Dexter Lawrence.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A bunch of issues from the game the other night, mostly positive from how the game went. Najee is I think, showing new dimensions to his game, Hokie. He's never had a game where he had 30 runs back-to-back weeks. What are you seeing?
Well, listen, he just looks – number one, he just looks like he's on a mission, right? And he looks quicker to me. I don't know what it is, but he looks shiftier and quicker to me. And he still has kept his tough run, angry run kind of mentality. And really the epic run that kind of embodies all of his runs to this point and how well he's been running, especially the last 2 games, was that last touchdown run, that 10-yard touchdown run where there was penetration from the right side from a D lineman. He was able to jump to his left and accelerate through the B gap and score a touchdown. I mean, to me, that exemplified kind of his season to this point and who he's become as a running back. I mean, that was a beautiful run. And these chunk runs that he's had, and able to make DBs and linebackers make it look silly at times, making a miss, running over them. I think he is becoming the kind of running back that they envisioned when they drafted him all those years ago.
How about Keanu Benton playing your old position? Was that the best he's played yet this season?
Yeah, he's tough. Listen, he's tough. And I don't think he gets a lot of credit for. I mean, listen, can he continue to get better? Absolutely. With technique, you watch it. I know that he's came out of like that under the tutelage of Cam Hayward. You can see where he's kind of taking on some of the technique that Cam utilizes. But in terms of his quickness, his ability to step one way, get on the edge of a center, bat down passes with that big body, he is a monster in the middle of that line of scrimmage. And I still see there's a lot of upside to him. He still has a lot of growth and development in front of him. And so that's exciting for the Steelers when you have a young guy who's in his second year who is playing and having this kind of impact on games, but still you can see he has so much growth ahead of him. This interior defensive line and the Steelers defense at large, it's exciting to think of the potential of that.
Let's talk more about the Giants matchup coming up, Hokie, about the Steelers' place in the AFC right now, and also a question for you that I'm going to lead off the next segment with. Danny Smith and how these guys seem to absolutely love him and what goes into blocking kicks like this. Curious to hear your opinion. We'll talk to Hokie more next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Giants Monday Night Football as the Steelers try to move to 6-2 on the season before the bye week. Baltimore won on Monday Night Football. So the Steelers and Ravens both 5-2 overall. Penguins with a loss last night during their Canadian road trip, and that continues for the next week. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Well, thank you, Limits. You're a very compassionate man. Kim recently decided that she wanted to contact Gina and Gina's team to help sell her home in Cranberry Township. And because of her years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market, Gina was able to navigate through a difficult real estate market and sold Kim's home for over $600,000. Kim said that Gina and her team made the process of selling the home very easy. And if she's ever in the market to sell a home again, Kim said that Gina will be the first call she makes. Very smart. Here's the thing. You can't lose with Gina. You sit down with her, you agree on a price and deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com. And by the way, Limits, Slice on Broadway has come through again. This pepperoni pizza is in a land far beyond incrinculant.
Very good.
Unbelievable.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pitt game with the Panthers preview show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Live, Ted Beer Outlet, and Spritzer Acura. Let's go. We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard. His ear said, Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. The Kansas City Chiefs have made a trade, acquiring former All-Pro wideout DeAndre Hopkins from the Titans, and the back-to-back champs just got scarier. Hopkins could be the perfect possession receiver and weapon for Patrick Mahomes to keep drives alive and help KC to a three-peat. I'm Maggie Gray.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? Well, you get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. And guess what? You can set this camera for full floodlight, strobe light, or a combination of flood and red and blue warning lights. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get 50% off a Guardian Floodlight Security camera. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's that time again, where we choose who we think is the best candidate for office. It's a difficult decision that requires the evaluation of contenders. Do they have the appropriate skills for this office? Are they the right type of leader? Selecting the right candidate is no easy feat. That's why, for your office, there's ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes choosing the right candidate for any office easy because they find the most qualified people for your roles. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be a partner of the Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led the way, and now it's time to lead our communities to stand up against those who want to silence us. We cannot sit this one out. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
Shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyChevy.com. Your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $11,000 off. New 24 Colorado pickups up to $4,000 off. And you can finance Silverado EVs at 2.9% for 84 months. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
PetFest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th at Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, and get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. All right, Hokie, we continue our conversation with two-time Super Bowl champion Chris Hoke. What do the Giants, other than Dexter Lawrence and a decent defense, what do they present offensively that causes you any concern whatsoever?
Well, if I have to dig deep, I think their rookie Malik Neighbors is a great. He's going to be a really good receiver in the NFL. I think he's on the rise. 39 catches for 427 yards after 7 games. I just think right now that this whole team is handicapped. They're just not playing good football. That's why they're 2-5. I mean, and it just really what happened last week against, just getting whooped last week by the Eagles and how it happened, 28-3, giving up 8 sacks, getting just annihilated in the run game. There's nothing really that scares me about this Giants team. I mean, you got to play the game, and they're professional football players. But when you ask me what stands out to me, nothing really, to be honest.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's sure the way it looks. All right, let's get to Danny Smith. That was a great scene after the Steelers got ripped off on their first block kick the other night by a bad call. Then they get one, and everybody goes crazy on the sidelines, and Danny Smith just in euphoria. He's a lot of fun to watch. So I want to ask you 2 questions about that. What you know about Danny Smith and the players' love for him, and then what is the key to all these block kicks?
Let me tell you something. So Danny Smith is beloved. I know Danny Smith really, really well. He's a great man. He's a firecracker. He is, again, just been in the NFL for so long, has a ton of experience. He's seen so much. But these players on the Steelers team love Danny Smith. They love everything about him. The way that he coaches the players, the way that he prepares, the way that he relates to you, and then in the game, just his energy and enthusiasm. It's everything you want in a special teams coach, and these players are playing out of their minds for Danny Smith because of their love for him. And so I was there last week talking with him. He's just a great guy, and he gets it. Joe, he gets the game. He gets how to relate to players. What it takes, there's so many variables when it comes to special teams play. Being lined up right, being set up right, paying attention to detail, right? Understanding what a team's going to try to do to you. Danny helps the Steelers prepare for all the situations. And then there's on the other side, too, it's a lack of preparation for another team. Maybe they have a below-the-line coach, or, it could be in terms of execution, a low kick. It could be just a focus, just whatever it is, Joe. The reality is that Danny Smith is so much far above other coaches in special teams in the NFL. That's why you're seeing the success, and the Steelers buying into that is why you're seeing so many blocked kicks. You're seeing so many strategic advantages in these games. It's exciting to watch.
Hokie, forgive me for not knowing the answer to this question. Did you have a block kick or 2 in your career?
No, I haven't. Listen, I'm a 6'2" guy. You look at the guys that are blocking these kicks. These guys are like Goliath out there. I mean, Loudermouth a couple weeks ago, and then you have, then this week you have Dean Lowry getting then those pods up. You have Cam Hayward doing them in the past. Then you have the quick guys coming off the edge, right? The junk call that took away the big block by Minka. But it's a lot of it's just these tall guys get their paws up and get in the way of these kicks.
By the way, that was a horrible call. New York said as much to Tomlin, admitting it after the game. I think it would be fun if guys were allowed to do that. Yeah, you're allowed to catapult yourself over the line and use other players as leverage. What's the point of that rule? Why can't you do that?
Well, if I try to put my thinking cap on and think, okay, why? I mean, I think it's a garbage call. There's no question about it. But I think what happens is you have the offensive. I've been a guy who's been on that offensive line. I've been one of the edge guys to get down. You got to lean down, because if you don't get down and get low like they do right now, kind of taking a step in and leaning against the hip of the guy inside of you, those D linemen are so low, they're going to get underneath you and blow you up. And so if you can't get low, I mean, if you have to get low to stop those guys, then how do you also get high to get to the guys that are jumping high? So it's a really big disadvantage for these guys. And so I can see them not letting them use them as a body, because they have to get low to get underneath these D linemen that are rooting them out. And so to me, in that place, Minka did not use them to catapult himself, to leverage himself. He was jumping over. It's more like putting his hands down, and he barely even touched the backs of those linemen. It was just to kind of keep balance as he was coming down. And I think it was just the wrong use of that call, that penalty.
I thought the call on Ogunjobi early in the game stunk. You can't hear first of all, you couldn't hear any of the whistles. Second of all, it didn't look that egregious to me. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, here's where I will tell you what I think. It wasn't consistent across the game. There were 2 other times in the game where where the Jets threw down a Najee Harris, threw down a receiver. I think it was George Pickens, threw him down after the whistle, and there was no flag. So if you're going to make that call with Ogunjobi early, be consistent throughout the game, or don't make that call on Ogunjobi. That's where I have beef, right? Be consistent with how you're going to call something, or don't call it at all.
One more on the special teams, because there have been years where the Steelers are a little bit leaky in some areas of special teams. This year, by every measurement, they're the best or one of the best special teams in the league. They've been downright violent in kick coverage. I mean, they're crushing people. What is the mentality of a good special teams player? I remember guys like Kiesel and Hines early in their careers were just ferocious covering kicks.
Just putting the right guys out there. And that's what Danny Smith does. I mean, Danny Smith is, again, been at this a long time. He understands what they need. And I've talked with Danny, and he knows what kind of guys need to be out there to be successful in this new way of kickoffs. And you don't put out you try not to put a receiver out there. Those guys aren't nasty. You got to be nasty. You get on a block, get off a block, get to the kick returner, and take them down. You've got to have more of that physical specimen type. If you can have a D lineman, if you can have a linebacker, if you can have some of those guys, or like a Connor Hayward, who's a guy who's a do-it-all kind of guy. Those are the kind of guys that you want out there in the way that they're doing the kickoffs now. So it's understanding the personnel, how to set them up, and then having the ability to think outside the box on how to defeat blocks, how to take away angles, and then put a hat. Again, the kind of guys you put out there, putting a hat on these guys. And these guys are playing with a purpose, and they're playing with a nasty attitude. And it all comes with Danny Smith.
Chris Hoke on the hotline right now, joining me until the top of the hour. All right. Let's go back to the defense for a moment. What did the Jets do to take away T.J. Watt? And they did as much as any team ever does. And what does that open up for other people, like Alex Highsmith?
Well, and I thought Alex Highsmith, listen, Alex Highsmith is elite in terms of run defense, and his pass rush is top-notch. It's high level. You'd always want to see Alex Highsmith getting more sacks. And this game, he had a lot of pressures on the quarterback. He hit Rodgers a lot. And I think that's because they're putting a lot of focus on stopping T.J. Watt. And what they're doing, a lot of what everybody else has been doing, right? They're putting an extra tight end out. They're putting them wide, and then they're chipping them with the tight end, and then the tackle's there waiting for him. So he's got to defeat two blocks. And Aaron Rodgers is getting the ball out so quickly, which opens up other opportunities for batted passes. And get the hands up with these big defensive linemen. And that's what teams are going to do. And here's the thing about T.J. Watt, Joe. T.J. Watt, he didn't have the big play in this game, but what he has the ability to do is he keeps coming. I was at the game. They were chipping him. I saw a couple times where he got lit up by a back coming out of the backfield and chipping him. And he one time got flipped around, knocked on his back when he was rushing. And T.J. Watt just got up and went back to the huddle. Didn't say a word. Didn't look at anybody, just got out in the huddle. Then he comes back the next play, and the tackle literally tackles him to the ground. No flag. T.J. Watt gets up, goes back to the huddle, doesn't say a word. This guy is just a machine. He just keeps coming because he knows that in a game, if he plays 65 snaps and he gets blocked 60 times because of the strategic and schematic way of blocking them, he comes in 5 plays and he has a tackle for a loss. He causes a fumble. He gets a sack. He's in the MVP conversation. Those are big-time plays. Yeah. And so he's just going to keep coming. He gets it. He's going to keep coming. And when he comes and they don't chip him or they leave him one-on-one on an island, that's when he's going to seize the opportunity and make a big play for the Steelers.
Man, it's nice when I know there's offensive line injuries, but defensively, when you've got your guys for the most part and Cam's playing at a high level, you can picture this team doing something, Hokie. So let me ask you, where do you put them right now in the AFC? And specifically, I guess, start with the division. Do you rate the Ravens still higher than them? Where are the Steelers in the division and the conference, in your opinion?
Well, let me tell you something. I dislike the Ravens as much as anybody, right? I've had so many big-time games against them. I've lost big games against them. I've won big games against them. But I also understand the makeup of that organization. Very, very similar to the makeup of the Pittsburgh Steelers and how they want to go about their business and how they want to attack teams offensively and defensively. To me, I've thought a lot about this. They're a scary team. Let's just be honest. With Lamar Jackson through 5 tutties on Monday night. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, right? Then you have this dual threat because you don't know, is Lamar Jackson going to keep the ball? Is Derrick Henry going to get it? And so it's the indecision that allows, Derrick Henry to go for 169 yards, 11.27 yards a carry. Okay? I mean, and so Derrick Henry's gotten his mojo back. This team looks scary defensively. They went in and they did a great job in Tampa against the 4-2 Buccaneers team, who everybody talked about Baker Mayfield playing lights out, and a good team. To me, I think the Steelers. To me, it's 1A, 1A, like 1A, 1B, and it's right there. And to me, I don't know who's the better of the teams, but these two teams right now, they're on a collision course for their game coming up in the second half of the season.
All right, Hokie, give us a prediction, the exact final score, and the player of the game, if you'd be so kind.
I love that. The exact final score, right? I just think that the New York Giants are at a disadvantage in this game. They don't have the personnel. I think that their offensive line, they're playing with backup tackle, which really hurt them last week with the pass rush of the Eagles. Again, getting 8 sacks last week. I still think that, if you're going to try to double team T.J. Watt and take him out of the game, Alex Highsmith showed me a lot last week about his get off. He looked much quicker off the ball. So I think the Steelers defense is going to get after these Giants. I mean, the Giants are 32nd in the NFL in terms of giving up run yardage per play in the NFL. The Steelers defense, offense, their rushing offense is on the rise the last 2 weeks, particularly. So I think this is going to be a Steelers just continue to building confidence in this game. I see the Steelers winning this game, taking advantages of the weaknesses of the Giants. And I see the Steelers winning this game. I think it'll be another comfortable win for the Steelers. I hate saying that, but I think the Steelers are going to win this game by, I would say, a 24-14 game.
The Steelers have not scored 30 points in 3 straight games, Hokie, since 2015. You were practically still around then. That's an unbelievable stat, isn't it?
It is an unbelievable stat. And everybody's excited because I think what we saw last week, it's exciting to see what happened in the second half, the way that Russell Wilson was throwing the football. I don't think everybody can say, oh, I told you so, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is everybody was nervous. And Coach Tomlin, like he said, he was a lone ranger. He made that decision. There were a lot of people in and out of that building on the south side that wanted Justin Fields to stay in. He knew what he had. And the reality was you saw the balls thrown. The balls that were thrown, he put balls in positions where only Steeler receivers could catch the ball. And so that's why I kind of gave him a pass a little bit on some of those balls that were in the dirt. Because sometimes if you watch the balls that he connected on, when he's rolling out, he throws the ball low. He puts the ball in places where only his players can catch the ball, and that's something that caught my eye. And that's what keeps the ball out of the defender's hands and helps you score points. So I can see the Steelers put up a lot of points for the second half of the season.
Hokie, you're one of the nicest men who has ever lived. Thanks for coming on a Wednesday.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
See you, brother.
That's Chris Hoke. Great stuff, as always. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Some interesting news this week, potential news out of Cleveland yet again, regarding a certain star player for the Browns. I'll tell you about that at the top of the hour. Then we have the big boy, Marcus Cabali, at 12:30 of the Pat McAfee Show. Never shy with an opinion, is he, Limits?
It was a joke.
Not once.
Including that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today with sunny skies. I still think that an undersold story is the leadership over there at the Steelers regarding veteran players with Pickens. I really do believe Todd, when he called the PM team, I think this happened. I think that veteran leaders on the Steelers followed Todd's advice. I really think this happened, Limits. Remember when Todd called the PM guys a few weeks ago and offered this?
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, What are you doing?
I can't get enough of that. Can you?
Must have happened, Joe. Something must have happened.
Can you just get the last part when he says, "Hey, what are you doing?" Because I think that could translate over a number of different topics. I really.
What are you doing?
Man, do I love
him
that.
And say, "Hey, what are you doing?"
I'll tell you what other teams are doing around the NFL in regard to a certain Cleveland Browns star player. Let's talk about this next. Did I already do fan? Yeah, I already did fan weather. You can't blame me for that, Limits. But I want to tell you about the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And I want to tell you about this. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action because right now FanDuel giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA. Listen, when a guy like Steph Curry is healthy, that's when you strike, beginning of the season. I think he's going to be in prime form to start the year. I also think that you were smart if you bet the Celtics over on three-pointers last night. That was ridiculous. That's all they do, and they make a lot of them. So there's bets like that out there. There's also long-range bets like the Celtics repeating. It's all out there on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions, embargoes imply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins lost to Calgary last night, 4-3 in a shootout against the Flames. The Penguins are 4th place in the Metro and have lost 3 games in a row, but did take a point from Calgary. Back in action on Friday at 9 o'clock against the Edmonton Oilers. And a trade in the NFL, another wide receiver off the board. DeAndre Hopkins traded from Tennessee to Kansas City early this morning for a late-round draft pick. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, while not as warm as yesterday, expect the air to remain unseasonably warm today with highs hitting the mid to upper 70s. Noon temperatures will be near 70 degrees. This afternoon will be breezy with clouds rolling in after 4 o'clock. There's a rain chance today, but it's low and comes from 6 o'clock through 10 o'clock tonight. Thursday will be colder with highs just hitting the mid-50s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty K Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
The temps are dropping, which means football season is heating up, and so are the deals from Sullivan Super Service. During their Red Zone special, they'll check your furnace for only $20. This week only, fan listeners can schedule a furnace check for only $20. That's a huge discount off their regular price of $159. A furnace check from Sullivan will help prevent a breakdown and boost your system's energy efficiency this winter, which means lower energy bills. Schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com.
Breaking news from this one.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New Pitt AD Alan Green was introduced to the media today at the University of Pittsburgh. The Peterson Event Center held a press conference and said about his first 30 days at Pitt, it's going to be about learning. I'm going to watch. I'm going to listen. After today, I'm going to be quiet and just ask questions. Pitt against Syracuse. Panthers 19th in the country tomorrow. 7:30 kickoff. 4:30 is when the Panther pregame show begins right here in the Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! Ah! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, Myles Garrett. Teams said to be fishing around for Myles Garrett. That's according to Albert Breer from his Monday morning quarterback this week. And I think it would make all the sense in the world for the Browns to trade him right now. I mean, it's just a complete and utter disaster there. I don't know what you do about the quarterback situation. Jameis Winston starting this week. You have Deshaun Watson, I don't know, out for a calendar year. Is he going to be ready for next season? It's the worst contract, trade, whatever you want to call it, in the history of sports. The worst contract, you could say. Because of what it's cost them, limits. It's cost them other possible players, all the draft picks they gave up. Think there's like, if you want to do a deep dive on this thing, you could spend 3 days on everything that it has cost the Browns, and for what? So that they could watch him play quarterback at a level that was probably behind Jacoby Brissett, behind anybody else they've tried over the last couple of years. He's been their worst quarterback. Joe Flacco certainly worse than him. And I think not necessarily a fast and easy fix, but a fast and easy way to start to remedy the damage and work your way out of this ditch that you're in because of Deshaun Watson and what you did to get him would be to trade Myles Garrett. Wow. I think that's almost an obvious move. Like, when are they going to be ready to win again?
Obvious move.
Absolutely.
I still think that their roster's pretty good.
For how long?
That's the thing, because Chubb, I know he came back. He's still banged up still. I mean, he looked pretty good.
They just traded Amari Cooper. I mean,
yeah, they're starting to move pieces.
To me, that they're launching a at the least a retooling, at the most a rebuild, I think.
I look at it this way. If you're trading Myles Garrett, who's basically their TJ Watt, I mean, what are you signaling? You are basically saying we're done for the next 3-4 years, and this is a total, complete rebuild.
It depends on who you get in the draft. if you get a quarterback, see, if they could get a young stud quarterback, then you just hide Deshaun until you can finally get out of that financial obligation.
So there's your...
And who's to say you don't get a C.J. Stroud? I don't think it's necessarily 3 or 4 years. Things happen faster in the NFL. Here's the first question before you launch into that. What do you get for him? 2 first-round picks?
Probably 2 firsts, yeah.
Maybe another one?
Maybe a player with it.
Maybe a third? To me, I asked for the moon. I mean, what has been the most compensation received in a recent NFL trade? That would be my question.
The Deshaun Watson trade.
Yeah, you're right.
Literally, the one that they made a couple of years ago.
Yes.
The scene on a draft day where Sonny's asking, he makes the trade to trade out for the number 1 pick with Seattle.
Yeah.
And he gives up 2 first-round draft picks.
Yeah.
And then they're further on in the draft, and everybody's starting to shake, and Cleveland makes a trade to move back into the draft. And he says to the Seattle general manager, I want all my picks back after he traded it for the first overall pick. That's exactly what I'm remembering right now.
3 first-round picks. You could recoup all 3. Ask for that. People say no. You say, okay, then we keep Myles Garrett. He's still only 28, by the way, although he's had some weird injury problems, including both feet issues this year. He should go to the Good Feet store, I might add.
He should.
That's what I'd ask for. I'd ask for 3. Okay, you don't want to give me that? We'll take 2 first-rounders and a third or a second. It's Myles Garrett. Do you know what he would do to the chances of a team like just pick one?
Detroit. That's where he would fit best.
The Bills. Do you know what he would do for them? Him or a Max Crosby? Pick another team. The Houston Texans? Teams that are ready to win. And if you add a piece like that, it would be insane.
It'd be great in Green Bay. They're not going to
Green Bay.
maybe make that trade, but yeah.
The Baltimore Ravens. I don't know if they would do it in division. I don't know if they'd care. Plus, those would be low first-round picks. But just pick a team. Maybe some other team that's in the middle, that would be drafting in the middle, would want to do that, thinking that Myles Garrett could elevate them within the next year or 2 anyway. What's his contract status?
Maybe the Colts.
Great call. I think there could be something to this. At least I think it makes sense. And what a wonderful way to lead off our wheel of ball. I can't think of a better way to lead off the wheel of ball. And now I'm turning, the ball over to you. It's another turnover for me. I'd love to hear Ron Cook's voice. I think
come on for the wheel of ball.
Oh, I miss him. No, I don't.
Why don't we start with Myles Garrett's contract? 25-26. He has a cap hit of $19 million and $20 million. That's 7% of Cleveland's cap. His dead cap for Cleveland, though, would be substantial, $36 million and $21 million. So that's big if they try to trade him and move off. But there was also a big announcement that just came out of Cleveland, Joe. Ken Dorsey will now be calling plays against the Ravens this week. No more Kevin Stefanski calling the offensive plays for the Cleveland Browns. They've made a change there.
Plan the parade in Cleveland, I say. Ken Dorsey turns everything around. What a joke they truly are. They truly have become the Cleveland Browns again.
Jameis Winston is their starting quarterback.
I mean, this is...
that they had just announced today.
What a sad, sad, and sickly franchise they truly are. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Are fans wearing bags to the games yet in Cleveland?
No, not yet, but I'm sure that is foreshadowing of what's to come.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Spin that wheel. I love that sound. It's very satisfying.
It makes me feel good about the day. Joe, Saquon Barkley has been named NFC Offensive Player of the Week. after rushing for 176 yards against the Giants' defense. So if Barkley runs for 176, he's my second favorite back in the entire NFL. Maybe my favorite behind Christian McCaffrey, right next to Christian McCaffrey. What should we expect Najee Harris to rush for this week against the Giants?
Well, he's not as good as Saquon Barkley, but he's looking great in these last couple games. I mean, it wasn't long ago that we were asking, is Cordero Patterson a better option than Najee? So I would caution ourselves on that, but I think he and they have a chance to have a pretty big day. You know, the Giants' defense isn't horrible. It's their offense that's horrible. So maybe that does actually feed into that. This could be the type of game where Steelers get a big lead and just shut it down and let Najee run wild. It's a long way of answering your question, and I apologize for that, Limits. I think he could run for 150 yards this week. But here's the other thing. Jaylen Warren finally looked like himself, didn't he? And
yes.
what a development that is. When you have a two-headed monster like that, who compares to it? Not many. That's a top 5 running back tandem in the NFL.
It's like Zeke Elliott and Tony Pollard from a couple years ago.
What a wonderful comparison you've made, Limits.
A tough runner and also a speedy runner, and that's what they have.
By the way, Saquon, he's looking better than he ever has. I wondered with him, it seemed like, a Gale Sayers-like situation where he had this comet burst into the league with 1,300 yards and 11 touchdowns, and anytime he touches the ball, he could score. And then the knee injury, and he was still good, but I wondered, would he ever be the same? And he was really good again in 2022, but man, this year, he looks like he's the closest thing. I said this in college, the first time I ever saw him play. That's the closest thing I've seen to Barry Sanders since Barry Sanders. He looks like that again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Limits.
From Sports Betting AG in a tweet from Chris Adamski.
He looks like that again. I shouldn't have done that.
You didn't like my rhyming?
No, go ahead.
The odds are out for Cooper Kupp's next team and continue to shuffle after Kansas City acquired DeAndre Hopkins. The team that is in first place, the number one odds to acquire Cooper Kupp with 4 to 5 odds, very high odds to acquire Cooper Kupp is?
The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Your Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
Minus 125, followed by the Chargers at 4-1, Tampa Bay 6-1, the Lions at 7-1.
What about the Niners?
San Francisco 49ers are 33-1.
I was going to say money-wise, but there's no real obligation. If I'm reading this correctly, and God knows I might not be, everything I've seen is there's a $5 million, the only thing guaranteed for next year is $5 million, and there's no guarantee for 2026, and they're willing to pick up the remainder of his money this season. So I don't know. Could the Niners be in that? I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't think so. But at the same time, their wide receivers are so banged up. I mean, Debo was in the hospital. Ayuk's out for the year. Jennings was out. They had, Ricky Pearsall's their rookie?
Yeah, and then Tampa Bay is beyond desperate now for a receiver, and they're pretty good.
Pearsall is their healthiest wide receiver. He was involved in that horrific shooting a couple months ago. I mean, so they've had a lot that has gone on with their wide receiving core this past couple of weeks, really this past season. So could they make a move? Yeah, but what are they, like 3-4 right now? Is that the best thing that they could potentially do rather than just get their you-know-what together in-house?
Next.
This is getting a lot of reaction on social media, and this is going to be our social video of the day. Chris Hoke saying there are a lot of teams who would want the Steelers wide receiver cores on the show today, Joe. What do you make of that? Because I don't know about that.
Well, if you start with George Pickens, there are a multitude of teams who would want that. But overall, I would have to disagree. But let's say you offered, let's say you wanted to make a trade. All the Steelers receivers to, I was going to say Buffalo, but they've added Amari Cooper. The Jets? No. The Ravens? I don't know, man. If you get Pickens in the deal, I disagree with Chris there. Let's put it that way. The Chiefs would do that right now because they'd get Pickens. I can tell you that much.
Well, they have Hopkins now and Worthy.
He's not Pickens. I think the Chiefs would do that. Can you imagine Pickens with Patrick Mahomes? There are some teams that would want it, but not many in my humble opinion. How about you?
I don't think that many teams would really want that. Maybe the Chargers right now would trade for that.
Chargers for sure.
Tennessee,
yes.
Their wide receiving core is ridiculous.
Tampa Bay at the moment sure would.
Other than that, I don't really see too many others. Tampa Bay, yeah, but that's because everybody's hurt.
Maybe Green Bay would.
Like if you're talking
to
straight
go with Jordan
up,
Love, maybe.
And Romeo Doubs is playing really well right now, and Christian Watson. I don't think Green Bay would trade their wide receivers for George Pickens in the field.
Thank you, Limits.
You're quite welcome. The best point differential in the AFC after 7 weeks, Buffalo, plus 63. Chiefs, third, plus 43. So who's in second? The Pittsburgh Steelers at plus 60 in point differential. I mean, we're not talking about 2-3 weeks into the season. 7 weeks, we're almost halfway there, and the Steelers are the second best in the AFC in point differential. Their 2 losses are by a field goal.
It makes a big difference when you're winning comfortably. I mean, that should go without saying here. But the Steelers have made a habit of not doing that for years now. I went into a long diatribe about this yesterday, if you'll remember. City Limits. They reached the point where people like Collinsworth and Tirico are actually complimenting them for lowering themselves into a mud bath with the Cowboys, like it was somehow worthy of praise to be stuck in a maybe lose game with the Cowboys with time winding down. This is right where the Steelers want them. What? Where you want to be is up 20, 10 late in games. That's what good teams do. And the Steelers are starting to look like a good team. And the point differential is a direct reflection of that. Care who they're playing. I don't care who they're playing. When you're plus 60, you're doing what you're supposed to do. Limits, you okay?
Yes, I was making sure you wanted to get everything in that you wanted to say about it.
Why the moment of silence? Go ahead.
I was giving you the greatest opportunity to react to Beanie Bishop not being named AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Who was?
Cody Barton of Denver.
Barton Fink. Go ahead.
8 tackles, 1 pass defense, 1 forced fumble, and 1 fumble recovery for a touchdown, 52-yard touchdown. If Beanie Bishop on that interception, the second one, takes it to the house, is Beanie Bishop AFC Defensive Player of the Week. And so that's the difference. 1 yard.
What a wonderful point you've made there, and I think he should be anyway. I mean, what you just said, a sack. Okay, wait a second here. Did you mention he had a sack too?
Beanie Bishop, I did not mention.
No, not Beanie
Barton?
Bishop. Yes.
I did not. I just read you off the stats that were on the graphic from the NFL.
Okay. He had a sack, a forced fumble, a fumble recovery, and a touchdown. I can't take that away from him. In fact, I'm very proud of him, even though I have no idea who he is. But it took a performance like that to take it away from Beanie, who turned around the game. And I don't know, is it a stretch to say the season? With that amazing interception before the half. I mean, that was kind of a one-handed pick. He made it great, and it was with his left hand, I might add. He's not left-handed, is he? I don't know.
I don't know. But did you ever hear the quote from Beanie Bishop at the end of the Pitt game when they played West Virginia last year talking about Phil Dracovic?
No, what did he say?
I was sitting next to Mike Ostie at the press conference, and Beanie Bishop talking about Phil Dracovic basically said, we knew he was not that good at his job. And that is all I remember about Beanie Bishop when I see him get interceptions now. The play that he made against Phil Dracovic and him saying in the press conference that he knew Phil Dracovic wasn't good at his job.
Is Phil Dracovic in the NFL right now?
No. No, he's not.
I've got a question for you based on that. Would you mind spinning the wheel?
Yes.
You meant no. Because the question was, would you mind spinning the wheel?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I would not mind.
Slice on Broadway was incredible today, wasn't it?
It's just so good.
I had the pepperoni. What'd you have?
I had pepperoni. I also had one piece of plain, and I had one of the pepperoni rolls, the little small pepperoni rolls.
Spectacular.
Those are really good.
Dulac saying the Steelers were counting the weeks until Cameron Sutton comes back, and that it's still the case despite Bishop's play. I mean, yeah, it would be good to get the Cam Sutton you had a couple of years ago, and we'll see. But I want to see a whole bunch more of Beanie. Is he going to automatically unseat Beanie is my question to you.
Well, let's not act like Beanie Bishop was a dominant player before this past week. Like, he needed this week to be able to break out and start to cement himself, because there have been previous weeks where he's gotten beat, he hasn't made good enough tackles, and he's gotten lost in zone coverage. So it would not surprise me if Cam Sutton would replace Beanie Bishop right off the jump, just for now, with Bishop still being the long-term answer at slot corner.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The last I saw Cam Sutton, and I know he was out of position and elevated to too high of a role with the Lions, he was getting absolutely smoked repeatedly. I'm curious. I guess I tend to agree with you today, but if Beanie builds on that, the old Beanie builder, if he builds on that, I'd play him. I mean, it's not often you see a guy turn a game like he did, and he almost returned that for a touchdown. Like, yeah, on one hand it was lucky, but he was also very aware on that play, and the second one I'm talking about, and turned it into basically a touchdown. Next.
Last one I have for you before the big boy. Penn State will play Ohio State in 2 weeks at home on November 2nd, and the game is scheduled for noon on Fox's Big Noon, in what is a top 5 matchup in college football. So my question to you, Joe, is...
No, it sucks. It should be at night.
Yes. Is Big Noon ruining great college football matchups in the Big Ten? Because it's always the Big Ten that Fox puts in Big Noon, or maybe the Big 12. They'll put Colorado there if they're on the East Coast. But to me, Big Noon is just like, come on, man. Atmospheres and environments in college football matter.
You can't even tell it's a whiteout at noon.
No.
It doesn't matter at noon.
That's why they don't put the whiteout at the noon game for the Ohio State
Is that
game.
their whiteout game?
No, it'll be Washington, who sucks, and they'll probably beat by 40 points. And Ohio State, it can't be because it's a noon game, and the whiteout is always a night game.
Well, now I'm confused, but I don't care.
What are you confused about?
I don't know. Is this happening repeatedly in the Big Ten?
Yes.
Their biggest games are at noon?
Ohio State, Michigan, the last 3 years has been at noon as well, instead of a night game.
I kind of like that for some reason.
I don't at all.
I don't know. I like waking up and watching Ohio State, Michigan.
I understand.
What's your point here? I don't understand. Why are they doing it at noon?
Well, they're doing it at noon probably to win that window of TV ratings, because everybody, watches at night.
Wouldn't Ohio State, Penn State win any window?
Yes. But that's probably why they're trying to put it at noon, I think. Should this be why should Fox be allowed to put all these big games at noon?
I don't know.
I don't
You're
think they
asking
should.
the wrong guy. Yes, clearly, Penn State, Ohio State should have been Penn State's whiteout game.
And it should be at 7:30 at night.
Yes, or 7 or 8. I could live with either one of those
like
limits.
Pitt-Syracuse Thursday night, 7:30 primetime game. They're obviously going to have a Thursday noon game, but that's the type of game against Syracuse with a good quarterback you want to see at night.
We're going to talk a lot more tomorrow about Pitt possibly going 7-0 for the first time since, 82? Is that right?
Yeah.
That's a gigantic game for Pat Narduzzi.
Dan Marino was the quarterback. Last time they were 7-0.
Man, every win they get now, they become a bigger and bigger story. Just keep it rolling. What do they have after that? SMU?
Yeah, and SMU's ranked.
I know. With Clemson waiting down the road. Man, I hope that becomes a story. I hope Pitt and Clemson are both where they are right now. I know Clemson, they lost, right? They lost their opener. But they're still a top 10 team in the country. Can you imagine? Oh, limitless wonder. If 4 games from now, let's see, Syracuse, SMU, Virginia, then Clemson as a home game. Time to be determined. For you, for your sake, I hope the game's at night. You'd be very happy about that.
I would probably be able to make it because I'm probably working a game that day.
I personally don't care. I just want it to be Pitt. What is Pitt right now, number 20?
19.
Thank you, Limits.
You're welcome.
What if
numbers matter?
If Pitt wins its next 3, they could be, 12th in the country.
Yeah. 10th.
And Clemson could be 5th. Could be one of the biggest college games ever at not Heinz Field. The Yak. Yeah, Acrisure Stadium. You think the Yak would be packed for that game?
I would hope so. I would hope they'd get a decent crowd.
I don't think that's unrealistic. I mean, it's probably a bad bet just because they both have to win every game before then. But how about that? Let's go up to number 11. Number 11, Pitt against number 5, Clemson at the Yak on November 16th. Please make that happen. Limits. Do whatever you can.
I have zero say or influence.
The big boy is up next. Let's ask him about Cooper Kupp. I have a feeling the big boy's going to shoot this down in very sarcastic fashion. Don't you think?
Easily.
It was a joke.
That's what he's going to say. All these reports were a joke. They don't need Cooper Kupp. Van Jefferson is better than Justin Jefferson. That's what we're going to hear from the big boy, I think.
He definitely has that machismo.
FatFest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th. This Sunday, is it? Wonder Twin?
Yes, it is this Sunday.
At Rockwell Park in the East End. The event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Are you going, and is Muffin going? Like, what do we wait till that morning to see how Muffin feels?
Muffin is a game-time decision. We have to see if she'll be... I think there's a blessing of the pets that I'd like to take Muffin to, so I have to get approval.
A blessing of the pets?
Yes, 9:30 blessing of the pets.
Well, what better time after she gets blessed to go over to the party?
That would be right.
You said she doesn't get along well with other dogs. Is that right?
Well, she doesn't. She just kind of doesn't really like to tolerate them. Like, she'll stand there as the other dogs, like, just kind of stand around, but Muffin isn't very interested in engaging with the other dogs.
Well,
she won't,
okay.
like, bark or anything.
She's like me at parties. I just stood by the keg. I didn't need to talk to anybody. I mean, what will determine whether Muffin is going or not? Pre-game warm-ups? You have to watch her warm up a little bit?
Basically, if Muffin wants to go, and Muffin likes to take rides, or if my dad will let Muffin go. Sometimes Muffin has to just stay in the house and sleep, get a rest.
Well, I certainly hope Muffin's there. Your four-legged friend is invited. It's, again, Rockwell Park in the East End, 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Participate in costume contests. Get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more information, go to 937thefan.com. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The big boy, Mark Cabali, next. Let's talk to him about all things Steelers, including the possibility of Cooper Kupp. All right, the possibility of your roofing and siding getting up to snuff for the colder months is very real. All you have to do is contact Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. This guy is a back-to-back Northeast Trifecta MVP winner, and in his line of work, that means customer outreach, customer satisfaction, work he does in the community, and yes, the work he actually does on housing and siding. Roofing and siding, I should say. Plus, he has a hell of a mustache as a bonus. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. They've been out to my house a couple different times. One of JP's top lieutenants, A-Rod, commanded that mission and told my wife and I what the plan was, what was wrong, and how they were going to fix it. And then they did that. And then I didn't worry about it anymore. That's all I want. Please fix that and have me never think about it again. That's what they do. $500 off any roofing or siding installation. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football plays against Syracuse tomorrow. It's a 7:30 kickoff from Acrisure Stadium. The Panthers are 6-0, looking to go to 7-0 for the first time since 1982. It's also the last time the Pitt was 6-0 on the season. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. 4:30 begins our pregame coverage. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $219 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
For the next 15 seconds, there will be no political ads. You're welcome. You know, we don't just remove junk, we restore sanity. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people, from traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production. Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Are you handy with tools? Consider becoming a maintenance technician at Presbyterian Senior Care Network. Here's Stefan Braxton, a longtime team member, on why he loves the job.
Our residents are so appreciative. If you change their light bulbs, they adore you. That's what I love about this job. It's like having 100 grandparents, and they treat me just like I'm their grandson.
Get a hands-on career at their beautiful independent living apartments in the Pittsburgh area. Presbyterian Senior Care Network, making aging easier. Apply at srcare.org today.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for the most affordable all-wheel drives. Our fall kickoff event has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing, choose savings up to $6,500 off, or lease for just $279 per month. Plus, our trade-in values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the fall kickoff at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
IBM and ESPN are unveiling enhancements to the ESPN Fantasy app that put Watson X-powered insights directly in users' hands, giving them access to personalized, data-driven information, such as personalized player grades based on each team's needs, predictions of each player's potential upside and downside, and transparent explanations of AI-generated player grades. Entering its 8th consecutive year, the collaboration between IBM and ESPN Fantasy Football continues to transform football data into compelling and helpful information for fantasy team owners. Sponsored by IBM.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wendy's Any Size Soft Drink for $1. Bronny James made his NBA debut alongside LeBron last night. It was a great moment, but it could have been a lot greater. We have to see Bronny make a basket. He was held scoreless. He has hit a shot, otherwise his supposed feel-good story is still incomplete. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
IBM and ESPN are unveiling enhancements to the ESPN Fantasy app that put Watson X-powered insights directly in users' hands, giving them access to personalized, data-driven information, such as personalized player grades based on each team's needs, predictions of each player's potential upside and downside, and transparent explanations of AI-generated player grades. Entering its 8th consecutive year, the collaboration between IBM and ESPN Fantasy Football continues to transform football data into compelling and helpful information for fantasy team owners. Sponsored by IBM.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election November 5th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices, so use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
He definitely has that machismo.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Yes, it is time for the big boy, Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show. He joins our show right now. We're coming up on the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. All right, big boy, two-part question. What'd you think of DeAndre Hopkins to the Chiefs, and what would you think of Cooper Kupp to the Steelers?
Well, you know what? I'm taking over here, Joe. Give me a standing ovation with the Russell Wilson stuff right now. Not a moment of silence. I need a golf clap.
Yeah. Limits, join in with some clapping, some live clapping. There we go. Yeah.
Now you know about the machismo I was talking about. Okay. He definitely has that machismo. Cooper Kupp, is that the first question you said?
First, what do you think of the Chiefs getting Hopkins, and then what about the Steelers with Kupp?
Boy, isn't that great? I mean, the Chiefs don't waste time. They identified an issue and went out and got him. I mean, Steelers have been looking for a wide receiver for 6 months. It took him like 6 minutes to find one. So he still Patrick Mahomes is going to make him into a viable threat. They needed it. They identified a weakness and went out and were able to get him. So it's significant. I mean, that offense is not really running on all cylinders right now in Kansas City. So give them credit. I mean, that's what you have to do if you're, three-time Super Bowl champion back-to-back. You identify an issue. We don't have a big window here. I mean, relatively speaking. Go find it. So I think it's a pretty significant trade. As for Cooper Kupp, I'd go get him, man. I mean, once again, you're 5-2 right now. Very good possibility of being 6-2 with the meat of your schedule coming up. And I know Cooper Kupp has been injured the last 2 years, but you see week one when he was healthy, he had 20-some-odd targets. He was still a guy to be reckoned with. It's not going to cost you a ton of money. I think, $5-6 million for the rest of the season, if I'm correct. I mean, if it's a one-year rental, so be it. I don't care. You can restructure stuff next year to get rid of that roster bonus if you need to, if you want to keep him around. His base salary is not high. You're able to get him at a, third-round pick. I'd say go all for it, because you're not going to find yourself in position 6-2 very often, I don't think.
What if it took a second-round pick?
That's tough. Well, once again, I mean, I'd probably think hard and heavy about doing it, yes, because like I said, if you're going all in, all for it, and that's what they did for March, right? I mean, from bringing in Russell, bringing in Patrick Queen, they want to win right now. And if they want to win right now, you got that seemingly the quarterback position somewhat figured out, that he can help you maybe go further than maybe the quarterbacks you've had here the past couple of years. If that's what it takes, and if it takes a second-round pick, I wouldn't want to do that. I don't think it would take that much, because he is 31 coming off an injury and has a decent amount of money left on that contract. I would be a little iffy, but put it this way, if I'm taking a 2, giving up a 2, I better be getting like a 5th back, something to that possibility. But, yeah, I would still greatly consider that because you need it. I mean, you can have whatever you could do last week with Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, all those guys, George Pickens. You throw a top-level receiver in there like Cooper Kupp and look at his numbers the past 4 or 5 years and see what he did when he was healthy week 1. And he is a top-level guy. So, yes, I would very well consider doing it.
What grade would you give Russell Wilson for his debut, and does it get better from here?
No, you probably give him a solid B to B+. I mean, of course, I think it's going to get better. I mean, you hope he doesn't start off with some errant throws like he did in that first quarter where he was not quite sure where he was going to go with the ball. But, yeah, you would assume the guy that hasn't played in pretty much 11 months, 10 months will get better. I thought he played extremely well. It doesn't mean all of his passes were perfect and he can't get better, but he did what a lot of other quarterbacks need to do, is get the ball in the vicinity of your playmakers and let them go up and make plays. Okay, he just threw a jump ball to George Pickens. You know what? That jump ball is a pretty high impact play, a pretty high possibility of you making it if you throw it in the right spot and let that guy go get that. So I think he wasn't afraid to take shots, and sometimes it doesn't work out. This time it does, but I think he'll just continue to get better, and I think you'll see that on the back end of it. I think you'll see stuff, the better running game, the more play action stuff, and more of a scheming to get guys open. So I think it will get better.
Najee might not like my next question for you, but I think it's a legitimate one. What's gotten into him? Why does he look different? Why is he suddenly breaking off long runs?
I would say a combination of things. Number one is you can't run unless you have a hole, right? I mean, you could be Walter Payton, Barry Sanders in their prime, and if there's a guy in your face, as soon as you get the ball, you're not going to run the ball.
But I would say, just to add quickly, Mark, that at times it seems like he doesn't see a hole when it's there. His vision as a runner has been in question at times.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But I think he's gotten better at that. I think he's a little bit quicker, a little bit more nimble, a little bit, quick twitch muscles here. I mean, you saw that. He's probably going about 215 right now. It's not like he's a huge bruising guy anymore. That has to help. The downfield blocking has helped as well. I mean, the scheme, too, has helped as well, where he's been able to set up some runs. And so, like I said, I think it should get better. What? Hold on. Nah.
What happened?
The Pepsi guy just asked me a question. So,
what did he ask?
Whose pickup truck was this? And I said, I have no idea. I was confused. Okay.
Have you heard from Ron lately?
Only happens to me right there, Joe.
Yeah, of course. Have you heard from Ron lately?
No, Ron's off the grid maybe. I haven't even talked to him since the hurricane rolled through there, Hurricane Ron.
What if you and I showed up at Ron's door in Florida? What kind of reception do we get? Happy? Come on in, have a beer, stay for a while, or door shut?
I think he'd be very happy for about an hour. Then he'd probably try to shoo you out.
Yeah.
One of those type of things. Unless you go get him some free light, then maybe he would be more welcoming.
He might stick around. Limits, would you like to hop in on the questioning for the big boy? I know you've been very curious about some things.
Yes, big boy. I have a couple of things that immediately come to mind for me. You know about how I felt regarding Patrick Queen, but it feels like over the last couple of weeks, he's really assured himself in this defense and looks like a solid contributor and has really found his role in the Mike Tomlin defense.
Yeah, he came up to me and said he wasn't too happy with this limits guy, and he was going to show him that he's really a star player. Not really. I'm joking.
It was a joke.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, you just have to give a guy time, man, to really fit into a new situation. I know he was a guy who's got a big contract, making, the highest free agent contract in the history of the Steelers here, but sometimes it takes time. I mean, he's still a young guy, and once again, they're finding a different role for him where he fits in that. And he was able to play extremely well the past couple of seasons. And he's another one that as you move forward, you would have to imagine that he's just going to get better and better and better. I don't think he's missed a snap this year. We tend to rush to judgment on guys. I mean, probably rightfully so. I mean, if you're giving a guy $15 million a year, you want him to be a high impact player immediately. But sometimes it doesn't work out that way. I think he's a star player, still a young player, and I think it might help him a little bit with Peyton Wilson getting a lot of snaps next to him. I think he's played extremely well, and I don't see that's going to be anything less moving forward. I think he's just going to continue to get better.
It doesn't seem like Tomlin loves Roman Wilson. What's happening there?
I don't know. He doesn't, right? That moving train, right before I got on the air, the train was coming right back to the south side, and I saw Roman trying to jump on it, but he couldn't do it. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Every time I see him.
It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
Oh, man. You throw these in here, and I lose my concentration.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't do it.
How'd that Trubisky train work out?
Not well. It went off the tracks, I think.
Yeah, Roman Wilson, every time I see him in practice, he looks fabulous. I mean, I don't know what's happening behind closed doors. I don't know if it's not in the book, the playbook. I don't know if he's limited in what he can run route-wise, but it's obviously something that he is not doing correctly. It's not injury-related, health-related, or anything like that. It's probably a guy who's a third-round pick who has missed a huge portion of the season with that ankle injury, and he hasn't been able to catch up and basically learn how to be a pro yet. Now, this is just pure speculation because watching him on the field, he looks like he's one of the top three receivers out there every time I see him. But for Mike to come out there publicly, and he does it low-key, and he does it a lot. The rookies, you won't hear him say anything negative about anybody else. He's probably tried a number of different things and hasn't worked. So let's throw this out here publicly to really see if we can get his attention right now. So that's the only thing I can think of because physically and out on the field, he looks good to me. Looks above. He looks a lot. He looks better than Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, Calvin Austin in my eyes.
Interesting. Very odd situation. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today with sunny skies. All right, let's get to the controversy. Ray Fittipaldo, one of the three nicest men in the history of Pittsburgh sports, right up there with Jerry DePaula and Marc-Andre Fleury, asked Mike Tomlin a seemingly innocent question, and Tomlin comes back and lightheartedly, I'll say, but seemed to say you had an attitude. You took an attitude on that question, and then it became a question of whether Tomlin said latitude or attitude. I checked in with Ray after the news conference. He thought it was attitude, but he said the context fit latitude. Benzie, little Benzie, he thought it was latitude. Then the Steelers transcript said attitude. Let's take a listen, big boy, and then let's hear your take.
In regards to Minka's block, why has the competition committee been resistant to maybe opening that up to replay review?
I don't know that the committee has, and as a member of the committee, I can confirm that we haven't been resistant. I don't know where you get that bit of information from.
Well, I mean, replay review overall. I know a couple years ago you had the pass interference that could be reviewed. That was a one-year experiment, but it just seems like overall.
So you just took a little attitude in terms of that question?
Where do you stand? I'm an attitude guy. He said attitude, big boy. You?
It sounded like attitude, but I just find it hard to believe that Mike Tomlin in that setting would say attitude. So the benefit of the doubt, knowing it was a public setting, I would go with latitude. Now, if it was just us, kibitzing out on the sidelines here, I could see him saying attitude. So I'm going with latitude. But I like the little, what do you call that, Joe? A felt tip dart? Was that what it was?
Yeah, I think that was a felt tip dart from
Yes,
Tomlin.
yes.
See, people saying that the context fit latitude because Ray expanded what replay could be about. I disagree. The context clearly fit attitude because Tomlin, on the first question, seemed to take a little bit of offense because he is a member of the competition committee.
Yes,
and then Ray had the little, well, like that. You were there. Did Ray take on any type of attitude? He might have.
Like you said, one of the top 3 nicest guys in the world. I probably put him ahead of Marc-Andre Fleury. And I've never talked to Marc-Andre Fleury, but I agree with Jerry DePaul number 1. But I don't think Ray would have anything negative to say like that, trying to stir up something. Now, if that was Benzie, I would definitely say attitude. So,
well, why did the Steelers' official transcript said attitude? Don't you think they would check with Tomlin if they had any question?
I'm pretty sure that that's done by an automated, what do you call that, Trent or whatever, that service where you just put your phone up and it automatically transcribes it.
No way.
Right?
There's no way.
Yeah.
You'd make too many mistakes on that, and it's too important to get the coach's words exactly right. Not here, obviously, but in other situations.
They go through and clean it up, though. But for the most part, maybe it was just a word that came up as attitude, and they just skipped over it. There's probably, I'm guessing there's about a 10,000 word, if not more, press conference, right? So there might have been a word. But, hey, trust me, I've seen them clean it up before.
Yeah, exactly.
So
when need be, they'll clean it up.
Man, it's a big day, maybe for some edge rushers like Ade and Eco, man, who just got here.
I forgot. What'd you think of Eco's performance?
I didn't know he played. I just liked this.
Maybe it was Ade who played. I don't know.
I just was noting Alex Highsmith really dominating a tackle that was once one of the best tackles in the NFL. So that's
well, let's put this thing to bed, big boy. Let's hear it one more time. And ultimately, the way I'm going with this is it was slightly contentious, and Tomlin went with attitude, which I actually like here. But I have no doubt that that he said lightheartedly, you took a little attitude, or you took a little attitude with that question. Let's hear it one final time.
I mean, replay review overall. I know a couple years ago you had the pass interference that could be reviewed. That was a 1-year experiment, but it just seems like overall.
So you just took a little attitude in terms of that question?
I was, now even hearing it more, I'm thinking latitude.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Where do you stand, Limits?
I think it sounds like attitude, guys.
I mean, their official transcript says attitude. Ray himself thought it was attitude.
2 things could be correct at the same time.
No, they can't.
Yes, Russell Wilson could be the best quarterback for him right now, and Fields could be for the future. It could mean he said latitude, but it sounded like attitude.
It was a joke.
It was. It was.
Jeff Starkey wants to know if he said latitude or attitude. To Ray yesterday.
Latitude.
See, Jeff says latitude, and he's number. He didn't even put you in the top 3 of most nicest people in Pittsburgh.
He's 4th. Tell him he's 4th, and I apologize.
Jeff's probably number 1, right?
I can't believe
Jerry are
all
tied.
these guys over there are on the latitude train. It's unbelievable to me. Thank you, big boy.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Bye, Mark.
Nice man, isn't he, Limits?
Wonderful man.
I think so. Coming up, let's get back to the topic of the day, and that is Cooper Kupp. And that's really the Steelers' receiver situation. Listen, Hoke thinks they're fine as they are. Is Russell Wilson able to unlock this offense in such a way that the backups are good enough, or the guys behind Pickens, whatever you want to call them, that's good enough? It certainly was last weekend. It was. I would argue that the Jets are banged up in the back end, and you're not going to face teams like that all the time. But maybe that's your take. They're fine. I would never squander a 2nd or 3rd round pick for Cooper Kupp. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. I would. I'm looking for as many good players as I can get. And the word urgency, to me, doesn't begin to describe the Steelers' situation this season. As I mentioned from the top, you got a head coach who hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years. You could go to college twice in that time. Fulsey. Limits. You have a quarterback who's 36, who has no guarantee of anything beyond this season. You have a franchise pillar named Cam Hayward, who's 35 and has been part of one playoff win in his entire career, handed to them by Pac-Man Jones. You have maybe the best defensive player in football, who just turned 30 2 weeks ago, who's been part of no playoff wins. It's urgent around here. Get as many good players as you can. That's what I say. What say you? 928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football against Syracuse at 7:30 tomorrow from Acrisure Stadium. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 4:30 and also on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? You get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. It has a built-in siren to deter intruders, plus 2 3,000 lumen floodlights so you never miss a detail. And right now, get 50% off Guardian's floodlight security camera with a professionally installed smart home security system. Just visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like Best House on the Block trick-or-treat candy starting at $5.99.
Sweet. Don't forget, can't wait to wear it costumes from $15.
Can't wait to see it. Oh, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5.
That's how I got my big toothy grin.
This week only, trick-or-treat candy starts at $5.99, costumes from $15, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
My name is Norma. I'm a 2-time Trump voter. I will not be voting for Trump this time around. I'm voting for Kamala Harris. I cannot support Trump again because I don't trust him. I feel he's a liar. I feel he's for himself. I feel like he's going to take our country down a really evil, dark path. I want to be on the right side of history, and voting for Trump would be on the wrong side of history.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc. paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertisement, not authorized by a candidate or candidates committee or a-pac.org.
Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, big game for Pitt tomorrow against Syracuse, 7:30. You can hear it right here on the Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 4:30. Penguins lost again, but did pick up a point against Calgary. 4-3 in the shootout as Alex Nedeljkovic was in goal. 25 saves, 22 shots, allowed 3 goals. Brian Rust scored his second of the year. Ricard Raquel's been pretty solid this year. Bounce back season. He has 4 goals on the year. Nola Chari scored his first Penguins goal of the year. Brian Rust scored in the shootout, but not good enough as Calgary scored 3 times to win it. Penguins are back in action as the road trip continues around Canada. In Edmonton Friday at 9 o'clock is the puck drop, followed by Saturday game in Vancouver at 10 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Back to Joe.
Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Yeah, I know. You're sick of Steeler receiver talk. So am I, in some ways, between Brandon Ayuk and Devontae Adams. But the fact remains that they could use another high-level option. Regardless of how you feel about Cooper Kupp, do we agree on that? That beyond George Pickens, you could get by when you're playing really good teams. But, man, to have another high-level option would mean a world of difference for Pickens, for Russell Wilson, for everybody. I certainly believe that. I would think we could agree on that at 412-928-9370. And I think Cooper Kupp is a pretty good option. There are negatives here. There are. He's 31. He's had injuries. Multiple injuries. He has one right now, a high ankle sprain, but he's expected to play tomorrow night. Let's all get a good look at what he's doing tomorrow. Last year, he was still coming back from an injury from the year before. And he missed, the first 4 games and also the last maybe 8 games from the previous year. But he did come back, and not only did he come back last year, in his first 2 games, he had 15 catches for like 270 yards. He had 2 other 100-yard games last year. Before he got hurt in 22, he was going crazy. 13 for 128 against Buffalo, 11 for 108 against Atlanta, 14 for 122 against San Fran, 7 for 125 against Dallas, 8 for 127 against Tampa. I mean, he was going nuts. And that's why it's so instructive to me that when he came back last year, in his first 2 games, he goes up against Philly, 8 for 118. Arizona, 7 for 148. For the amount of time that he was on the field last year, he had a really good season. Then he comes back this year, and in his first game against Detroit, he has 21 targets, 14 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown. The next week, he's on pace for another good game. He's got like 4 catches for 40 yards in the first half, and then he has the high ankle sprain. You know, I will definitely acknowledge he's been injury prone. But I feel like I'm more interested in what he does when he's on the field. And he hasn't tailed off in that respect. You know, September 8th wasn't that long ago. 14 catches for 110. The number of targets is a joke with this guy. And I would think a veteran quarterback like Matt Stafford doesn't just throw to a guy randomly. That means he's open a lot. This would be a monumental upgrade for the Steelers with the risk involved. However, the risk is mitigated by the fact that Cooper Kupp isn't owed a ton of money after this season. Plus, the Rams will pick up part of the salary the rest of the way. From what I read in a couple different places, and there was some conflicting information, he's owed money next year. But I read it was a minimum of $5 million. Or a maximum of $5 million, and then nothing. He's owed nothing guaranteed in 26. So if this whole thing blows up and he simply can't play because he's injured all the time, then you have options here. To me, that's really significant, is not to be on a major financial hook the next 2 years. That's huge. Steelers, as we speak, the odds-on favorite, by the way, for Cooper Kupp. And here's the other thing about him, is that he's a very different receiver than George Pickens. Like the Chiefs went out and got DeAndre Hopkins. To me, that's adding a similar type of guy. Cooper Kupp gets, I think, unfairly by some, pigeonholed as a slot guy. That's what he does. Here's what I would encourage you to do when you get home today or when you get a break, wherever you are. Google Kupp Lions routes. Kupp Lions routes. And you will see on YouTube a breakdown of every route he ran or every route he ran against the Lions in week 1. First one, he's lined up on the outside. It's a little screen pass to Cooper Kupp. He can do that. He can run. Don't care how many injuries. Second one, he's lined up on the outside. Quick out, easy money. Easy money for Russell Wilson. These guys were made for each other. Third, he's in the slot. Goes 7 yards down the field. And yeah, I'm taking you through all 21 targets. Wide open. He gets open as much as anybody in the league. Quick slant from the slot. Wide open. You don't think that's made for Russell Wilson? Here he's lined up on the outside. There he is in motion. He goes back outside and catches a ball on the boundary. He'll do anything you want. He beats man. He beats zone. The question is health. There's another quick out from the outside. Here he is on the outside by the boundary. A stop and a go. That's what he did. You don't think he can play the outside? He wanted to play the outside. A couple of years ago, he was talking about that with the Rams. There he is wide open at the hash mark again. Here he is in a bunch formation to the right. Yeah, I'm going to take you through all 21. There he goes in motion. Boom. Easy money. I could have thrown that ball to Cooper Kupp. For whatever your opinion might be on him, the notion that he wouldn't help this team and help Wilson and help Pickens by unlocking the middle of the field is crazy. There he is with another little quick, something you'd see to Connor Hayward. He does that too. And run after the catch. It's all there with this guy. There he is in motion again. Out of a bunch formation, he runs a go route. Yeah, he can do that too. I seem to remember a big one he ran in Tampa in the playoffs. And I know he's had injuries, but I'm telling you, he can still run. The tape is right here. There he is in motion again. 7 yards, turns around in a zone because he's a veteran, because he knows what he's doing. And Russell Wilson, again, would just eat with this guy. Just eat with him. I mean, he might be the best safeguard receiver in the league, too. He's open all the time. There he is in motion again. Yeah, Limits, I'm going through all 21 of these just to prove that he's not just a slot guy, that he's an anything you want him to be guy. And if he was just a slot guy, what's wrong with that? Arthur Smith doesn't use slot people. He doesn't use inside receivers. Maybe in certain situations not, but whatever you want to say about Arthur Smith and how this will turn out for him this season, he's a smart man. If you're an offensive coordinator and can't find a way to utilize, there's a touchdown. He went in motion, then he came out of the slot and was wide open because he always is. You can't use Cooper Kupp. You're an idiot. Okay? And Arthur Smith is not an idiot. There's 18 different ways to use this guy. So please don't tell me that he wouldn't fit in Arthur Smith's offense. He fits in any offense that's ever been created in football history. That's just dumb. Now, I get it. You don't want to sacrifice a second-round pick. I don't know that it's going to take that, but it might. And if it does, would you do it? That's what I want to talk about here. 412-928-9370. If it took a second, a third, would you do it? Chris Hoke said no. He doesn't think so. He also said he thinks a lot of teams would take the Steelers' receiving core. I don't agree with that. Do you, Limits?
No chance. Would I other than like 2 or 3 teams in the NFL, would I think that they'd want? Because it's George Pickens and then everything else. Maybe there's upside with Roman Wilson. Maybe there's upside with Calvin Austin. I mean, come on now.
So if it took a second-round pick, I want to go back to the Jim Rutherford rule, the Rutherford rule when he was running the Penguins. Give him this much. Well, first of all, he won 2 Stanley Cups. He struck out a lot, I get it, but he always came to the plate and took his swings. He got the people he wanted. And I even look at like a Derek Brassard deal. Yeah, it didn't turn out. I understand. I think we often overlook the miss part when we want our guy to take a big home run swing. There's going to be misses. He found a way to make that deal happen. He probably overpaid. Well, guess what? If you want your guy, you have to outbid other teams, and that might mean overpaying. That just makes sense. Well, why'd you give up so much to get that guy? Answer: to get that guy. That's why I overpaid for him. To get him. Otherwise, somebody else gets him. That's how you win the deal. And here's my final point on that. Going back to very low financial risk here with Cooper Kupp. Gigantic upside. Like an offense unlocker. For what might already be, Russell Wilson may have unlocked something in this offense by actually being able to pass the ball, but this guy would just further that against better teams with healthy secondaries. The last point is that the Steelers also have young talent around here. That factors into my overall point because it allows you, when you hit on as many picks as they apparently have in the last couple of years, that allows you to say, you know what, we don't desperately need this second-round pick or third-round pick to infuse us with under 25 talent because we've got a bunch of it, because we've been right so often the last 2 years. It allows you to use that as trade bait because you're not impacting yourself as much as you would if you were bereft of young talent. You're less guilty about it. It's less impactful on you because you have so many good young players anyway. You don't have to cling to that second or third round pick at all costs to the point where you're saying, my God, if we lose that, what are we going to do? You've got a bunch of guys around here who provide a young core. Zach Fraser, Keanu Benton, Joey Porter Jr., maybe Mason McCormick possibly, Peyton Wilson, George Pickens still only 23, maybe Broderick Jones. He's got to right the ship here. Troy Fatanu. There's a bunch of guys. Mount Washington, Nick Herbig. So, yeah, you don't want to say goodbye to a second-round pick, but they're in position to take that risk. And I think their situation on the other end, with a lot of their best players being old and not having won, or older, and not having won a playoff game in 7 years, where the situation demands a big risk. Both those things are true to me. I would chase this guy aggressively, depending on the health. And lucky for all of us, we get to watch Cooper Kupp tomorrow night. High ankle sprains can be tricky, I know. So let's take a look and go from there. 412-928-9370. Chris Hoke does not agree with that. Do we have a clip from our friend the Hokenator? The Hokenian Mongoose?
I just think Cooper Kupp, he's a little older. Is he really going to improve our passing game that much And I don't know if he really will. I still think we have some guys, either Fryermuth to get more involved in the game, and we have, Van Jefferson. You saw some balls that were thrown to Calvin Austin that, weeks coming up, you'll see him more involved. Balls that were thrown in the dirt, balls early that could have gone in for some good yardage. And so with Cooper Kupp coming in here, there's only so many footballs. Sometimes when you trade for another guy, an older guy who's been injured, look at Ayuk. You have young guys that stunt their development, and I just think that, to me, I would rather just stay pat. And it's not always better to trade for someone when you got a lot of talent in that room that just has not been tapped. But I don't think the cupboard's bare. Talk about cupboard bare. There's a lot of teams that would love to have the wide receiving core that the Steelers have.
That last part I flat out disagree with, but I have immense respect for Hoke's opinion, and I also heard another former Steeler talking today, making that same point about there's only so many footballs to go around, to which I say, yeah, but 3 or 4 a game to a guy like that could be the difference between winning and losing. And also, I see the San Francisco 49ers seem to at least make it to the NFC Championship every year, and they got stars all over the place. They've got McCaffrey at running back. They've had Ayuk and Samuel and Kittle and Jennings. There's guys all over the place. If you're a good offense, you should be able to spread it around. But more to the point, it's not even about cumulative numbers. It's about having to account for a guy like Cooper Kupp on every snap, or you're just going to play pitch and catch, which Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp have done, and not just in the Super Bowl year. Not just in the Super Bowl year. I told you even last season, once Kupp came back in October, targets 12, 9, 7, 10, 8, 10, 8, 12. The guy's wide open all the time because he's great. 21 the first 2 games this season, that was a game and a half because he got hurt before halftime of the second game. 27 targets, 18 catches for 147 yards and a touchdown. So we're not talking about late stage Hines Ward here. This guy still runs, gets open, and makes plays. I couldn't be more for this. You, Limits, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Joe, I would basically what you're saying. Trade for Cooper Kupp for the main reasons that you have to get over the hump. Come on, win a playoff game already. And Cooper Kupp is not a rental. You can't keep him around for a couple more years. Look, the health is an issue. But if it is a third-round pick that is maybe a conditional pick, if that's what we keep seeing in all these trades, it's a conditional move. To be able to get a third, maybe a second as the only return that you send over to the Rams, who clearly, they're the ones that want to trade Cooper Kupp. This isn't other teams trading like others are doing with Myles Garrett trying to pry him from the Browns. This is pretty transparent that the Rams are the ones that want to make this move and trade off of Kupp. So the Steelers should be the aggressive ones in making this happen, because I do think that they're just one significant playmaker on offense away from winning a playoff game. And if you win one, I know it's not like the NHL playoffs where you can go on just a huge run as a low seed, but they've done it before as the last seed in the playoffs.
412-928-9370. Let's go to the lines.
Let's start with Dan in Imperial.
What's up?
Hello, Joe.
You sound like you're in a hockey rink. Are you okay?
No, you know what? I'm a truck driver, and so it might be a little bit louder. So I hope is that okay?
All good. All good. You sound great.
Okay, perfect. Well, I just want to say that I think it's an absolute no-brainer, even for a second pick, because I feel like this team is one veteran wide receiver away from an AFC Championship appearance. And then, obviously, after that, if they win that, they go to the Super Bowl. I think that wide receiver room could use a veteran wide receiver. It's like you said, they're a young team. So
Listen,
you get Cooper Kupp in there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
If you get Cooper Kupp in there, I just think that wide receiver core instantly upgrades.
You're preaching to the choir here. I've said that far too many times, but it seems like all of us, and I realize when there's a big name out there, everybody wants to go get him, right? It's a popular thing, but I think I've listed, and you just listed, really sensible reasons. The Steelers, even with Russell Wilson playing well, when you look ahead to the playoffs, are going to be at a disadvantage at the most important position if they played Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes, maybe even Joe Burrow if the Bengals get there. Definitely Joe Burrow. So a way to mitigate that is to increase his weaponry. That just makes sense, too. Like, if you, right now, you go into a game against any of the aforementioned teams, you're going to be at a disadvantage at the receiver position, too. Suddenly you add this guy, and he's healthy. Let's hope he's healthy. Then you have an advantage. I think possibly over Buffalo, Houston, Kansas City, Baltimore in the receiver game. Certainly it's a standoff. I don't know, man. I have a chance to add a really good player with minimal financial risk beyond this season. It has to be very enticing. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. And they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Take another call, oh Wonder Twin.
All right, one more. Let's go to Jim on Grant Street.
What's up, Jim?
Not much. Hey, look, I'm with you on this, and I mean no disrespect to Hokie, but he's playing checkers, and we live in a chess world. This guy makes us better in the film room. He makes us more dangerous on the field. I'm concerned about injuries too, but, Roman Wilson's a young guy, and he hasn't gotten a helmet yet because of injury, so that's going to be out there no matter what. If Russell Wilson's our quarterback, then we get another weapon, and it makes Pickens more dangerous on the field. It makes, forget about, how many catches you're going to have a game. You get, 12 turns with the ball maybe in a game? We scored on 7 out of 11 last time. If this team scores 8 out of 12 possessions, even if they're field goals, they're going to win more than they lose. They start getting a couple touchdowns on top of that, they're legit. I say you do it.
He's that good when he's, semi-healthy. He's just that good and that much of a difference maker. I mean, he gets open all the time. Thanks for the call. All right, Limits. Let's wrap it up next. Take another call or two, perhaps, on Cooper Kupp. I know everybody's sick of receiver talk and probably false hope and things like that, but that doesn't mean you still can't get one before. Once November 5th at the deadline hits, we can stop talking about it for the rest of the year, mercifully. But until then, it's a very viable and I think important topic. PetFest 24, presented by Subaru, is back October 27th, Rockwell Park in the East End. That's this Sunday. Event runs from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring your four-legged friends to meet vendors, participate in costume contests, get photos with Santa. Stop by any Subaru dealer for complimentary tickets. For more info, go to 937thefan.com. JP Roofing and Siding. It's beautiful out today. I'm aware of that, but the weather's going to turn. You're aware of that. And if you're having roofing and siding problems, or if you want to make sure you don't have them, JP Roofing and Siding is the place to go. Plus, as a bonus, this guy has a hell of a mustache. I think we all agree on that. Have you met JP Limits?
I have, yes.
What'd you think of the mustache?
It was better than I could have imagined it to be, as you describe every day.
Every day. It's true. A lot of people just want to talk to the mustache, but the guy's track record is what we really should be talking about. 43 years in this market, you don't thrive if you're not leaving the customer satisfied. Joe is, and he always has. And I'm one of them. They've come out to my house a couple times, did exactly what they said they would do, and then I didn't worry about that problem. Not to this day have I worried about it. And that's all I want. If I could fix things, I would. I can't. So I call people to come to the house to fix them. And then I don't even want to know what's wrong half the time. I just want it fixed. They did that. I never thought about it again. 412-829-7711. $500 off right now. Any roofing or siding installation. 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Chiefs traded for DeAndre Hopkins for a late-round pick. The trade deadline's on November 5th. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better, with Pepsi.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it.
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Made for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like Best House on the Block trick-or-treat candy starting at $5.99.
Sweet. Don't forget, can't wait to wear it costumes from $15.
Can't wait to see it. Oh, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5.
That's how I got my big toothy grin.
This week only, trick-or-treat candy starts at $5.99, costumes from $15, and decorating and pumpkin carving kits for $5. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a colonial with high ceilings, hardwood floors, and a peaceful neighborhood. And you found it. Now, every Saturday at 6 a.m., you get to wake to the sound of your neighbor's leaf blower. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm still getting used to this world where NFL trades happen often in season. They used to be so infrequent you didn't need to know when the trade deadline actually was. Now we have DeAndre Hopkins on his way to the Chiefs the week after the Jets added Devontae Adams and Amari Cooper went to Buffalo. And we still have 2 weeks before that deadline. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED? New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Salty Paws offers ice cream, custom cakes, freeze-dried and air-baked goods for your dog. Visit Salty Paws store on Butler Street in Pittsburgh for all your pet's nutritious snack needs and get your pup an ice cream bar. Yeah, get your pup an ice cream bar. Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
The temps are dropping, which means football season is heating up, and so are the deals from Sullivan Super Service. During their Red Zone special, they'll check your furnace for only $20. This week only, fan listeners can schedule a furnace check for only $20. That's a huge discount off their regular price of $159. A furnace check from Sullivan will help prevent a breakdown and boost your system's energy efficiency this winter, which means lower energy bills. Schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Flat tire? Low tread? The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like-new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires' inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. I had a very astute man named Chet Master getting back to Ray Fittipaldo and Tomlin and the attitude versus latitude question. He thinks it was Tomlin referring to his own attitude of his first response. Remember, Tomlin said, "I happened to be on that competition committee, mister." Remember that? So he thinks Tomlin was good-naturedly referring to himself when he said to Ray, basically, hey, did you sense some attitude there in my answer? So I really want to put this to bed. Let's listen to this exchange one more time and then forever hold our peace.
30 seconds. 1 second. Here it is.
In regards to Minka's block, why has the competition committee been resistant to maybe opening that up to replay review?
I don't know that the committee has, and as a member of the committee, I can confirm that we haven't been resistant. I don't know where you get that bit of information from.
Well, I mean, replay review overall. I know a couple years ago you had the pass interference that could be reviewed. That was a one-year experiment, but it just seems like overall.
So you just took a little attitude in terms of that question?
I think so. I think that's it. I think it's Tomlin good-naturedly referring to himself. I think this guy's a genius, this Chet Master, Mark Petrosky. Thoughts?
I think we're overreacting to the entire thing.
So do I.
But yeah, that's a possibility.
Fan weather brought to you by Sunshine. It's just a mystery. Everybody likes to solve a mystery.
Like we're Scooby-Doo out here.
Yeah. It's those meddling kids again.
What's the mystery machine?
What?
The mystery machine? You know about the mystery machine?
No, I don't.
That was their ride? In
Was it?
Scooby-Doo, the mystery machine?
See, I go back to old school Scooby-Doo, the original cartoon. You're probably a Scooby-Doo movie guy.
They had the mystery machine back then.
Do you like roasting marshmallows, Limits?
On an open fire? Yes, I do. And Jack Frost nipping at my nose.
Do you really like roasting marshmallows?
Yeah, I do.
When's the last time you did it?
Probably a year ago at a campfire. Oh, no, actually, that's wrong. I roasted marshmallows when I went to Geneva with my friends.
Do you roast marshmallows at your house? Do you have that capability? Do you have a fire pit in the backyard or anything?
Yes, we have a fire pit on our deck, and we have a lot of land. Sometimes we have a fire pit that we use in our backyard too. Yeah.
That sounded like a humble brag thrown in there. We have a lot of land. Why don't you have a marshmallow roasting party for us?
Just to roast marshmallows, nothing else?
Well, I mean, that would be part of it.
Like a nice Christmas event? We have our Christmas decorations in the Bechtold house.
Yeah.
Are extravagant.
Are they?
I would put our decorations up with, not everyone, because there are some houses that go all out and they have like 1 million decorations in their yard. But I think we have a very good setup of decorations.
I'd love to see that, and I would love to roast marshmallows. I like to watch the marshmallow light on fire and then have it blackened the same way I like to eat hot dogs, burnt, basically.
Burnt marshmallows.
Yeah. You? It's something satisfying about watching the marshmallow light on fire.
You have to make sure, though, that the marshmallow is cooked on the inside of the marshmallow so that it isn't that it's burnt on the outside and the inside
of the
marshmallow isn't.
Yeah, there's an art to it.
Solid core to it.
I'll acknowledge that. There's an art to it, but you also have to make sure that the marshmallow isn't boiling on the inside.
Correct.
Because then you have a burn situation.
It'll be a gooey marshmallow.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 75 today. You're a wonderful man. What do we have for tomorrow?
We have a lot of great things tomorrow, Joe. We are trying to talk to a Giants reporter.
Then we don't have that. We're
still
trying.
That we do not have yet. We will have Jeff Hathorn. And we will also have more treats and good news galore.
And we're gonna get ready for the Pitt game.
Yes.
We got to talk about that. We're talking about the first 7-0 start since 82.
Yes.
Not only did Mulsey have hair then, he wasn't even born. And that doesn't even make sense. Good night, Limit.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt's 19th in the country in the AP poll. We'll play Syracuse at home, Acrisure Stadium tomorrow, 7:30, 4:30. You can hear coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan of the pregame show. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, man, can you call the ride?
I can, but, you mind doing it instead?
Yeah, I guess, but why can't you?
Well, thing is, my score is really bad.
that's embarrassing.
Oh, really? Well, at least my voter score is high.
Wait, your what?
My voter score. I have a 5.0 if I don't say so myself. I vote in every single election. Presidentials, primaries, local elections, you name it. If there's an election, I'm voting.
Oh, that's a thing?
Mm-hmm. And it's public.
For real?
Yeah, man. You better start voting. Gotta get that score up.
I like high scores. How do I start?
Okay, Election Day is Tuesday, November 5th. Make sure you vote. That'll get that voter score up. Hit up votehq.org to check your registration and where to vote.
Nice. I'll call the ride now. And let me check out votehq.org while we wait.
Your voting record is public. Friends and family can't see who you vote for, but they can see if you vote. Vote by November 5th and make sure you have the highest voter score you can. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
I'm PJ Glasser, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The NBA's opening week continues tonight with 10 games on the schedule. The BetQL model is focused in on the Cavaliers and Raptors game in Toronto. Cleveland was a playoff team last season, while the Raptors only won 25 games. The BetQL model's on the Cavs tonight, laying 6.5 points on the road as their 5-star best bet. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And the season starts this week, and the perfect time to get on FanDuel and start your picks right now. Get them in there. Your first bet, $5 bet, you're going to get $300 in bonus bets if you get it right. The game I'm looking forward to watching, Sixers and Bucks Wednesday night. Sixers brought in Paul George, but he's dealing with a knee injury, and that means it's all on Embiid and Maxey, and they're going to take on Milwaukee, and they've still got that big three of Giannis, Lillard, and Middleton. Lillard, let's see what he can do in his second year there with the Bucks. I like Philly to win the game, even with Paul George out with an injury. Go to FanDuel.com/Andrew and get your pick in now and make your bet on this game today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined, as always, by my co-anchor, Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2. At T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credits. Stop and balance on required finance agreement too. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led. And now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices, so use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Penguins lose in the shootout last night to the Flames. They are 3-4-1 to start the NHL season off tonight, and then in Edmonton to take on Connor McDavid and the Oilers on Friday. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of it, but at the end of the day, I mean, I'm going to be where my feet are. That's all I know. I have a job to do here. I take a lot of pride in giving everything I can for the guys in this building and being able to step on the field knowing that I've prepared the best I can. And, for 7.5 years, I've been an LA Ram. I've taken that approach every single day. And, whatever happens outside of that, I got to control what I can control. And right now, that means being the best LA Ram that I can be. And I'm going to continue to do that.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Like sands through the hourglass, these are the cups of our lives.
Our cups runneth over with trade rumors. Would you like to go with that one?
Anything else? Cup related?
Is the cup half empty or half full when it comes to Cooper's status?
Like it. We all woke up to the news that DeAndre Hopkins.
2 Coopers, 1 cup?
Oh, God. Have you seen that before, Donnie? I refuse to watch it.
Like way back. I still haven't watched
it.
Interweb.
I still won't do it.
Yeah, you're not missing anything that isn't going to haunt you for literally a week.
We all woke up to the news that DeAndre Hopkins was traded to the Chiefs, and as soon as that happened, the next thing, the odds makers posted new odds on Cooper Kupp and where he'll play after the trade deadline, and now it's the Steelers as a runaway favorite. They are minus 125. That means they think it's better than 50-50 he ends up here. We've gone down this road where we've had the Lucy, Charlie Brown wide receiver thing where the football has been pulled out on us. I take some culpability for that because of the reporting on the Brandon Ayuk thing. I've been obsessing about this last night and today, trying to get information on it, trying to read up on it, trying to figure out what's going on here. There's a bunch of different things I want to say about it. The first thing that I got from the LA side of things is this. It sounds like things really hinge on what happens to them tomorrow night and possibly their game after that. So we've got Syracuse and Pitt tomorrow. We also have the Vikings and Rams. Usually that would be a nothing burger game for Steelers fans. All of a sudden, it's a chance to see Cooper Kupp and do a little scouting report on him. But also, if the Rams lose, they're in last place, and they're really staring up at teams in their division. Not that, as Donnie pointed out yesterday, anybody's going to run away with it.
If they lose, I think they're in big
the next
trouble.
Game is against Seattle on the road. If they go 1-1 in those games, then they've got a tough decision to make. If they go 0-2, he's definitely gone. And both of those games will get played before the trade deadline. So if you want Cooper Kupp, you got to root for the Vikings tomorrow and maybe even root for the Seahawks against them the following week, and they'll make a decision then. But I think Donnie made a salient point yesterday. I don't think they're ready to throw in the towel yet. I think their GM is just laying the foundation and groundwork for a trade if the bottom falls out on them over the next 2 games. So if you want Cooper Kupp, you've got to root against the Rams here.
And you also have got to wait for at least in the Steelers land 1 game minimum. They won't have, obviously, a game after this Giants game. But you ain't getting them in any kind of short order here. He's here for the back half.
I mean, unless they get humiliated tomorrow night and they just say we don't even need to wait for the Seattle game.
They could still say,
it's a division game. It's our Waterloo, as Abba once said.
Well, they could still just say even at 2-5, if we beat Seattle, then we're 1 game behind them.
Yeah, and they're getting Puka Nacua back, so they can probably talk themselves into making a run in that division if they split these next 2 games. If they win both, he's off the table.
Well, the other thing that's the problem for them is they only are going to get in, it looks like, by winning that division because the rest of the NFC is pretty flush with teams that are better.
Yes, and they all reside in the NFC North at the moment.
The 4-2 last place Chicago Bears.
The other thing that I think is relevant to this conversation is the Steelers' history of trading picks. Now, Omar Khan is new. Andy Weidel is new. But Mike Tomlin's been here since 2007. And Art Rooney's family has owned the team since they were founded in the 1930s. So they've obviously evolved and changed, but one of the points that comes up all the time about them is their stability and continuity and never really veering too far off the path of what's gotten them to the status where they are today, which is 6-time Super Bowl champion and no losing seasons since 2003. I think you guys can get this. When was the last time, or how many, let me rephrase this, how many times in the Mike Tomlin era going back to 2007 have the Steelers traded either a first or second round pick?
They've traded a first for Minka.
Yep.
Do you count the draft day trade with Bush, where they?
Or are you talking about in-season pick for player?
If you want to count the Bush deal, I guess you could do that. I'm okay with that. If you want to say they traded a second-round pick, got packaged in a deal to move up, sure.
And you're saying the Steelers are the ones giving the picks away here?
Yeah, giving away a first or second-round pick.
I know the Minka deal, obviously, because that's the one that bucked the major trend as far as first-rounders go.
And Donnie just brought up Devin Bush.
That might be it.
You're right. That's it. So they've shown that they'll trade picks for players in the Con era and even going back to when Kevin was in charge. But this would be giving up, if you meet the Rams' price, you would be giving up a pick for a player in his 30s, a veteran player who, even if you like Cooper Kupp, you have to admit his best years are behind him with the injuries and the toll they've taken on him. It would just be so out of character for them. I'm not saying that it would be wrong. I'm not saying that it would be ill-advised. All I'm saying is that there's like no precedent for it. The last time they were doing stuff like that was before Noel took over, and they were
the chief was making deals with his buddies.
Yeah, they were a laughingstock team in the 50s and 60s because they would never draft guys. They would just trade their picks for veteran players who would come here and pretty much suck. And their whole philosophy, sea change happened when Noel took over and they built through the draft. So I think there are rare exceptions. Devin Bush, they thought was an inside linebacker in his early 20s, and they believed he was going to be a Hall of Fame caliber player for him. Didn't work.
Still time to make the CFL Hall of Fame.
Minka Fitzpatrick, 23 years old, 3 more years on his deal, plus an option year.
Guy Tomlin coveted and loved in the draft process.
Yeah, so I get that they need a receiver, but are they going to go away from their foundational principles to make a trade for Cooper Kupp? I highly doubt that. So I'm trying to form an opinion based on all the information that's flying around on this. The other thing, one more, is this. The Steelers have used 3 wide receiver sets 39% of the time. That is still their most common formation. They have 3 wide receivers out there and a slot receiver more than they have 2 tight ends with Darnell Washington and Pat Freiermuth. So I do think that there's an opportunity to have Kupp play in the spot where he is the most productive. A former Steeler made this analogy, and I thought it was a good one. He said, yeah, you can play Cooper Kupp outside, but that would be like asking Lamar Jackson to only make plays from the pocket. He can do it. He's fine at it, but he's not great. You take away the thing about him, the trait in him that sets him apart and makes him elite if you just say, play the quarterback position from the pocket. If you mostly had Kupp play outside, you get a decent receiver. You don't get an elite one. So you want to line him up there, and the Steelers have used that formation enough. Not a ton, less than most teams, but it's still their most popular one. And the other thing I did research on is this, Chris. Russell Wilson, he had Tyler Lockett in Seattle. Lockett in 2019 and 2020 basically played the slot the entire time, and he put up 100-catch, 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah, he loved throwing to Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, so, I do think those guys could find cohesion right now.
Tyler Lockett was catching, throwing, they were throwing, big shots downfield to Tyler Lockett, even though he was lining up there. I got to go see if my brain is correct.
No, that's true. He'd throw the moon balls to Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, he was more of a possession-style receiver in 2020, but, those 2 seasons back-to-back, 1,000 yards both times, 18 touchdowns.
So I think I land on this for this conversation. I think right now with the Chiefs deal for Hopkins, I really think that it's either Cooper Kupp goes back to L.A. because they win or because the Steelers don't meet their asking price. I don't think the Steelers will trade a second-round pick. I think they'll probably make it. I think they probably want to give up a conditional fourth that could turn into a third. And that would be, I think, the max they would want to do here.
Can I give you 3 options?
Yep.
Kupp for the actual Rams asking price.
Yep.
Mike Williams for a conditional late-round pick, something like a 6th or 7th.
Uh-huh.
Darius Slayton for maybe a 5th or 6th.
Probably Williams would be my answer.
In what order are you going? So Williams 1, what's 2, what's 3?
So you're saying it's Kupp for a second? Is their asking price?
I'll even go Kupp to a third. It's not a conditional fourth that becomes a third. It's a third.
I'd probably go Kupp 1, Williams 2, Slayton 3 in that situation.
But the move to a second really changes your calculus.
It does, yeah. It does. Taking guys in the back half of the second round compared to waiting an extra 30 picks to get them near the end of the third round, I think there's a big difference in the quality of player you get
there is. I mean, 30 spots is 30 spots. I just think that's the real question here to people. There are a handful of other options besides Cooper Kupp, but he is the biggest name. He has the longest resume. Do you want them to go for the big cost, potentially big impact player, or do you want them to make a move in the margins? You know what this is really like? It's a Pirates deadline debate the years they've actually been in contention.
Oh, crap.
It is. Pony, it is. Do you want them to go try to get David Price? Are they in on David Price, or are they going to get Jay Happ? Or are they going to get Marlon Byrd? Are they going to get Justin
The last 2 times the Pirates did the big splashy with Archer,
it
and
went
they
badly.
did, and they
I'm
did
aware.
let's not give up prospects for Brian De La Cruz and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and that didn't work either. It was a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for them. I hope you're not intimating that you think it's the same thing in this situation.
I'm not saying it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm just asking, I think the question to ask here is, what do people want out of this? Do they want something big and splashy and transformative, or do you want something that makes you better, but by a matter of degree? I don't think Cooper Kupp's worth a second-round pick. I'm not even sure he's worth a third-round pick because I don't think you can at all guarantee that Cooper Kupp's going to stay healthy for
Donnie, you 4.5 hours of this to get into, so I don't want to completely steal your thunder, but tease your show later on tonight. What would you say about this?
I mean, I said yesterday, and I still feel this way. If it was a third, I'm doing it. Second, yeah, I'm hesitant on. I mean, first, obviously, is
hesitant is not a no. I did not hear a no there. I heard hesitant, which I hear I'm taking my time. I'm pausing.
Couldn't there
not
be a
hearing
way?
No.
I mean, I don't know if there's something in the rules here. Couldn't there be a way where it's conditional third that becomes a second?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I don't see any.
And it's all based on what the guy does for you.
Sure. I mean, the Devontae Adams way it turns into a second is if he either is an All-Pro this year or the Jets make it to the AFC Championship game. I think they're going to get a third-round pick out of the deal in New York. I don't think it's going to go up to a second.
But see, would you view that any differently with a player like Kupp? Like if they say, well, if he ends up hitting – now he's not going to be since he's missed so much time being All-Pro, but like say the Steelers do reach the AFC Championship game. And he's obviously going to be a big reason behind it.
That's actually a great question. I'd be fine with that.
If they were if the condition was it only becomes a second if they're in the AFC title game, even I then would do it because, my God, we haven't seen an AFC Championship game here since you were in high school, college, 2017. No, you were in college.
Did you have a steady girlfriend back then?
2016.
I'm saying the game was played in early 2017.
I did not.
Oh, were you eyeing one?
Were you and the boys? Were you and the boys heading to that one place that burned down suspiciously all the time? What was that big bar?
Hot Rods.
Hot Rod. Yeah, going out.
There's a lot of suspicion.
Wild nights at Hot Rods.
All right, I'm gonna just roll the ball out there like we've done for months on these topics. The Steelers are now the favorites to trade for Cooper Kupp. How are you feeling about it? 412-928-9370. How badly do you want it? I want to know, we're going to be able to fill the phone lines up with people who say, Omar Khan, go make this deal right bleeping now. 412-928-9370. Do we have people out there that say, hell no to old and injured? 412-928-9370. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered Powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flames beat the Penguins 4-3 in a shootout. Achari, Rust, Raquel had the goals for Pittsburgh. They are in Edmonton Friday night, 9 p.m. puck drop against the Oilers. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, Mitsu by the Mall. It's your place to go to find the Mitsu that fits you, whether it's an Outlander, an Eclipse Cross, or maybe an Outlander Sport. You're going to find it in Western Pennsylvania's best inventory at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, at Mitsu by the Mall. Right now, they're paying at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. That's a great start in any new car journey, right? And then how about this deal that you can get? Lease deals on 2025 Outlander hybrid all-wheel drives. You can lease one starting at just $269 per month. 2024 Outlander all-wheel drives. There's 0% financing on all of them. You can save big on Eclipse Cross, too. Save up to $5,250 on select Eclipse Crosses as well. This is the time to make that new ride purchase from Shorkey Mitsubishi. And Mitsu's giving you a ton of style, features, and, of course, the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. What are you waiting for? Go see them. Mitsu by the Mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills online. ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The beer of the month for October is Penn Brewing Pumpkin Shandy, a lager beer made with pumpkin pie flavoring and overflowing with taste of cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and cloves. The charity of the month for October is Young Adult Survivors United.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Men embarrassed because of ED. New Flow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. New Flow is serious about helping you solve your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call New Flow today for a free consultation at 412-784-9000.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I really thought that I would start today with the father-son history that was made in the NBA. Little did I know, everyone's daddy was about to swoop in and rip the headline away from LeBron. And by everyone's daddy, of course, I mean the undefeated, 2-time Super Bowl defending champ, Kansas City Chiefs. Because DeAndre Hopkins is headed to KC. I'm Jim Rome.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I see you. You're on top of it all. On top of the trends. On top of your game. Taking care of business. And taking no excuses. Your future is bright because you put in the time to make it shine. And honestly, this upcoming election needs a little more you. Because you can tell who is real. You can spot a fighter. You know who will deliver. And who has your back. I got you. So this election day, make sure you are seen and heard. Check out votehq.org today. Then make a plan to vote. This year, you can vote early by mail, early in person, or keep it classic and vote on November 5th. Voting puts you in charge of your future. And no one is more on top of it than you. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
The temps are dropping, which means football season is heating up, and so are the deals from Sullivan Super Service. During their Red Zone special, they'll check your furnace for only $20. This week only, fan listeners can schedule a furnace check for only $20. That's a huge discount off the regular price of $159. A furnace check from Sullivan will help prevent a breakdown and boost your system's energy efficiency this winter, which means lower energy bills. Schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I just think Cooper Kupp, he's a little older. Is he really going to improve our passing game that much? And I don't know if he really will. I still think we have some guys, either Freiermuth to get more involved in the game, and we have, Van Jefferson. You saw some balls that were thrown to Calvin Austin that, weeks coming up, you'll see him more involved. Balls that were thrown in the dirt, balls early that could have gone in for some good yardage. And so with Cooper Kupp coming in here, there's only so many football. Sometimes when you trade for another guy, an older guy who's been injured, look at Ayuk. You have young guys that stunt their development, and I just think that, to me, I would rather just stay pat. And it's not always better to trade for someone when you got a lot of talent in that room that just has not been tapped. But I don't think the cupboard's bare. Talk about cupboard bare. There's a lot of teams that would love to have the wide receiving core that the Steelers have.
I have no idea what Chris Hoke was talking about today on those topics.
North Allegheny?
My God, I love Chris. He will put an opinion out there, but to say that other teams would want the Steelers wide receiver situation, I don't even think the Steelers like their wide receiver situation. That's why they're linked to all these guys. Follow us, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. According to the people who work at these big casinos out in Las Vegas, the Steelers are the favorites to get Cooper Kupp now that the Chiefs went with DeAndre Hopkins this morning. So we're back to this song and dance. How do you feel about this one? 412-928-9370. Let's start with Joe. He's on the Fan. Hello, Joe.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, Bernie, I'm with you about not giving away too high of a draft pick, but my question is, do you think we could package like a fourth round with Van Jefferson? He's from the Rams. He's younger. He's comfortable with their system. It gives the Rams at least a cushion till they address Cooper Kupp. And I don't think he's doing much for us.
I don't. I think they traded him to Atlanta last year because he had used up all of his usefulness to them. And I don't think they want to have
Why would they go back
Van Jefferson
for a return?
2.0.
Yeah. Why would they
I
go back for a Van
revival.
Jefferson reunion?
Yeah, they don't.
If they trade Cooper Kupp, they're trying to strip it down to parts, basically.
Or they're trying to get younger.
Well, that usually when you're stripping it down to parts, you are You're
but if you want to throw out a young player that they might want in a trade with a draft pick, that's fine. But not a guy who helped them win a Super Bowl and then they cut bait with him because they didn't think he was good enough anymore. I appreciate the creativity there, though. Here's Rick next. Hello, Rick.
Hey, I'm just calling and tell you I'm not in favor of the Kupp trade either. I don't like it. If you're going to give him a fifth-round pick, sure, I'd take him, but not for a second-round pick. And also, I just want to let you guys know. So what are we going to do at wide
receiver? We're just going to go the Chris Hoke route and
I don't know, maybe try to get Mike Williams from the Jets. He's not a bad receiver. He's the fourth man up there. He's ready. He's odd man out.
I agree with that. I think he would have swapped uniforms for that game Sunday night if they would have allowed him to.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And also to go to you guys, I listen to your show every day on my home from work. I love your show. I wish you guys were on it.
And you're in Ohio, Rick?
Yeah, I'm in Ohio. I drive all the way to Pittsburgh every day.
How close to Cleveland are you?
Oh, I'm far away. I'm
good.
2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah,
I don't want to be a Cleveland. I'm not a Cleveland fan. I'm a Steelers fan.
Good. Get as far away from them as you possibly can, especially those knuckleheads in the morning.
Sounds like he's calling. Or coming from Columbus, maybe.
Here's Quinn in Green Tree. Hello, Quinn.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hey, man.
Long time listen to the Fan. Thanks.
You bet.
In terms of the Kupp deal,
yes.
I like it. What does he bring to the table? I think y'all already threw off some stats earlier, like this dude goes crazy every week he's on the field.
Yeah, but the problem is he's not on the field. He's not on the field nearly enough weeks these last couple of years, Quinn.
Right. He's there. But if you look at his style of play, it's like he don't even care about his body. All he wants is the ball.
I know that makes me nervous that they might trade like a second or third round pick for him, and then he gets hurt 4 games into his Steelers tenure.
I mean, I understand that. This dude is a dog, and that's what we want to bring to the table. If you think about it, we got 3 levels to it. We got Pickens on the outside, and Russ wants to throw the deep ball to him. Where we always struggled was in the middle of the field. We couldn't get nothing going in the middle of the field. And I think this is what y'all said, slot receiver. He's going to open it up, and he's going to go get it. And you got so many options when we know Russell's going to check down, and we keep talking about it like it's a fact that, oh, he's going to get better. He's going to get better. I mean, from that week, he could regress.
So you would trade a second-round pick then for him, Quinn?
I'm indifferent. I'm just rooting for the Steelers. I ain't even going to say what I would do.
Thank you, Quinn. I love fans like that who call in and then when I press them on things say I'm going to plead the fifth or I'm ambivalent on it. But thank you.
I'm going to plead the 5th round pick. If you're saying that people, you've already sent out a thing about how you got to cheer for the Vikings tomorrow, Skull Vikings or whatever, right? Skull, Skull. What do? They do like the big American males clap, right? Like, yeah. Is that what that is, Donnie? Is that what like Too Cool would do? Isn't that clap? Isn't
no,
that
it's a Nordic cheer.
Yeah, but then they all just yell Skull.
Yeah,
that does look like a cool chant. Again, I'm going to bring this up. Pony's getting sick of it. I don't know why, because I think it's a very reasonable player to be pursuing. The Steelers could affect this kind of thing with the Giants. Beat the Giants, and they're probably going to be much closer to saying, screw this. We're basically rebuilding this roster. Slayton still fits. He's very cheap contract-wise. I doubt they would be able to ask for a king's ransom and a draft pick. You might be tempted to say, well, that means his impact will be minimal. The numbers are what they are. He would be a clear, I think even significant upgrade over what they have on their roster.
I'm still in a state of shock that in my opinion, one of the great football minds that we have at the station, Chris Hoke, came on the air today, and we know he's sober because of his religious beliefs, and said there's a lot of teams who would want the Steelers wide receiver core.
So I have a theory on it, though.
I would have, he would have gotten very annoyed, and good thing he was on the phone and not in studio, because if I were doing that show with him, I would have said, Chris, I'm going to sit here and allow for you to start naming off teams who would legitimately trade their wide receiver situation for what the Steelers have.
Who are the Steelers' top 3 receivers then? Pickens, Jefferson, and who?
Little Calvin Austin.
Okay. So if we were to go through even the division and just name, like, will we even have to name other teams' top 3?
Well, probably Cleveland now, because Cleveland just
so they have
got
Jerry
rid of Cooper.
Jeudy.
Yeah, I mean that's
whatever.
So yeah, I would say we're better because we have Pickens and they don't have anybody close to him.
T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Yoshivas.
Yep.
No, they're not trading. Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, who caught a long touchdown, and you have to use like one of their tight ends probably because
I don't want to cheat there, and because then we could throw.
Still, it doesn't matter though.
It's close. I mean,
no, I would take Zay Flowers in that receiving core, partly because of who's thrown.
I mean, I don't think that that's a blowout though. But I don't think that
the Bills.
I don't think the Ravens look at the Steelers and say, "Man, we wish we could have what they have."
Would you rather have the Jets receiving core? I would.
Of course.
Bills, I would. Dolphins, I
yes.
would.
Patriots,
no, but honestly, I kind of like some of their young
I guess
receivers.
It comes down to what is someone's definition of a lot. If we could come up with 5 teams.
Chargers might actually be one.
Yeah, they are.
I just think part of what Hoki's saying there, though, is it's the classic, he's been on teams, he's been through the battles. He's never going to believe, like, oh, no, we need this badly. Contrast that, though, with Cordero Patterson tweeting out, so who are we recruiting today?
He said, don't stunt the growth of Roman Wilson. Chris, you might want to call Mike and ask him to stop stunning the growth of Roman Wilson. He ain't giving him a helmet. 412-928-9370. More of your thoughts. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. The question on the table is this. The Steelers are now the favorites to trade for Cooper Kupp. We're back to being linked to a big-name wide receiver and being the favorites to get him. How do you feel about it? Would you give up the second-round pick? 412-928-9370 now that this is becoming more of a real thing. Tyler Kennedy on the slow-starting Penguins, too, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football for the Pitt Panthers. They welcome Syracuse tomorrow, 7:30 kick at Acrisure Stadium. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts at 4:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Donnie. How about a fantasy football talk? You know how it goes with fantasy football. I was on my website that I run my leagues off of today. I was making moves, wheeling and dealing, and you probably do the same thing. You research, you have the stats, you think you've got the perfect lineup, And then when the games roll around, you pick the wrong player, and he does horrible. Your season, you lose your matchup, your season's in jeopardy, all that stuff, right? Try to imagine weight loss like fantasy football. You read labels, you try the healthy foods, you make, though, one bad choice, one wrong choice. It's like benching your star player and losing the week, and that's where Awaken 180 can step in. All you need to do is think of them as your fantasy football guru when it comes to weight loss. There's no more guessing, no more bad calls. They've got the proven playbook for weight loss success. I am proof, Donnie's proof, many, many others in Pittsburgh proof as well. With Awaken 180, every meal is like starting your top draft pick. They're giving you the right foods at the right times. There's no more blown weeks, no more stalled progress, no more guessing games. If you're tired of making the wrong calls with your health, let the pros at Awaken 180 handle the lineup. 844-346-1800 or awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday morning at 9, The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Smale Kia.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Because right now, FanDuel giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA. Maybe you can make a little bet on LeBron and Bronny playing together. Big Victor Wembanyama is going to be unbelievable in San Antonio. Go over early with everything. You want three-pointers? In-game, coming off the bench, Buddy Hield in Golden State. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel.com/Starkey to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be a partner of the Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led the way, and now it's time to lead our communities to stand up against those who want to silence us. We cannot sit this one out. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Now is the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting as low as $347 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L, Payments starting at $265 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschristerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Penguins' Canadian road trip has not gotten off to a good start. Waylaid by Winnipeg on Sunday. Controlled most of the game last night in Calgary. I stayed up late for it, watched them lose in the shootout. So you come away with 1 point, their first overtime shootout loss of the season, which is a continuation of what plagued them last year. Couldn't win 3-on-3, even with all those stars. And next up, Edmonton. Doesn't get any easier for these guys as they try to break out of their malaise. A lot of it is bad goaltending. A lot of it is also just the play in front of the goaltending. So not really good any way you cut it. Tyler Kennedy with us right now. Former Penguin, Sportsnet Pittsburgh analyst, Stanley Cup champion. Tyler, before we get to some of the gory details of the Penguins, did you have a go-to shootout move? Every time you were dubbed to take a shot in a shootout situation, did you basically do the same thing?
Yes. I kind of learned it, honestly, my first year of pro. I went down to Wilkes-Barre, and I had a Robbie Shrimp. He was like this guy. Unbelievable hands.
I actually know Robbie. He grew up like an hour from where I grew up in upstate New York. I think he used to smoke cigarettes the times I hung out with him, if I remember correctly.
Cigarettes, he'd have Diet Coke and be the best player on the ice.
Phil Kessel before his time.
Yeah, he was a Kessel type for sure.
Yeah, but he was the best hands I've ever seen.
Yep.
Even in the NHL, he had the best hands.
Wow, that's saying something. Holy cow,
yeah,
he played with some all-time greats.
Yeah, just like sauce passes, dangles, like not so much speed dangles, but just like having the puck on a string. He was the best.
Yep.
But I remember him coming up and he goes, TK, every time he goes, I have 4 or 5 moves I have in my bag. He goes, just focus on one and get really, really good on it. Even for like young kids listening, get one move that you know exactly how to get the goalie to move and bite on your edges, and then do that. So I started doing it in practice, and I would come down on the left side. I would do a big kick with my foot to sell it, and then I go forehand to my backhand and then wait the goalie back out on my forehand, and that was like my go-to, and it worked for a long time. And then I made the NHL, and then I didn't do the shooter anymore because we had Sidney Crosby of Getting Milk and Chris Letang.
You also had Mr. Shootout, Eric Christensen. How the hell was that guy so good at shootouts?
Well, I think it comes down to being able to control the puck without looking down and just having different moves in your bag. So where it depends on where the goalie is in the net. If he's a bigger goalie, you try to get him to move to shoot low. If he's a smaller goalie, you probably shoot the puck because he doesn't take as much net up. But again, all the best shootout guys always had like 3 or 4 moves that they kind of choose as they were going down the breakaway, depending on where the goalie was in the net.
Tyler, if you called any of your great goalie friends, Marc-Andre Fleury, Brent Johnson, any of the guys you played with, what do you think they would say about the best way the Penguins could handle their current goaltending crisis?
Oh boy, I think they would be. I think they'd be pretty lost too. Maybe a guy that would understand a little bit is Marc-Andre Fleury. Like Marc-Andre Fleury, he was unbelievable and maybe one of the best goalies to ever play for the Penguins. But when I played with Fleury for one of those 2 years, he had some down years, and that's going to happen no matter what player you are. You're going to have some struggles, and it gets real tough. And I remember Marc-Andre Fleury had some real struggles, but that's where you get into that belief, of going back to the basics, going back to your structured and the mental part of it. I think sports psychologists mean a lot to the goalies, because it's a lot of hockey and a lot of sports in general. It's between your ears. And right now I feel, especially with Tristan Jarry, he's in his own head, and it's tough. I've been through, when I went to San Jose, I never played good the whole time I was there. I'd go on maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 games where I'd play really good, but I was in my own way, and it sucked so much, and I was almost like embarrassed to be around the team, because I was making pretty good money and I wasn't playing well, and no matter how hard I worked, it would always, I'd always get scored on, or I'd make the wrong move. And then I got traded to Long Island, and I scored 4 goals in the first 8 games, and I was like the best pickup at the trade deadline. But I'm not saying we should trade Jarry. I just think he needs to change up his routine. He needs to do something to change it up, and you can see the coaches, the staff still believe in him, because I feel like he'd be on waivers by now if they didn't. So they're giving him a chance to figure it out. 1, probably because they need to. 2, because I think they still believe in him. Jarry's had stretches where he's been really, really good for long stretches, but right now he's also had stretches where you're like, wow, this guy this guy can struggle at times, and for periods of times. And to be a good goalie in the NHL, it's more about consistently being good and not great is the biggest thing. You talk to, Fleury, Lundqvist, all those guys. They're like, you're going to get scored on. It's being able to make that 1 or 2 big save that can keep you in a hockey game.
TK, what's going on with Sid right now? Got to ask this one, because he just does not look like himself at all out there.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit in a funk, but it's Sidney Crosby. The guy's going to get out of it. He's not. He's the least of my concerns right now. And again, he's still producing. I just think it might be a little frustrating to see how the team's playing and going on this road trip. But Sidney Crosby is not a guy you ever have to worry about moving forward.
Tyler Kennedy, Penguins and Oilers. A lot of stars will be on the ice Friday. We'll see if the Penguins can get back on track. Thanks, TK.
Thanks, boys.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 47 degrees. We will come back with some of your calls on the Cooper Kupp trade front. Also, 2 more Steelers have been linked to trades. Maybe they could be used in deals to get Cooper Kupp. These ideas floated out there today. Stay tuned for an update on that. A quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and you know what time it is. It's that time of the year when it starts getting dark early, and here come the pounds. Belt going up 1 or 2 notches, second chin starts to show. You know the drill. Don't let it happen. We have some tough battles coming up. Halloween candy, Thanksgiving dinner, all of the endless goodies during the holiday season. It used to be impossible for me to say no to those things, but not anymore, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. I'm not saying you have to completely avoid it either. That's the other beauty of Awaken 180. You can still indulge in your holiday joys, but Awaken 180 can teach you their ways to keep it under control. You know what I'm proud of this year? I've done nothing but lose weight. That's right. Since 2024 began, I haven't gone up a single pound. It's been all in the opposite direction. How can you do the same? Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, Have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
It was 50 years ago today. A tribute to the Beatles featuring Christopher Cross, David Pack, original lead singer of Ambrosia, Maxie Priest, Jason Sheff, longtime lead singer of Chicago, and Badfinger featuring Joey Mullen, performing their hits, plus favorites from Let It Be and Hey Jude. Friday, November 15th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get reserved seats at librarymusichall.com. Produced by Dresky Entertainment.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Paid for by Estella's Pharma.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Halloween sales happening now at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville, like monster savings on new Toyotas with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Hurry in and shop one of the largest new Tacoma and Tundra selections in Western PA. Only at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7. The man.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another NFL wide receiver trade, DeAndre Hopkins to Kansas City. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
2:56. Get to Tom Fridays for juicy steaks, meat, and more. 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. Is that Top Dog Law voiceover guy? Is that Ice-T? Sounds just like him.
No.
Yes, I think it is.
No. I don't think that's Ice-T.
That sounds like the guy that was
Ice-T's
the
voice is
rapper
a little
who then
deeper.
went to
SVU.
Yeah, and then has done commercial work and was a part of the
Higher pitch.
Infamous Player Haters Ball.
Silky Johnson.
That sounds like Ice-T to me, man.
Why don't you go get some water and Buck Nasty's mama's dish?
Yeah, that sounds like my guy Ice-T.
I don't
now
think
part of 93.7 The Fan. I like that.
No, I think
get him on
it's
the
too
show.
high-pitched. He's big. He's big into heavy metal too.
I heard he was big into marijuana.
Well, but he's known as a rapper, but he's got like his own heavy metal band apparently.
Congratulations on all his success. Pet Fest 2024 presented by Subaru coming back Sunday, Rockwell Park in the East End. It's indoors. Parking is free. It's easy to get to right off the highway there, right off the Parkway. Event goes from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. There's no Steelers game, so a great thing to do in the morning before things get going, and maybe games later on that night that you want to watch. Bring your dogs to meet vendors, like we've got free beer samples there, costume contests with prizes. Stop by any Subaru dealer for free tickets or go to 937thefan.com for more information. Cooper Kupp on the trade block. It's now intensifying. The Steelers rumors are getting louder because of what happened today with Kansas City going for DeAndre Hopkins instead and basically crossing themselves off the list as Kupp suitors. So that now makes, according to the odds makers, the Steelers the favorites to get him. I know you've had your hearts broken before, whether it's Brandon Ayuk or Devontae Adams, but is this the guy you really want? 412-928-9370. There's also a couple other trade balloons out there regarding the Steelers. It's interesting now how the NFL has changed, and now we talk about trades in season the way we do in baseball and hockey because more and more of them are happening, and big-name players are getting moved left and right. For much of the year, Steelers fans have filled our phone lines and said things like, why don't you trade Russell Wilson to the Dolphins because of Tua's concussions and Tua's issues and the Dolphins' offensive issues with him out? They've been abysmal. I think they've scored 3 touchdowns since he left the lineup, and they're the lowest scoring team in the league. Now, they're supposed to get Tua back, but how about this in The Athletic today? A Steelers-Dolphins trade that would send Justin Fields to Miami for a 4th-round pick in next year's draft as Tua insurance. And if Tua gets hurt, well, then finally Mike McDaniel has somebody that can actually function as an NFL quarterback. What are your thoughts on that? A 4th-round pick for Justin Fields. Justin Fields would not probably love the idea of going to Miami and having to learn a new offense unless Tua got hurt again. But we've seen that kind of system be an incubator for quarterbacks. I mean, look at Sam Darnold in Minnesota this year, having to sit behind Brock Purdy in San Francisco. Worked out well for him. Maybe going into a Mike McDaniel offense and learning at the knee of the guy that has gone from Big Bang Theory actor to Miami Vice character will do him good in the long run.
I don't know. I still think Justin Fields has a chance here long term. Like, still, it feels like you'd be giving up early on a guy who went 4-2 and I would say played 2 really subpar halves of football.
Because Dulac wrote today in his chat,
coaching staff that didn't want him to play the position in an aggressive way.
Dulac said he made himself money elsewhere with the way he played.
But Jerry's not going to go against what Jerry's been saying all along, which is that their intention from moment one was to sign Russell Wilson to a multi-year deal.
How much of that is Jerry and how much of that is what he's hearing from the very top of the Steelers organization? You always have to ponder those things when Jerry floats something out there.
Sometimes when Jerry floats something out there, it ends up not happening, though, and then he gets stories that are a little more cut and dried floated to him so he can get one back, so to speak.
Just to make sure I hear you right, you are adamantly opposed to this deal?
I wouldn't do that deal.
Adamantly?
Adamantly. Do you think the Steelers can win with Justin Fields if they have to go back to him because of an injury?
Yes, of course. They went 4-2 with him this year.
Then why would you punt on having that security blanket or that safety net for a 4th-round pick?
Because you believe in Russ and think Russ can be your quarterback long-term, but a 4th-round pick is not
it ain't primo.
Big compensation.
I mean, the Dolphins don't look good, so what's the earliest that could be? Probably in the early hundreds?
It could be one of the first picks in the 4th round at
so
this
about
rate.
99, 100.
Although, what am I talking about? I mean, what are they right now?
They're 2-5.
Yeah. Okay. Well then,
maybe 2-4. I forgot. They had their bye week already.
But they're gonna get Tua back.
They're 2-4, and he can come back as soon as this week, I believe.
Yes, he's practicing right now. Sans Guardian cap. So they could get on a little bit of a roll here. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs or anything, but they also might not finish in the neighborhood of like the Carolina Panthers when it's all said and done. Donnie, this something you are adamantly against? Mulsey threw that out there. Absolutely not, said Chris, with authority.
I am also against it. I think it's similar to the conversations we had a few weeks ago. Just replace Fields with Wilson. And we said unless a team drastically overpays, then stand pat. Like, there's no reason for them to just be rid of themselves of Justin Fields right now. And if something were to happen, there's actually some hope of, hey, we went 4-2 with this guy before. And I also don't think it's completely out of the question of, hey, maybe this guy is more of our future than the guy in there now. He's a decade younger.
I don't actually agree. I don't feel that way about him right now because of the move they made, though. I want to believe that, and I want to think that about Justin Fields, but I think they really showed us how they feel about him, which is...
He's a true backup.
He's a great backup quarterback, but he's not somebody that you really want to have as your long-term starting quarterback. If they thought that they were really getting somewhere and they were tapping into something that Chicago couldn't, I don't think they would have put Russ in Sunday night.
But they also could just as easily have been 5-1 or 6-0 because their defense would have played better, and then they still wouldn't have put Russ in, despite probably not feeling that much different about Fields as a player.
It's harder for me to completely agree with that right now, though.
But there's a world where he has the exact same 6 games, like he plays the exact same as he did with one exception. He gets the drive done. Or no, you know what? They could have beaten the Colts with nothing different other than Pickens not fumbling, and they punched that in for a touchdown, and they would have had enough in that game. I'm just saying, like, it seems like some of this is, yes, motivated by the way they feel about him, Fields, deep down, and some of it is motivated by they were 4-2 instead of 5-1 or 6-0.
I think it would have to be an unbelievable overpay by a team to trade Fields because they are not of the mindset right now that they're, like, subtracting from this team, given the fact that they're in first place.
It would just be you're
3
saying,
games over 500.
You're saying we're one snap away from Kyle Allen for a 4th-round pick.
Oh, Kyle Allen came in, and Donnie almost gave him a game ball for the way he stepped right in there.
I thought he inspired Fields to attack the middle of the field.
Did he give them a boost in that game. The Kyle Allen effect is what it was called. If they won, it would have been like Jeff Zatkoff going into that Penguins playoff series.
Against the Rangers.
And helping them, it would go down as a cult hero type move by
Jeff
him.
Zatkoff.
The other rumor that Brooke Pryor floated out there is putting Calvin Austin in a trade for Cooper Kupp. So normally, I would say, sure. If that would cause the Rams to go from wanting a second-round pick to taking more like a fourth-round pick, yeah, go ahead. Have that little Calvin Austin. Good luck. But here's what's on the back of my mind with that idea. The way that Kevin Dotson went to L.A. and they transformed him from Steelers backup offensive lineman to one of the best guards in football.
You'd worry about Calvin Austin going to L.A. and becoming a stud.
Yes.
Is that
yes,
a reason?
I would.
If he's never going to become that here, is that a reason not to do the deal, though? It would require a fundamental shift in how this, like, one, what their coaching staff looks like, two, what their philosophies are, because they don't have anywhere near, I would say, the same philosophy on offense that the Rams do. So why let the fact that he might be a better fit elsewhere and might look better elsewhere when he would never look that way here hold you up from doing it?
Because I don't want to lose the trade and look bad? Look really, really, really bad?
So really for the optics of it, even though I know you agree with my basic thesis and my logic here, you would just say, I don't want to do it because I'll look bad. Vanity is the reason that you won't make this trade.
If I were a GM, I don't want even an organization like the Steelers where they tend to not fire people, I would not want to make a trade for an oft-injured player, run the risk of him not being healthy enough here, and have the receiver that I sent to the Rams with a high draft pick flourish there. Because then I would have that trade thrown back in my face.
Why would it be your fault if you're the GM? Is it the GM's fault that Dotson has become great there? Or is it the coaching staff's fault that they didn't get the most out of Dotson here?
Okay, I would look at it as our problem.
If I were Omar Khan, and I traded Calvin Austin to get the Cooper Kupp pick pushed back to more of a fourth that was palatable, right?
Yep.
And Calvin Austin, a year from now, has 65 catches for 950 yards and 8 touchdowns, okay?
Jeez.
And just humor me. And Art Rooney kind of came to me in sort of a random occurrence and said, hey, like, what the hell, basically? You know what I would do? I'd point him right down the hall to Mike Tomlin and to Arthur Smith. And I would say, you want to know why it isn't working? It didn't work here, and it is working there. Go ask them, not my business.
And he would be right to pass the buck that way. However, this is an organization that because one semi-ugly contract in season caused a team in the early 90s to go somewhat off the rails, they came up with a policy to not negotiate contracts. If a trade like this blew up in their face, I would not put it past Art to say, that's it. We're not trading the first-round picks, the second-round picks. You're not touching those anymore. You can do whatever else you want, but I just have scar tissue from such a bad trade, and for now, I'm not giving you the power or the freedom to do those kind of moves. I could see that happening. I could absolutely see that because they've been reactionary on moves before that have blown up in their face. And if you trade a third-round pick for Cooper Kupp and the third-round pick goes on to have a great career there, okay, you give them high marks for drafting the right guy. But if you make a trade that attaches a player with the draft pick and it's the guy that plays the same position as the guy you acquire, and that dude does better there than Kupp does here, then I don't think that it's water under the bridge and, hey, we'll get him next time. I wouldn't look at it that way if I was that guy's boss. I say, how do we let that happen?
Again, I would say it's coaching at that point. And hey, what do we want to be as a franchise? What is our goal offensively? And why is it working better with, like, to me, Calvin Austin going there in a trade and being good would actually be far less shameful than Kevin Dotson doing what he's done there.
So why is that?
Because offensive line play, I'm not saying it's the same everywhere. Like the Broncos in the late 90s were different than the Hogs in the 80s or the Steelers or whatever in their schemes. Kevin Dotson, they played out of position. He's a guard. It's not that different. The Rams just said, here, go play the right side of the line, the right guard spot, and we're going to let you try to maul people. The Steelers were setting up artificial roadblocks in the guy's way because I don't think Mike Tomlin felt like he was taking football seriously enough for his conditioning, and they had him playing at the wrong spot. Good thing they've learned their lesson on that, by the way, with Broderick. Oh, wait a minute, they haven't. And that's why I would be less mad, because Dotson should have been good here, and he was good here for a while, and then they just got sick of him.
All right, your calls are next on Cooper Kupp. I mean, do you still have the energy to want to go all in for one of these moves, for one of these wide receivers? The Steelers now the favorites to get Cooper Kupp. So it's closer to him than it's ever been. 412-928-9370 to chime in on that. This athletic report about Justin Fields and the Dolphins. We had Russell Wilson. Now we have Fields to Miami. How would you feel about that? 412-928-9370. Plus Mike Florio in 20 minutes. But right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football to kick off Week 8 of the NFL season. The Rams and the Vikings tomorrow night, 8:15. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sports book of the Fan and the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. All right, we've got more basketball action. The season tipped off last night. Boston opened defending its championship, and now more basketball tonight. Philly and Milwaukee. News coming down on Philly that Joel Embiid is not going to play in back-to-back games. So they're going to take it easy with him. You might want to adjust your opinion on Philly in the regular season. I know I am, based on how careful and cautious they're being with him. And they've got a tall order tonight in Milwaukee. So I actually have flipped on this game. I actually like the Bucks now. Right now, all users on FanDuel get 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is place a $5 bet on the NBA. So pick one of those games tonight. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania after a 3-month free trial. The full price of League Pass will automatically charge monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito. DeAndre Hopkins is headed to KC in exchange for a 5th-round pick that might ultimately become a 4th-round pick. It's just the latest major trade involving a major wide receiver. So, what do I think about this? I like it. I like it a lot. He may not be what he used to be, but he's probably better than what they already have, and they didn't really give up that much to get him anyway. I'm Jim Rome.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect? Please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2. Have a plan to get there. Step 3. Make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. with daily use.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
If you're heading northbound on 79, expect some delays in the S bends in Coriopolis. That'll clear up by the time you get past the Neville Island Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Ulta Beauty.
We've brought the Emerald City to Ulta Beauty with wicked collaborations from REM Beauty by Ariana Grande. It brushes for Ulta and OPI. Hurry in, these fantabulous products won't last long. See Wicked November 22nd, only in theaters. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Here is Johnny in South Fayette. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just had a comment on both the trades, proposals or whatever.
Sure.
The Cooper Kupp one, is this basically like a rental?
No.
He's under contract next year as well.
Okay, then I'm giving a second round pick in a heartbeat. And as far as,
still pretty injured, though. You're talking about a guy who's played 23 out of the last 30 or 41 possible games.
But why in a heartbeat? Well, what do you mean you don't care? You don't care?
I don't care because that doesn't mean that the future that means he's gonna be hurt in the future.
He's had injuries in the past before his big breakout season. Like he has been you can call him an injury-prone player because you can go look up the number of games he's missed, and you couldn't define it any other way.
I mean, if they could get, I'm just tired of hearing, well, they're going to get this guy, and then they don't get any of them, and then we're going to end up stuck with what we have now.
Well, I know, but that's not. Well, maybe, but that to me is not a good enough reason to do that. I mean, that's how the Pirates made the big mistake of the Chris Archer trade. Oh, they never do it. Then they finally did it, and it was one of the worst trades in franchise history.
Cooper Kupp is a very good receiver. I don't know.
How much of his being a very good receiver is the offense he plays in?
I'd roll the dice. I don't know. But the guy from the Giants, if you could have him instead, yeah, I'd do that. But if we don't get Kupp, and then the next thing is the guy from the Giants, and then we don't end up getting him because we haven't gotten anybody that's been rumored, and then we're stuck with this clown receiving core we have now.
Well, don't tell Chris Hoke that, because Chris Hoke came on our radio station today and said there's a lot of teams who would want the Steelers wide receiver core.
Yeah, a lot of high school teams maybe.
Good line, thank you, Johnny. We'll end on that. I'm not even sure about that actually. There's some fun and gun offenses here in Western PA now. It's not all 3 yards in a cloud of dust in the veer. There's some teams that really get fun. There's some fun bunches out there.
Doing?
They're 3-6 right now.
What offense are they running? 3 and punt?
I don't know if they've punted on third down. I know there are some teams that get backed up and they say the hell with it. We'll just punt on third down because they don't have anybody back there. But no, they're trying hard, Chris. It's the first year of a new coaching regime. So
what kind of a system did the coach put in on offense?
Discipline.
That's not an offensive system. It's a mindset.
I know. I don't think they've reached the point of a system yet.
So they just line up 11 guys, make sure that they're lined up properly, and then just do something?
Pretty much, I think.
Wow, I can't believe they're only 3-6.
Took Monessen to the brink. They only lost that game 14-7. We count moral victories, so I guess in that respect they're 4-5.
Wow, moral victories from you?
Here's Nick in Sacramento. Hello, Nick.
Fellas, you know I love your show. Love learning about you. Hope
That's
your
not what
families
I
are well
heard.
and
I
healthy.
heard you call into Starkey and say that Starkey was the best broadcaster you've ever heard in your entire life, Nick. So I'm a little jealous when you go in there and kiss his ass like that. Jeez.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I'm glad you heard me, but come on, guys. You know I love you. I'm always tweeting you, too, and Xing you, whatever that shit's going. Or, excuse me, shoot.
It's all right. I got you. You're okay. Keep going.
I know. I'm all fired up. Okay, I got to calm down. My wife's having me spring cleaning the house here on my day off.
Spring cleaning? It's October 23rd.
Wait, he lives in California, though, so it's like
89 degrees out here, man. It's hot, Mosey.
I know, anyway, I just said that. It's hot. You live in California.
I didn't know you were in the Southern Hemisphere, though, where the seasons are different, but continue.
All right. Well, let me stay focused. I didn't take my meds this morning to tell you all this. Let me tell you, it's nice and slow. All right. So 31 years old Kupp. You got 27-year-old Slayton. You got a 29-year-old or 30-year-old soon-to-be Williams, right? Williams also has injury-prone.
Yes, he does.
Injury-prone.
Yes, he
So,
does.
I mean, I'm looking at all those things. Slayton, he just got hurt, that groin injury in Cincinnati. How severe is it? I don't know. That could pop at any time. But, okay, we got to take that risk. We got to take that chance. I'm taking Kupp. He's a good leader. Coming into the locker room, coming into this team, he doesn't have any baggage. He has, like, that leadership quality. He has that stigma of being a great player on and off the field.
So you do the second round pick?
Second, I'd have to say third. I mean, second round pick's kind of tough. I mean, because next year, what are we going to need? Like you said, we can have that franchise quarterback, or we got to draft a quarterback in the second round. I mean, I'm looking at running back next year in the draft. I'm thinking of a guy named Genti out here in Boise.
Well, you better be prepared to take a first-round pick and probably trade up to get him then.
Well, I know, but that's a pipe dream. But let's get back to the point you said. The wide receiver thing, to me, a guy like Kupp, yeah, he's injured, but all these guys are injured. They all have about the same age limit. I'm taking Kupp because of just Williams had problems, on the field, off the field with players, and I'm not making this.
Well, Williams on and off the field issue is that Aaron Rodgers doesn't like him. That's his problem.
But what about San Diego or LA when he was there? I mean, he had problems out in the Chargers also. I mean, literally, he had hard times even catching the ball at times.
Well, his issue there, and thank you, Nick, for calling and saying nice things, and saying even nicer things about the midday show. His issue there is that he last couple of years was back injury, torn ACL. And so I also think he is a shell of his old self. But I think the acquisition cost is much less. He's been relegated to 4th, 5th wide receiver status there. And, I mean, if the Rams intend on keeping Matthew Stafford, I think it's going to be very difficult to sit him down and say, hey, your favorite wide receiver just got traded for a 3rd or 4th round pick. Now, maybe they throw the baby out with the bathwater and they deal both, but that would be an incredible liquidation sale in L.A., which could happen. But, again, I don't think it's going to happen overnight. They'd have to keep losing games for us to get to that point.
Spring cleaning.
Yeah. Text coming in saying I'm absolutely right. That is Ice-T and those lawyer commercials that we're airing.
I don't think it is, Don.
That is the great Ice-T.
Who'd you get that text from?
Johnny the Barber. Is Ice-T more famous than Ice Cube?
I'd probably say Ice Cube.
Do you think Ice-T was pissed that Ice Cube beat him to the punch when it came to Ice rapper nicknames? How about Vanilla Ice?
They're both definitely more famous than Vanilla Ice.
Who is the voice on the Top Dog Law commercial? A man named James Helm.
No. That's a lie. That's a total lie.
Well, I mean, you guys were more
Maybe James Helm is Ice-T's real name. You ever think about that?
I don't think it is. James Ice-T Helm.
No, I think everybody kind of knows that Ice-T's real name is Tracy Marrow.
Oh, everyone knows that. Donnie, you've known that for years, right?
Do you know
that's how I refer to him.
Yeah.
Coco. Remember Ice Loves Coco?
Isn't she the lady that ran on the field at the Steelers game the other night?
I was hoping it was something lemonade related.
Oh, that's okay, Chris. You want to call a veteran like Johnny the Barber a liar. That's fine. A man that's defended our freedoms.
I think you're the one that just said Johnny the Barber and liar in the same sentence.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. How close does Mike Florio think a Cooper Kupp trade is to happening? And who are the other teams lurking besides the Steelers? He'll tell us next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Flames beat the Penguins 4-3 in a shootout last night. They head to Edmonton next. Puck drop against the Oilers on Friday, set for 9 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Interesting factoid about Ice-T. An actor, Donnie? What did he have a small role in? Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo. That's the truth. He had a role in that movie. Anyway, I want to tell you right now about Shorkey Mitsubishi. Check them out in North Huntington right now. Fall into savings. This is the time to do it. See all those leaves on the trees, the ones that are still on the trees? Beautiful, brilliant colors, reds, oranges, yellows, things of that nature. Fall into some savings during the season. Fall right now on Outlander. You can take up to $6,500 off MSRP on SEs. It comes to the Outlander. I'm driving one, 7-passenger capable. It's awesome. 2024 Outlander all-wheel drives, 0% financing available on those. And on all 2024 Outlanders, You want a 2025 Outlander hybrid. They've got leases starting at $269 a month. You get a ton with Mitsubishi, of course. You get the features, all the bells and whistles. I'm a creature comforts guy. They've got all of that. You get the all-wheel drive. You get the peace of mind, too, that comes with that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And here's something, too, that's significant. These are eye catchers. They look great. I'm looking out at my Outlander in the parking lot right now. It's awesome. So the place to get it, to fall into savings, to get all these great deals, Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, and online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
93.7 The Fan, Giant Eagle, and Gatorade present top high school gridiron performances of Week 8. Steel Valley's Donald Barksdale rushed for 314 in a rout for the Ironmen. Don Smith of Penn Trafford had 3 grabs for 172, and Ryan Petrus of Bethel Park had 8 catches for 161 for the Blackhawks. Keep listening to 93.7 The Fan for more top performances on the high school gridiron presented by Giant Eagle and Gatorade.
Check out this Big 12 matchup this weekend. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Unbeaten BYU travels to face UCF in Florida this weekend. BYU is a short road dog, and the BetQL model is backing the Cougars. BetQL has BYU plus 1.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge. Your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My values have not changed. I will not ban fracking.
Roll the tape.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Access to health care should be a right.
Roll the tape.
So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that.
She was big on defund the police. Roll the tape.
Defund the police. We need to reimagine how we are creating safety. I would enforce our laws with people who cross our border.
Roll the tape.
An undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Aid for America is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. Two men and a junk truck.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We got in trouble with our boss for playing Kiss when our next guest would come on with us because it wasn't technically loaded into our system, and I guess we were doing things that he thought could get us in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to scrap that, even though I'm pretty sure our listeners loved it. Loved the...
You said, dare say they were licking it up?
Lick it up. Yep. You
Kiss
better lose your mind in Detroit, Rock City, things of that nature.
Kiss just not really playing what I would call complicated rock songs. I'm not even sure if they knew 3 chords.
Well, that's why I think it was a perfect acronym. Keep it simple, stupid. Just play easy chords, stick your tongue out, let off some pyrotechnics, and let's go. I mean...
Paint your faces.
Yeah, what else do you need? Talking about Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, I will cut to the chase in this regard. Do you now believe that Cooper Kupp will be the next big-name wide receiver to get traded?
Before I answer that question, let me just tell you this. The best lesson I ever learned about business came from Paul Stanley of KISS, and it's very simple. To anyone that has a service they provide, a product they may offer, make the thing that you would buy. That's what he said. We created the show that we would pay to go see. Think about how simple and brilliant that is. Just make the thing that you would buy. That was the principle on which I founded ProFootballTalk.com 23 years ago next Friday. Make the thing that you would buy.
Well, congratulations on all your success. That's like Warren Buffett's investment strategy. Invest in things that you like.
Pony, do you think we're doing the radio show that you would listen to?
Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing missing is Kiss songs.
Well, yeah, we could take that up with our
We could remedy that, though. I think we could fix that, Mike.
To the Kupp thing, Mike, where do you come down on that?
Well, the Rams are experts at creating a trade market out of thin air. I mentioned this yesterday, and I had a GM with another team reach out to me and say, here's what they do. They contact people at NFL Network, people at ESPN. Hey, we're getting interest in Cooper Kupp. Hey, listen, and then they go with it as a Sunday Splash report that teams are interested. If you're a team that's interested, you're not telling the world you're interested because then other teams get interested. So the Rams pulled the ripcord on the lawnmower and created this market, and now we'll see. The Rams are willing to pay some of his salary. I don't know what they're going to want by way of compensation, but it was a third-round pick for Devontae Adams that can become a 2. Third-round pick and a swap of late-round picks for Amari Cooper. And we now wait and see. But once you, not that the team has acknowledged it, but once it's out there and the team doesn't shoot it down, yeah, it's just a matter of finding the right fit. And he's supposedly going to play tomorrow night. I don't think you need to showcase him. We all know what he can do. The guy's been banged up. I think you're taking a hell of a risk if you're the Rams and you put him out there tomorrow night, because if he re-injures the ankle or has some other injury, bye-bye trade market.
What about, then I would ask you about other receivers too, because it seems like you said, everyone knows what Kupp can and can't do when he's on a football field. What about Mike Williams right now, who I feel like his main sin is that he's been hurt in the past, but his current main sin is that Aaron Rodgers seems to hate his guts, Mike. What's going to happen with him?
Right, but they welcomed him back into the fold last week. He actually had the football thrown to him by the delicate genius, so I'm not sure where he stands. Hey, there was a report over the weekend that teams were calling about Garrett Wilson, and Garrett Wilson was the first name I thought of when the Devontae Adams trade stuff got going, because somebody's got to be the odd man out. You can't have four guys. You can't keep four guys happy. And Garrett Wilson is going to be due for a new contract after this season. You don't have to give him one immediately after this season, but that's where he's going to reasonably start jostling. The window opens, and there are going to be teams out there that don't want to pay receivers market value. If you're the Jets and you've already decided he's not a $35 million guy, then if you can flip him and get a big return, the problem for the Jets is Woody Johnson wants to justify firing Robert Saleh. So you'd almost have to find a deal where you get someone who can help you win now in exchange for Wilson, in addition to draft picks. But you want someone who's going to help you get better now. And the other risk you take, too, Steelers learned this in 2019 after they traded Josh Dobbs to the Jaguars. Quarterback gets injured, and then you're screwed. If one of these other three guys gets injured, they're going to wish they had Mike Williams or Garrett Wilson. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. They were trying to trade Williams last week. This Wilson angle's fascinating. It feels like with those four guys, there's not enough room for everyone.
Mike, in the Tomlin era, they've only traded a first or second round pick twice. One was for Minka, and the other was when they used a second round pick to move up to take Devin Bush 10th. So the idea that the Steelers would then trade a second-round pick, meet LA's asking price for Kupp, a guy that's in his early 30s and is oft injured, even though they have a huge hole there, just seems, even with some regime changes here and some new philosophical ideas, seems very, very far-fetched that they would give up that much. Agree or disagree?
I agree, but two things. I think the Steelers like to hang around trade talks like this to see if they can get the guy for a lot less than you would expect the deal to happen. I think that's why they were hanging around Brandon Ayuk, for example. If they could steal him, they'll do it. The only difference is, I talk about what the Jets might be doing to justify Woody Johnson's firing of Robert Saleh after 5 weeks. You've got this Tomlin vibe where he goes Lone Ranger, which implies that there wasn't anybody else in the building that wanted to flip to Russell Wilson. And the whole mindset is, Mike wants to win a Super Bowl. And Russ, who's won a Super Bowl and went to another one, in Tomlin's mind, gives them a better chance to do it. If Tomlin can persuade, if he wants to, I don't know what he wants to do about Cooper Kupp, but if he decides he's the guy, I could see him exercising some of his equity, playing some chips here to try to get Kupp if that's going to help the Steelers get a Super Bowl appearance. And really, they need more than George Pickens. But the best part about Russell Wilson, finally we got somebody who will throw the ball to George Pickens when he's covered. Because when he's covered, he's open. That's what he put on his eye black. He's right. Throw him the football. And Russ is doing it. And I think that's critical for the Steelers offense.
Mike, let me just ask you about one more receiver, and if you're hearing or if you think this guy's going to be moved. Pony ridicules me when I bring this name up. I don't think he's, unbelievable, but I keep looking at a guy they're going to play this Monday night. Darius Slayton, as far as lower cost, solid player, just feels like somebody that if they beat the Giants, that would entice the Giants to be even more willing to try to move whatever assets they have. I'd take that guy in a heartbeat for way less cost than Cooper Kupp.
Darius Slayton, Jalen Hyatt, who had to say several weeks back that he doesn't want to be traded when some noise came out that he wanted to be traded, and he hasn't done much this year because it's basically become Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson in that offense for the Giants. So, yeah, look, the beauty of moving the trade deadline back to the Tuesday after Week 9, teams have one more week than previously to come to the conclusion as to whether or not they have a fork stuck in them. And their fans can come to that conclusion as well, because the worst thing you can do as somebody, that gets back to the whole KISS thing, provide the thing that you would buy. You got to be thinking about your customers. What are they willing to buy? They may not buy this idea that we're waving the white flag. They may not buy the idea that we're trading off assets. What are we doing? We're still mathematically alive. So that may be the point where the Giants start trading off assets. Because, look, from Joe Shane's perspective, the GM of the Giants, why do I want to trade off any assets when, after what Saquon Barkley did to me on Sunday, I'm probably not going to be here to use those extra draft picks anyway.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Check him out. PFT Live, Sunday Night Football, Cowboys and 49ers this week. Thank you, Mike.
See you guys.
Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. Mike singing the praises of Russell Wilson there. One Super Bowl MVP, an NFL MVP, and Hall of Fame quarterback. not as bullish on Wilson. I would put him firmly in the camp of Russell Wilson hater, maybe wrestling that honor away from Mark Schlereth based on some of the things that have come out since this game. Are these criticisms valid or are they complete BS? We will discuss next. Quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan. First, me for Weather Seal Home Services. That's right. Weather Seal, a great Halloween deal going on right now. I was just eating some peanut M&Ms here in studio, getting myself thinking about all the great treats that will go on between now and the start of November and all the cool Halloween things I will do with my daughter. And one of them is thinking about what it's like to get a house ready for Halloween. And maybe that goes beyond just the decorations and things you put up. Actually making your home more valuable and updating your home and wanting to do it at an efficient and low cost. And that's where Weather Seal Home Services comes in. You can get 25% off installation of new energy-efficient windows today. And how about no interest for 4 years with Weather Seal? You don't pay any interest until 2028. They also will give you 25% off new siding, and the same thing, no interest for 4 years, plus a free polo wrap for your home, too, which is going to keep the warm air in and prevent it from going out. So sign up now, 877-351-SEAL, or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly cloudy tonight with a slight chance of showers through the evening, lows in the mid-40s. Thursday, cooler with highs in the lower 60s, lots of sunshine. A little warmer on Friday with a chance of evening showers, highs in the upper 60s. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
They don't call her confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? Because I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
When your little one has a cold with a fever, try new DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. It's the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever offers fast, effective cold and fever relief for kids ages 6 and up with a delicious grape flavor that kids love. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever will help them feel better fast so they can get back to the fun stuff quickly. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is an election alert. Election day is Tuesday, November 5th. Who you vote for is private, but if you voted is public information. That means your family, friends, and neighbors can check whether or not you voted. Studies show that making a plan to vote, whether it's by mail, early in person, or on election day, increases your likelihood to vote. Make sure you do your civic duty and make a plan to vote by Tuesday, November 5th. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh firefighters, I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Crowley here for Twin Peaks. Football and Fireball is a match made in heaven, and by heaven, of course, we mean Twin Peaks. Spice things up next game day with a shot of our favorite cinnamon whiskey. And why wait for the weekend? We're serving scratch food and pouring quality cocktails every day after dark. Come by the Lodge and experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, or any other day of the week. Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar, the best in the game with wall-to-wall sports and scenic views, located in Robinson.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total costs since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing a good deal of congestion on the Parkway East. Outbound side, you're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge into the tunnels. Inbound slows down around Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by TrainInfo.com. Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
DeAndre Hopkins, the latest wide receiver to change addresses. He goes from the Titans to the Chiefs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's more Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
When you looked at the game on Sunday night, it was more of the same. I felt like Russell Wilson had to make maybe 2 decisions in this game. And what I mean by making a decision is simply not really just picking a guy or getting man-to-man coverage and going, I'm throwing it to this guy, meaning you have to read the play and make the right decision. And there were only a couple of those in this game. So it was just like a perfect scenario for the way this played out, with the turnovers that the Jets gave them, the way they ran the football, and then a lot of man-to-man situations where it was drop back, throw it up, and some guys made some plays for him. I'm not any more convinced now than I was going in that he can give them something specifically that Justin Fields can't give them.
All right, 15-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We're talking about all kinds of Steelers topics today. This Cooper Kupp thing now has become a front burner story with the Chiefs deal today, and now most people think that if Cooper Kupp is going to get traded, the team that makes the most logical sense is the Steelers, and they are the favorites. We've been down this road before where they were a favorite or a co-favorite for a wide receiver, and it didn't pan out. Let's see if this one does. Is this the one you want to do the most? Is this the guy that you want? 412-928-9370. We also have Kurt Warner, who you just heard there. And I will admit something. I think Kurt Warner knows more about quarterback play than the three of us combined. And so when Kurt Warner says something about turning on the tape and watching a quarterback, it would take some gigantic balls for me to say, I know more than him. So I'm going to preface what I'm about to say next by at least, I'm prefacing what I'm about to say next by admitting that. Like, here's Kurt Warner. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's won the MVP award. He barely lost to the Steelers in the Super Bowl. I think he can look back at an all-22 and watch a game and analyze quarterback play better than any of us can. But what the hell is he talking about there? He watched that game, and his take on the Steelers' offense was more of the same. And he's no more convinced that Russell Wilson is the guy for their offense than he was before that game occurred? How the hell can that be?
I don't think that
I'm stupefied by it.
I don't think that they did stuff a ton differently other than I feel like Russell Wilson was empowered to throw the ball deep more often. I think it was pretty clear that in one game he showed he's much better on play action than Fields. So I do think there's a fundamental difference there. So I disagree with Kurt on that one. Like fundamentally their play action game looks better because quite honestly Russ goes to greater lengths to sell the fake with the ball handling and actually like looking like he's handing it off. Fields does that little half turn where it's like, yeah, I might be handing it off, but you know I'm not. I do think that the meat of what he said there is he just threw it up against man-to-man defense. Well, yeah. I mean, that is kind of the Russell Wilson 101 thing. They also had man defense played against them, in part because they won't do it when Fields is in there because they're worried if they turn their backs and run, Justin Fields is going to take off for 45 yards.
It reminds me of when fans criticize teams or players, and I know the players hate this, even though the criticism sometimes is, I think, in the end, ultimately right. When we get on teams for doing their job for winning, but not putting a lot of stock in it because of who they played.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you say, he did it against man-to-man defense, well, what is he supposed to do against man-to-man defense? Is he supposed to tell New York, why don't you guys switch to zone so people can become more convinced or more persuaded by what I'm going to do in this game? You can only react to and adjust to the way that a team plays you. He took advantage of the way one of the best defenses in the NFL wanted to play him on Sunday night. Like, Warner brings up the man-to-man thing like we have to take what Russell Wilson did with a grain of salt because of the Jets' defensive philosophy in the game. Is it really that big of... Evidently for Warner it is.
I just think it's like that he didn't hit guys in stride. Oh, no, I think it's that he didn't hit guys in stride for touchdowns. The Pickens ball is to the outside, and the defender's not going to get it, but Pickens has to make a one-handed catch while he's being held with his other arm, with the other arm. Pickens makes a catch off a defender's shoulder pads and helmet. Like I'm not trying to undercut Wilson's performance when I bring that up because ultimately
Warner does.
Sure, it was, and that's what I'm saying here. I think guys who played the position say on especially the second ball to Pickens that was a long completion, that ball should just be a touchdown. And it wasn't.
I just feel like when more stuff gets put out there by people like Kurt Warner, what it does is it at least invites the narrative that if things start to unravel for Wilson in the next few weeks, what Steelers fans will retroactively do is they will then go back to this Jets game and they will, after the fact, poke holes in the performance.
It was fool's gold.
Yes. When it happened, everybody turned off the TV Sunday night and went to bed. They could barely sleep because they were so excited because they saw a much better quarterback play. Monday, everybody went to work. We were all on cloud nine. And like now that elation and buzz has worn off, you have people that are seemingly objective and more clear-minded saying, well, actually look at it, and what you see is not really that impressive. And I don't want to believe that, and I don't want to pay attention to that. But if Wilson goes out there and has a ho-hum performance against the Giants, one of the worst defenses in the NFL, I could easily see people calling into our show and saying, yeah, I know they scored 37 points, but if the wide receiver didn't turn into a superhero on some of those plays, Russell Wilson would have put up numbers that were worse than Justin Fields in that game. I can see that. I also do, again, come back to something you brought up yesterday with Roethlisberger. Is Warner another one of these guys who's so sensitive to his own career and potentially jealous enough where because it's the older guy who has a similar career, he doesn't want to give the guy any love or show the guy any love?
See, that's what was noteworthy. I knew you were going to head in that direction here. Nothing about what I know of Kurt Warner makes me think that Kurt Warner's wired like that to be jealous.
You hear about every touchdown on Monday Night Football, there's a donation that gets made to the Warner House or Warner Islander, I hear that.
Warner House, yeah. It's a house for, like, developmentally challenged adults, yeah.
I hear Harlan bring that up.
Permanent living. It's good.
Absolutely.
And
also sponsored by Barbasol, I think he says several times.
Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol.
He choked on a popcorn kernel. Did you guys hear that?
This week?
On Monday? Harlan on our air, I think the Ravens and Buccaneers. He came out of halftime and he started choking on a kernel. He said, "Do not, kids at home who want to be aspiring broadcasters, do not eat popcorn at halftime." And here comes the ball to 40, to the 35. He cuts left. He goes right. He spins around. He's down at the 32-yard line. And, I'm sorry, I have more popcorn in my throat.
That's what happens to me sometimes on this show. Like the trail mix.
But have you heard how fast he talks?
He throws a tight winding spiral over the hash marks between. I can't even do it because it's like such a rip-stop cadence like that.
I would pay Warner more for having to sit next to a man who was talking that fast and that loudly for a game.
But we both agree Harlan's the gold standard.
Yeah, but it's a lot.
There's a squirrel running at the 30, the 20, the 15, cuts back at the 10 to the 5, touchdown, squirrel!
And look out if a fat person catches a ball when Harlan's on the call, because he's going to have some...
It's a fix six! No, don't you think Warner would look at a guy like Russ, just the person who goes to Children's Hospital, does all those hospital visits?
So he'd want to build up the guy
I would think he would see Russ as like a good person off the field. Yeah, that's always how I looked at Warner.
True.
Here's the other thing. I'm just trying to suss this out, because you have been unusually frustrated in what has gotten kind of me to arch an eyebrow at you and others whose opinions I respect about this is, I thought this was a very encouraging game. I think he hardly, though, threw perfect passes on some of these big plays he made. What was Warner known for? Why did it work in St. Louis and Arizona and it didn't work in New York?
He had great receivers.
Yes, but he had precision passing games. Like, clearly, especially with Mike Martz, they had it tailored to him. I don't think Warner saw, like, precision. He's on time. The ball's out in front of the receiver. Receivers catching it in stride. He saw, here's a jump ball to an uber-talented guy. Then here's another ball to that guy that's just going to be chucked in his general direction.
I would think he would say something like, look, I played with Larry Fitzgerald, and as long as I could get it close to him, I knew that Larry was going to make that play.
His most famous throw to Larry Fitzgerald was a slant route that Larry caught in stride, and if the ball was a foot behind him, would not have turned into a go-ahead Super Bowl touchdown.
Yeah, but then he also had a touchdown pass in that game on Ike Taylor with Larry Fitzgerald, where he just threw the ball in the air as high as he could in the end zone.
And where was that?
All right, Larry,
where was that ball on the field? Was that in the red zone?
Yeah.
That's different, though. I think guys say, like, yes, it's a tried and true strategy in the red zone to just throw a jump ball. Wilson tried to do it with Pickens in this game. I'm merely saying that I think a lot of the quarterbacks out there just feel like he threw a lot of 50-50 balls. Good for him for putting the ball up in the air when the Steelers usually don't do that. He's going to have to come up with other ways to beat defenses. I don't hear people, for example, ripping either throw to Freiermuth. Do you know why? I think most quarterbacks and analysts say even the one-hander by Freiermuth was a perfectly thrown ball, and the other one where he stopped short, where the defense has him scouted, it looks like, and sidearms one around a guy in stride to Freiermuth, they look at that and they say, those are higher-level quarterback plays than just chucking it to George Pickens.
412-928-9370. Let's talk to Nate in Cannonsburg. Hello, Nate.
Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime, man.
Yeah, Pony, as long as I've been calling into the show, I knew you were from Houston, or you lived in Houston, so greetings from your neighbor down Pike Street.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Yeah, but that's probably why my phone's cutting out. But that said, as far as the trade goes, let's be realistic. If the Steelers genuinely believe that it's
oh no,
and there goes the cutout phone.
A self-fulfilling prophecy from Nate.
Bro, me personally, I don't see it. I just don't see it. Our schedule, our young, beat-up offensive line.
Losing you again, Nate, and I know
he said he just doesn't see. I think he said he just doesn't see it.
I think Florio actually said something that had the light bulb flicker on for me when he said the Steelers like to be in these conversations where they think they can get a guy on their terms.
You know what I thought of when he said that? I thought of, like, the Steelers are hanging out at a bar at, like, 1:25.
Is this going to be something sex-related? Because we already have Austin Bechtold in the dumps for the jokes that were made at his expense yesterday.
No, I think it's just, oh, wait a minute. that conversation went badly. Hello, it's not quite last call yet. Hi, I'm going to sidle up over to you here. How are you tonight? No?
You know my experience with that
He's
stuff.
making them seem like they're trade scavengers, is what he's making them seem like then. If you'd like to go away from the Austin Bechtold angle of all this.
Well, it makes you know what I think the apt description is. They want another receiver. They don't feel like they need another receiver.
Well, they also
if you feel like
want
you
it on their
need
terms.
One, but hold on. I think like if you feel like you need something, okay, fine. Like I will. It'll be more of a deal where I'm not in love with what I'm giving away, but I just got to make this work. So fine. Like there's not that level of if we don't do this, we're going to regret it. We're going to kick ourselves for it. There's a lot of, okay, like if they come down and meet our price, if we can get them for this, let's do it. But we're going to be very firm in our beliefs and what we think this wide receiver is worth. And you know what it reminds me of a little bit of? When we talked about Ben Cherington before the trade deadline. He wanted to win the deal. He wanted to make a trade where
I'm going to give up things I don't feel like I have to keep, and you're going to give me something I really want.
I mean, maybe Florio's theory will end up being wrong, but so far the Steelers still don't have a wide receiver, so it makes sense.
I know he only had 2 catches, and he only got targeted 3 times, and maybe I'm definitely colored by the fact here that he scored a touchdown. I weirdly think you could get at least something a little closer to Van Jefferson's productive years in the NFL, which is really just one big year with the Rams and then a semi-productive year the year after. With a guy like Wilson, who maybe is a little more I know. Listen, I say it as a guy who's like 15% of the way there, but that's better than maybe 1% of the way there, which is what I was with Fields.
Gary's in Monroeville. Hello, Gary.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Hey, man.
What's up?
So I wanted to call. Obviously, Kupp would be an upgrade for what we have. I don't know if a second would be worth it, just from what Chris was saying earlier, if he's only played 23 of the last 41 games. But I kind of wanted to ask you guys something. How do you feel about kind of like what the Rams did when they won a Super Bowl a few years ago? They kind of mortgaged all their picks to get these guys in to win it all. And, I mean, look at our third-round pick from last year right now. It's going to waste. It's sitting on the bench.
Good point.
It's a wide receiver that's,
Good point.
Not playing at all. I don't get this whole thing. Like, if we can give up a third- or fourth-round pick, we're not breaking the bank. We're not going to mortgage the organization over a pick. Like, let's bring these guys in. Our third-round pick from last year that's supposed to be helping us is sitting on the bench.
We do know Mike trusts veterans. Well, I know Mike trusts veterans more than he trusts rookies.
But he's also so involved in the draft process that I do think he values picks, especially first-round picks and day 2 picks.
The way he's talked about Wilson, though, is very odd. Roman Wilson.
Something changed there. I mean, Jeff's going to come on with us at 5:15. I refuse to believe that it's only he got hurt the first day they were in pads. I think it goes beyond that.
I just wonder, does he think like Wilson has been healthy enough that he could be I don't know.
Did you hear what Kabali said today with Joe?
I didn't.
He said that when he's watching practice, and again, I think Mark now just feels like he wants to break every practice rule, which is fine because he's untouchable now that he works for McAfee, which is good for us.
Mm-hmm.
He's absolutely one of their 3 best receivers in practice every day. Which, again, is not a very high bar to clear, be one of their top 3 wide receivers.
It means be better than Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin.
But, again, Chris Hoke on this, guys. Hokey, bro. There's a lot of teams who would want the Steelers' wide receiver core.
I heard the Toronto Argonauts are very hot after their core.
Donnie, can you randomly name an arena football team off the top of your head right now? I'm going to switch it and go arena on him. Do you remember the name of the Pittsburgh Arena Football League team?
Weren't they like the Explosion?
The Power. No, the Explosion were a CBA, Continental Basketball Association team.
Yeah, man, that was a very short-lived.
They also had the Pittsburgh Piranhas
run
in basketball.
We had the rights to the Pittsburgh Power the first year they were on the air, Remember our boss invited us to that suite? You would have thought we were going to the Yankees-Dodgers Game 1 of the World Series. He tried to make such a big deal out of it.
That was, though, I will say, that was one of the best suite experiences I've ever had as far as, like, station. Not that I'm ripping
Power of Philadelphia Soul. There's a big rivalry game.
Pony, was there
big rivalry game?
Throw the record books out the window, man.
He did talk like that, Donnie, and he was making it seem like that.
Lynn Swan's going to come by and hang out with us. Be nice.
There was like blue cheese topped filet mignon in there, man. Like, it was a spread of spreads. I feel like I saw Johnny Walker Blue Label getting thrown around.
Right, it was.
It was a wild spread, and then it never happened again.
I mean, that guy, nobody knew how to take advantage of like a open bar or like a free
or an open wheel of cheese.
Oh, that dude.
Have you heard the story about our old boss that he just made off with a wheel of cheese once from like a big food spread? Like, I'm talking, Donnie, he had to tuck like a 15-pound wheel of cheese like you'd see in a movie that had one wedge cut out of it. Just walked off with it, took it home.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Aditi has been talking to her sources around the NFL about Cooper Kupp. Where is he going? Is he staying put in L.A.? What do they want for him? She'll give us the answers when we come back. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football for the Pitt Panthers. They welcome Syracuse tomorrow. Kickoff at 7:30 at Acrisure Stadium. Pre-game coverage on the Fan starts at 4:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. Get in on the betting fun with the BetParx app. Playoff baseball, hockey, basketball, college football, and, of course, your black and gold football. Place a future on pro hockey. Bet on the baseball championship series. Bet on Pittsburgh football tomorrow night. Bet on Pittsburgh football Monday night. If that ain't your flavor, sit down with a live dealer from BetParx. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app to wager on all of your favorite sports or play all of your favorite casino games. The only sportsbook I recommend has a great offer for new users. Download the app right now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for terms and conditions. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet with BetParx. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I got to hand it to LeBron because he made some major history last night, and congrats are in order. You cannot accomplish something like that without astonishing longevity and commitment to the game. It truly is an achievement that we will probably never, ever see ever again. So congrats to LeBron for setting the record for most missed field goals in NBA history. LeBron, you did it! I'm Jim Rome.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders is a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the last 13 years. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see a very special 3-night event with Days Morgan, October 24th through 26th, only at Cheerleaders.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 43.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
At the intersection of Washington Boulevard and Allegheny River Boulevard, all the traffic lights are out. This is causing major delays on the northbound side of Washington Boulevard and the southbound Highland Park Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by 4th-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right. Let's keep it going. Time to go all access with Aditi, brought to you by Bet365. She will be up in Boston, Foxborough to be exact, for the Jets and Patriots on Sunday with the NFL on CBS. Aaron Rodgers denying that he picked his nose and ate his booger, and also sending autographed footballs to Beanie Bishop, which if I were a Jets fan, I would absolutely hate that. Seriously, dude?
Wait, so he actually did autograph the footballs and send them?
Yeah.
You know, this is going to surprise you. You know I crap on Rodgers all the time. I actually think that's a nice gesture by him.
Yeah, but it's nice, but I want the competitive spirit, like the Brady gene, where it's like, screw that guy.
Brady gave Ben his jersey.
Yeah, didn't go head-to-head against him, though, in like the way.
We always talk about quarterback head-to-head matchups, though. Not offense versus defense, but we always talk about, can Josh Allen ever beat Mahomes when it counts?
You think Brady was giving autographed jerseys to Eli Manning? Or Michael Strahan? Or any of those Giants pass rushers? Usi Umenyiora? Hell no. Absolutely not.
I like that Rodgers understands that it's ultimately a flex for him that Bishop wants him to sign these footballs because he's an all-time great. And I'm glad
denied Boogergate.
He did pick his nose and eat it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was pretty obvious.
Let's just call it what it is here.
Let's go all access with Aditi. Aditi, Cooper Kupp, do you think he'll end up in Pittsburgh when it's all said and done?
I don't think it's that likely.
Do you think he ends up somewhere else?
I don't mean to be such a buzzkill. I feel like we've done this all summer. Like everybody you wanted, right? Like how many people have we been through this?
Aditi, if they do get
Devontae Adams, who was it before Devontae Adams?
They were at the goal. They were at the goal line with Ayuk.
Not happening. Yeah.
Pony said if they get Kupp in a trade, he's going to get a face tattoo. Aditi.
I mean, why does Pony say things like this? Do you realize you have a wife and a child? You have an obligation to people beyond just yourself.
A tweeter said that to him last night. I saw it because I was tagged in it and said, you have a wife and a young daughter. Why are you doing these kinds of things?
I can't raise. What's that say? Look at Jelly Roll, the great country music performer. He has all kinds of face tattoos. He's providing wonderfully for his family.
Pony, oh my goodness. This is so ridiculous. Nico, if I put a tattoo on my face and went to your school, what would you think? Like a permanent tattoo. He just said, I would hate you. Your daughter will one day grow up, and that's what she would say. Pony. From his mouth. He literally just said that. I didn't make it up.
What if it was one of those, like, tear tattoos beneath one of my eyes?
That would mean that I killed somebody. Isn't that like like a Chris gang sign? Oh my God!
You are very up on the meaning of tears.
Worse and worse.
You don't think people would be more intimidated by me if they saw that?
No.
You don't need to be intimidating to keep people away. You just have to shout takes at them.
Okay, so are you saying that you don't think Cooper Kupp will be traded to the Steelers, or you don't think he'll be traded, period, with that scoffing sound you made at the beginning of this interview?
I don't think it was a scoffing sound. It was actually a sigh
away.
because I feel bad. I feel like I dash your dreams on a regular basis.
You know, it's not really that big of a fantasy. Like, if they can steal him, I want to do it, but the report is a second-round pick, and I wouldn't make that trade, even though I'm desperate for a wide receiver.
I agree. I think that quite frankly, I think that the price for the Steelers is too high, or the price would be too high, and I just don't see it at this particular moment, considering what the price being bandied about is. I don't necessarily see that happening.
It has been bandied
about. I love how, the Steelers just won this game, and we can argue about the quality of the Jets, and I'll certainly feel a lot better in talking about who they are and where they are after this weekend. But it was an exciting win.
See, I know
it was an ugly first half, and they got a gut check, and they played better. And instead of sitting here and thinking about the optimism of that.
No, that is optimism, because hold on a second. You know, Steelers fans, now that they won a game like that and they saw what Russell Wilson can do, it's let's get the missing piece and let's take this thing from 9-8 and one and done to beating the Baltimores and Buffaloes and Kansas Cities in the playoffs, and Cooper Kupp can help us do that. That's what it is.
Did you really watch Baltimore Monday night and think that you're one piece away
from beating them? Yes.
Seriously, Mosey, is that what you think?
Aditi, wait, no, of course not. Because I'm a
Lamar
reasonable
Jackson Ravens apologist. That's why.
Aditi, because I'm a reasonable person and both of my frontal lobes are functioning. That's why I don't think they're one piece away.
From beating the Ravens, they always beat the Ravens.
Let me just quickly give you Pony's synopsis there. They play Lamar better than almost any team plays Lamar, and Lamar chokes in the playoffs, and therefore, because John Harbaugh tries to outfox and prove that he's so much smarter than Mike Tomlin, it backfires like a Wile E. Coyote Looney Tunes thing, and therefore he doesn't worry about the Ravens. I, a person with eyes, look at one of the greatest running backs who's ever lived, along with the greatest running quarterback of all time, and see a terrifying offense that can do whatever it wants.
And a defense with Roquan Smith that actually is playing incredibly well, too. No, can be. It will get itself on track. And I would warn you, after having seen the Bengals up close, now that the Bengals' defensive front is indeed healthy and they're not playing with their fifth and sixth linemen in the interior of their defensive line, I mean, any team with Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, that's a cheat code.
Aditi, I think you're going to be uncomfortable when I say this. You and I are shockingly aligned right now on where the Steelers fall. I said yesterday that I thought they might still be the third best team in the AFC North.
I mean, and we all know that once you get into the playoffs, it's all about getting into the dance, and it's all about being the best that day or having the formula that day. And we've certainly seen the Steelers have formulas many a time, and this season alone. You can't ever underestimate the coach that Mike Tomlin is. We haven't heard in years what we're hearing Devontae Adams say about the Jets, that he doesn't like his team's energy. That's certainly not something that we hear about with the Steelers. But you look at that Bengals roster, you look at who Joe Burrow is, and I don't care what you saw from Russell Wilson. There's no way that you can tell me that Russell Wilson is Joe Burrow.
Well, wait a minute here.
Or that Russell Wilson is Lamar Jackson. And But I hate when, I sound like such a Debbie Downer when we go down these paths.
Well, you're right. He's not those guys. He's got a Lombardi and he's got a ring on his finger, and those two guys don't. So that is a very astute observation by you. And that is why you are part of the NFL on CBS and I'm not.
That was a lot of sarcasm right there, wasn't it? I mean, a lot. Is that better or worse than congratulations on all your success?
Is it better or worse than you saying that my wife and daughter are in the process of disowning me 5 minutes ago?
She's right about that.
They're not in the process. I'm telling you that you should expect consequences if you tattoo Cooper Kupp on your face.
I'm not going to actually put – I didn't say what exactly I was going to put on my face. It could be a nice face tattoo. What if I put my daughter's initials on my face?
Where exactly on your face?
My forehead, maybe. There's a lot of room there.
My goodness.
Yeah.
How do we go down these paths? Like, really, how do we go down these paths?
We thought he was going to...
You know what? You know what you can feel really good about, though?
What?
the Steelers are absolutely in better shape than the Cleveland Browns, who today made a move that is beyond head shaking.
Oh,
I mean,
they took play calling duties away from Stefanski, right?
It makes zero sense. They have tried to shoehorn this horrible offense that makes absolutely no sense into their building this season at the behest of Deshaun Watson. Their install, which is the responsibility of the offensive coordinator, has been such an abject failure that they are probably the sloppiest team I've seen all year. It's unforced error after unforced error after unforced error because the teaching in the installation of the offense is that terrible. So if there is a lining to Deshaun Watson getting hurt, and I went on record yesterday saying, well, maybe now Kevin Stefanski can finally go back to the offense that over the last 3 years has had success, that led to their first playoff win in who knows how many years, that led to them going to the playoffs last year behind 5 different starting quarterbacks. They can go back to the under center, boots, the outside zone run game.
Nope.
Great.
Nope.
And instead, they decide to hand play calling duties to a guy that Buffalo, for very good reason, took play calling duties away from.
And fired last season. This is why Juju said the Browns is the Browns. Really?
I mean, so it just, yeah.
But hey, you know what? Myles Garrett did say Deshaun Watson model citizen, so they've got that going for them.
You know what? That, to me, I don't know how you get from A to B. And I like Myles Garrett a lot. I appreciate Myles Garrett right now is out there with 2 foot injuries, an Achilles injury, a thigh injury. By all rights, he should be shutting it down and getting surgery, but it means so much to him. And this is what he's all about. Okay, great. I admire all that bit. And I also understand why you would say, just as a human being, you have empathy for another human being. I can understand that piece of it if he wants to go there. But, yeah, I can't.
One of the most tone-deaf things I've ever heard.
Aditi, Matthew tweets
I don't
us,
disagree.
and this is a response to some of what Pony was saying and how exasperated you sounded with him. He said, every week Aditi is on the show, she sounds more like a mother whose kids have climbed out onto the roof after listening to your responses to Pony.
Thank goodness.
Are you
my
good
children
cop
are a
or
little
bad
bit better
cop in the
behaved.
parenting situation? You do the good cop or bad cop work there in the parenting role in your household? Are you the sneaking treats and stuff like that and buying them things and spoiling them?
I mean, I'm a little bit of both. I'm definitely the stricter one, but I'm also the one that they love more and find more encouraging and turn to.
They love more.
I mean, you can ask them. I'm happy to bring them inside and put them on the radio. They'll tell you
I
that.
understand that, Aditi, because if you ask both of my sons who do you love more, Lennox wouldn't even let you finish the question before he'd say mom, and Ace would just immediately turn away and run to Alex. So I know what that's.
I mean, both of them, even the 9-year-old on his own will say, I love you, Mom, not even in response. We'll just say it. They both are in the habit of saying, I love you more if I say I love you. And
you got to celebrate that, right? Are you doing like a small fist pump when you hear that? Like, yes. I'm the one.
I mean, I feel a little sad for my husband. I usually walk to the bus stop to pick up Nico, and yesterday Matt insisted on going, and he came home, and he said that the first thing Nico said was, where's Mom? And then he said he didn't really want to talk to him, and he felt like Nico was really disappointed his mother wasn't there. And, I mean, that makes me an awful person if it makes me feel good, right?
Yeah, you're allowed to have a chuckle about
feel
that.
Bad for
You're allowed to
Aditi,
chuckle.
enjoy that production meeting with Aaron Rodgers, and we'll talk next week.
Wait, can I just say, I will, but can I just tell you one really quick one since we're talking about this? The kids actually, since I had the Bengals with the Browns, Matt brought the kids to Cleveland, and they came to the game. They were on the field pregame, and then they went to the game on Sunday. And anybody who was actually watching, since this game was on in our market, and Pony, I would have thought you would have watched since I'm supposed to be your friend, and that would be supportive. In any case, they put Matt, Nico, and Kaya on TV. And Spiro, our play-by-play guy, says, you know, there's Aditi's family, husband Matt, kids Nico and Kaya. And then he says, Matt, husband of the year, taking care of the kids while letting Aditi do her thing.
Oh, I'm sensing a little bit of friction in that broadcast booth.
Man.
I mean, my mother in the family group chat wrote back 100% agree. So I feel like I have more beef with my mother than I do with Spiro.
Aditi, thank
but
you.
Just so you guys know, you're not taking care of your kids when they're your kids.
Exactly.
And you don't let your wife do anything.
Right.
Thank you.
See you, Aditi. That's what Amanda says to me all the time. She goes, see you, Aditi. She goes, you're not watching Stella. She's your
So
daughter.
I fall into that trap sometimes where I'm like, oh, Alex is doing.
Yep.
Or if I play golf, I'm like, well, Alex was watching the kids all day.
2 minutes away from a debrief. First, the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football to kick off Week 8 of the NFL season. Minnesota, L.A. tomorrow, 8:15. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Oh, I just hit the dump button by accident. I have no idea why I just did that. Anyways, Weather Seal Home Services. I don't think Donnie said anything explicit in that headline. I just hit that button instead of the mic button. Cool. All right, Weather Seal Home Services. Going to have to explain that one to our engineers, Donnie. Let's talk about what the great deal they have going on. Am I doing the right read? No, I'm not. That's probably why I dumped myself. Wetco Car Wash, folks. 45-plus locations all around town. And I was just at one 2 days ago, getting my car washed, then getting gas afterwards, grabbing a quick snack, and then going home to see my daughter. And I want you to get into a similar routine, or whenever you stop and get gas, whenever you have to take a leak and you need a port in the storm, if you will, to make Wetgo part of that, because having a clean car does make you feel better about yourself the same way you do after a workout or, say, after a haircut, because you're providing the maintenance on your car that's going to uphold its value. Also, it's going to make you feel like you are driving in a car that you recently purchased, and you also are keeping it clean and not allowing for it to turn into a pigsty or anything like that, which I used to fall into the habit of. My car would get unbelievably dirty, and my wife would not want to get inside of it. So I want you to go unlimited today, buy it for one low monthly price, then you can go as much as you want. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's Donnie Football debrief time at 4:30, and it's brought to you by Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Donald.
The debrief, October 23, 2024. An interesting tweet. I'm going to read the tweet first, then I'll tell you who sent it. Just before our show today, around 1:30 this afternoon. Cooper Kupp is not just a slot receiver. When healthy, Kupp is an elite receiver and chess piece. Can play all over the field, can win on the entire route tree, and is a great blocker in the run game. Ever watch Russ throw to Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett? Both elite Z receivers.
I think that tweet was sent by Jake Heaps.
Yes, it was. And who is Jake Heaps?
Russ's quarterback coach.
Yes, he is.
That's like that guy,
Tony
Rasputin, or whatever his name was. Tony Rakiopi.
Rasputin.
I like Tony. What was his name? Tony Rapiopi? Or Tony
Rasputin? I like Tony. What was his name? Rasputin?
I like Big Tony Ragu.
No, seriously. What was the guy's
Rassiopi.
name?
Rassiopi.
He had a very Italian name. Sorry for butchering it, Tony.
Is he still, you think he's still coaching Kenny over in Philly?
Let's ask, should we ask the guy who called in yesterday on Kenny to maybe look that up and chime back in for us?
Or do you think Kenny went to Big Dom and said, find me another quarterback coach?
Oh, that security guy for the Eagles?
Yeah, Big Dom. Big Bad Dom. Yeah, Jake Heaps. Who did Jake Heaps play for in college? He played college ball. Now I can't think of it.
I was going to say either Arizona State or Washington.
I think Washington's actually right. That was the one that was in my head.
I think I'm getting confused with Todd Heap with Arizona State. I'm conflating my Heap and Heaps.
Brigham Young, Kansas and Miami. So Jake Heaps was all over the place.
And so that guy became the personal quarterback guru for Russell Wilson. Good work if you can get it.
Wait, the thing I'm looking at says Miami.
Well, he played for 3 different schools. He started at BYU, played 2 years at BYU, a year at Kansas. That must have been fun.
Okay, there we go.
And then barely played for Miami.
Jake Heaps a good friend of mine. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Jake Heaps?
No, actually, he's not. But he does, he will, I think, respond to some of my thoughts from time to time. I don't know if he likes me or not, but he seems to want to either shoot down or
Jake Heaps does?
Sometimes prop up some of the things I say. I guess it depends if it's pro or anti-Russell Wilson.
You just have a way. You have such reach on Twitter. You've beaten the algorithm without having a blue check. So you put something out into the ether, people want to respond to it.
So the bottom line here for Donnie, I believe, is this is Russell Wilson's way of getting the message out that he wants Cooper Kupp.
Well,
right?
Jake then responded to his own tweet, and I think I've already seen multiple people that cover the Steelers quote tweeted and say, "Hey, by the way, this is Russell Wilson's
Who
QB
are some of the
coach."
people
Mick
that are
Faribaugh.
So
I saw him respond to DeFabo and just said, "Oh, don't read anything into it. This is purely my opinion."
I think Zach Smith.
Sure.
Don't you like that Zach Smith guy too?
Yes.
I think Zach Smith.
I like Zach, but he's not a reporter, is he?
No, he works for one of the sites now, doesn't he?
He's with Saunders.
Saunders has quite the cadre of reporters in their 20s. He's got a little army, and they're mostly bigger, huskier offensive lineman types.
I don't think I think he's more of a personality. I mean, he's a guy that's eaten Russell Wilson sandwiches and given reviews on them.
Yeah,
which I'm
by
fine
the way,
with.
he left off. He left off the slaw and tomatoes.
What?
On the sandwich, yeah.
Huh.
Zachary Smith, co-founder and host of Around the 412.
Yeah, he's a personality, which I think good for him.
He's like us. You wouldn't call us reporters.
No, especially after what happened with me with Brandon Ayuk. I don't think anybody's calling me Adam Schefter 2.0 anytime
But you've broken
soon.
story. We've broken stories.
They don't
before.
care about that. All they care about is that I got the Ayuk thing wrong.
Yeah, I do like the one guy whose only response to any of your tweets now is, "Did the Steelers get Ayuk yet?" Do you know how many people you've given internet brain damage to by just tweeting your thoughts out there? You ever think about that? You've driven people insane. There's a guy whose avatar is just the Swedish chef, and he responds to almost every tweet you send.
So that's his life.
I mean, it's a big part of people's lives. You can never stop tweeting. What are people going to do?
Oh, Pony had some fun with today's show tweet, too. I mean, you want to talk about tossing the match into the pile and walking away.
How about chum in the water?
He had a big pile of gasoline-soaked rags, and he was throwing match after match.
Why do sharks want to eat chum? Can't they find something better?
They like blood.
Isn't there other things that can bleed better than just chum?
Not if there's no fish around that are bleeding. That's why you throw chum into the water. You are creating the feeding frenzy.
So they don't care what kind of blood. Like if I cut myself in the ocean, they'd want to eat me?
Yep.
A shark could smell like a drop of blood coming out of your body from a shockingly long distance away.
Ballpark it for me.
I think they've said almost as far as a mile away. And it's a very small amount of blood.
I actually thought you were going to say hundreds of miles, so to hear you say 1 mile doesn't really seem as impressive.
Dude, polar bears can smell people a mile away.
So Google's saying only up to about a quarter mile.
Oh, merely, okay,
yeah.
merely
that,
a quarter
Chris.
mile.
Take that, put that in your trivia game, pipe and smoke it.
Anyway, Jake Heaps.
Yeah, I'm with the guys who think that this is just Russell Wilson with a hype man or... Hey, put this out there, Jake, for me.
I mean, it's what Rasiopi would do with Kenny. He'd essentially either make excuses if Kenny was playing poorly, take a victory lap if he would have a good game, and this is Jake Heaps saying...
Sounds like me.
Yeah. You were the king of the excuse-making,
and I wasn't getting paid by Kenny.
And you had to twist yourself into a pretzel trying to put lipstick on some of those pig performances he'd throw out there. How'd he do against the Giants?
He was 0 for 1. Aditi said, why weren't you watching the Browns and Bengals? That's because I was doing my homework on the Steelers' next opponent.
The Giants?
And watching the Giants and Eagles, yeah. And Red Zone.
How do you think that went with Saquon for the Giants? Feel like they were happy that he was on the Eagles getting 10 yards a carry?
No, not at all.
Yeah. How did you feel as a guy who grew up originally a Giants fan?
I wasn't a fan of it.
Wouldn't call it great?
Kevin?
Donnie's busy. He's
fan
looking at more Jake Heaps tweets.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low 47 degrees. All right, we come back. One wide receiver got traded today. Did the Steelers put in an offer? Why didn't they? And what should they do about this Cooper Kupp situation? 412-928-9370. We have, I think, 14 phone lines here. Are there 14 humans listening right now who would give up a second-round pick for Cooper Kupp and meet the Raiders and meet the Rams asking price? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Tell us why you would. 412-928-9370. Quick timeout. We're right back with more on 93.7 The Fan. First, a message from me, and then one from Mulsey. FanDuel is the official partner of The Fan, and we've got more NBA action tonight, and that means everybody out there, not just new customers, can get NBA League Pass, which is the NBA equivalent of what we get with the package on Sundays that give us all the football games. It's all the NBA games, and this is for 3 months, so you'd get it for up until into January here. If you sign up now and start playing on FanDuel, all you have to do is make a $5 bet on any game. Tonight, one of the matchups is the Bucks and Sixers, so get some scratch down on that one. Philadelphia already into load management the first week of the season with their star players. So I think Milwaukee's a good bet there. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Malsey!
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody right now about Awaken 180 weight loss. You ever do something in life, and maybe you actually reach your goal, but then somebody was helping you reach your goal, a personal trainer, whatever it might be, and then, okay, stop the personal training. I got strong enough, whatever, I'll do it on my own. And then you fall back in a little bit, and you lose progress, right? That can be how a lot of that stuff goes. With weight loss, I think maybe if you lose weight, you stop getting support, if there was support involved, it's easy to backslide. That's what's the beauty of Awaken 180. Not only does it give you the playbook for losing weight? They come up with the program, your coach does, you follow the program, you lose weight. That's literally how it worked for me. That's to the tune of 35 pounds in 6 weeks. The maintenance portion of the program that you then proceed to, the coaching you get stays free for life, even after you reach that goal weight, because Paige, the founder at Awaken 180, and her whole team, the whole company, they want to see you succeed and then keep succeeding. That's why it's free for life, that support, even after you reach your goal weight. Check them out right now. Make that healthy switch. Take control with Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In-stock units only. Offers end 10/31/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve? Can you handle that much caffeine? Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? I'm cutting you off.
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Rita, hot head, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust new Febreze car vent clips, now with 3 times greater scent control, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with new Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing, which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Hey man, can you call the ride? I can, but you mind doing it instead? Yeah, I guess, but why can't you? Well, thing is, my score is really bad. Ha, that's embarrassing. Oh, really? Well, at least my voter score is high. Wait, your what? My voter score. I have a 5.0 if I don't say so myself. I vote in every single election. Presidentials, primaries, local elections, you name it. If there's an election, I'm voting. Oh, that's a thing? Mm-hmm. And it's public. For real? Yeah, man. You better start voting. Gotta get that score up. I like high scores. How do I start? Okay, election day is Tuesday, November 5th. Make sure you vote. That'll get that voter score up. Hit up votehq.org to check your registration and where to vote. Nice. I'll call the ride now. And let me check out votehq.org while we wait.
Your voting record is public. Friends and family can't see who you vote for, but they can see if you vote. Vote by November 5th and make sure you have the highest voter score you can. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices. So use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM. or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with profit boosts all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The temps are dropping, which means football season is heating up, and so are the deals from Sullivan Super Service. During their Red Zone special, they'll check your furnace for only $20. This week only, fan listeners can schedule a furnace check for only $20. That's a huge discount off their regular price of $159. A furnace check from Sullivan will help prevent a breakdown and boost your system's energy efficiency this winter, which means lower energy bills. Schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
The Halloween sale's happening now at Spitzer Acura. But don't worry, there's absolutely no tricks. Panda only dishes out treats at Spitzer Acura, like monster savings on new Acuras with the Panda price and a sweet lifetime powertrain warranty at no charge. Plus, anytime you come in for service, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle. So don't miss the Halloween sale. Stop in and let our friendly consultants help you find your perfect new Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, programs. Fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The lights at the intersection of Allegheny River Boulevard and Washington Boulevard in Highland Park are out. That's causing a backup on the Highland Park Bridge and Washington Boulevard. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, DeAndre Hopkins was dealt today from the Titans to Chiefs, so the wide receiver deals are going down. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. More Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
The Rams spoken with you or your representatives about the possibility of trading you?
Yeah, nothing really. No, it is that time of the year. There's going to be rumors and things that go around, and like I said, I let that stuff as much as I can be in the background, and like I said, just kind of handle my business.